If you have just come onto the ground, warm welcome from everybody at Gloucestershire Cricket for this second day of our Rothesay County Championship Division 2 match against our friends from Glamorgan. Warm welcome to supporters who have travelled over the bridge for this second day. Umpires for this match, Paul Baldwin and Naeem Ashraf. Our match referee is Simon Hinks, and Andrew Hicknell for Glamorgan and Adrian Bull for Gloucestershire are our scorers. And James Healy will look after the scoreboards on the ground today. Scorecards are priced at £1.50, available from club reception. Details of yesterday's play. And if you haven't thought yet about what you might do at lunchtime as regards food, then it is advisable to book Grace Dining if that's what you'd like today. The two options for you for lunch are lemon and herb pork steaks with cream potato and seasonal vegetables, or a corn and vegetable bolognese. The pork steaks £16.50, the bolognese £15.95. That's on the first floor of the pavilion, and you can head there to book your place if you wish to do so. Obviously the Thatcher's Bar and the Legends Bar both open throughout the day for alternative refreshments, and there's also the burger unit and the donut and coffee unit available on the Kennington Avenue side of the ground, along with powders, ices as ever. If you are with us today and you're not a Gloucestershire member, this obviously is a good time of year to consider becoming a member, with all the cricket still ahead of us. Membership packages start from as little as £29 for an associate member, through to T20 White Ball, which is T20 and One Day Cup, full membership, and Premier Club at the top of the membership options for Gloucestershire supporters. If you'd like to discuss any of those, James Rendell is in the club office today. You can head to reception and discuss those with him. But I say from £29 for associate membership all the way up to Premier Club and various options in between. Those are the membership packages available if you want to watch your cricket as economically as possible through the 2025 season. Also, just a second mention for the charity raffle, which is taking place in front of the Thatcher's Cafe today. It's raising funds for the Southmead Charity Hospital, and it's being run by James Bracey's partner Tally Morgan, who's also running the London Marathon in support of Southmead at the end of the month. All the proceeds go to supporting the essential services at the hospital, so if you can show your support, I'm sure Tally will be very grateful. The tickets are from as little as £1, so your chance to win prizes amongst them: a signed Gloucestershire shirt, a refreshing pack of Thatcher's cider, a £50 voucher for a local pub, and many more as well. So you're supporting a good cause, just £1 a ticket, and thanks for your generosity in advance. So enjoy the rest of the day and support Tally in her efforts to raise money for the Southmead Hospital charity. This is the second day of our Rothesay County Championship match against our friends from Glamorgan. Good morning to our umpires, Naeem Ashraf and Paul Baldwin. In the field at the start of this second day, the Glamorgan side led by their captain, number 16, Sam Northeast. And resuming for Gloucestershire, the overnight pair of number 88, Miles Hammond, and number 36, Matt Taylor.
Very good morning to you. Welcome to day two. It is Gloucestershire taking on Glamorgan at the Seat Unique Stadium in Bristol. County Championship Division 2 action. We've got another gorgeous morning. I think it's due to cloud over a little bit, unlike yesterday, but for now we've still got pretty much unbroken sunshine as we've had through the match so far. In fact, oh dear, I'm even looking at the forecast now, and there's a chance of a shower a bit later on, so let's hope that doesn't happen. Gloucestershire 368 for 3 after a dominant day with the bat yesterday. They were inserted by Glamorgan captain Sam Northeast, although, as Ollie Price mentioned in his close of play interview, Gloucestershire also would have stuck Glamorgan in if they'd won the toss. But as far as Gloucestershire are concerned, at 368 for 3, it's a pretty good toss to lose. Tim van der Huchten will bowl the first over of the morning when umpire Paul Baldwin has noticed that the bails aren't on at the stumps at the non-strikers end. So now they've been put on, we're ready to resume. Van der Huchten in round the wicket bowling to Hammond, who's on 37, and the ball's turned up to mid-on. There's no run. Ed Seaborn and Nick Webb with you on the BBC Sport website and the app.
Morning.
Morning, Nick.
Chroeso i'r ail diwrnod. Welcome to second day. There we are. Over eights, not great.
No. Oh, now it is saying the full
horror
of -5, and goodness knows Gloucestershire know about that. Van der Huchten runs in and bowls to Hammond, who's well down the pitch to play this one towards mid-on, and Byram fields. So that's, of course, a deep concern for Glamorgan, given the fact that there is the chance, and at this point it's probably what Gloucestershire are hoping for, that this is the only time that Glamorgan will get to bowl at Gloucestershire. So they've got to correct that -5 this innings at some point. But for now, I suppose they're still looking for early wickets to try and somehow claw their way back into this game. Hammond is almost halfway to Van der Huchten as he defends that one into the covers. There's no run.
There was universal criticism, I think it's fair to say, on social media of the Glamorgan decision to bowl first. In mitigation, I don't know, 3 wickets after that is pretty poor. Ollie Price, as Ed said, would have said Gloucestershire would probably have done the same, and only 2 sides out of 9 chose to bat first yesterday.
2 slips and a very wide gully, and it's gone, almost fine of that gully, but there's a really good stop. Quick reactions down in that gully reach. Is that Carlson there?
It may well be. It's quite often Callaway, but he's at cover, so yeah, Carlson with Ingram and Northeast in the slips.
Hammond played it down into the ground, so it was perfectly safe. He almost managed to nudge it between second slip and, as I say, he's almost a short backward point as much as a gully. Van der Huchten is in, and Hammond again is forward defending. So if Gloucestershire are aiming for this maximum batting point target of 450, they are, well, in fact, they're now going to have to score over a run a ball, given that we've had 5 dots to start with. And I don't know. Maybe Matt Taylor, as the night watchman, will have a swing and try and accelerate things. Maybe Hammond will just give himself a couple of overs to have a look, but even just from the first 5 deliveries, you're not really getting a great sense that Gloucestershire are massively pushing for this 450. Hammond will take the first runs of the morning, and not the most convincing of drives that ends up between mid-on and mid-wicket, chased back to the boundary by Byram, but 2 runs are taken. So Hammond is on to 39, Gloucestershire 370 for 3, so 13 overs to score 80 runs if they want that 5th batting point. The 3rd is already secured, and the 4th requires just 30 runs in 13 overs, so that should be a formality. Still with James Bracey, Graham van Buren, Chris Dent, Tom Price, Zaman Akhtar and Ajit Singh Dale, so there is plenty of batting still left for Gloucestershire. And I got the feeling from the Ollie Price interview that Gloucestershire are thinking about batting for quite a long time today. They're seeing the best chance probably of getting Glamorgan wickets is actually by forcing them to be in the field for that long a period of time.
Yeah, I think round about the tea interval, would probably be the Gloucestershire hope if they can bat that long, which point they would be probably more than 600 as Fernando bowls, and the first ball is glanced away by Taylor, down to fine leg for the single. Few of the more broadcastable comments on social media. On X, Edward Cooper replying to the interview, different game to the one I witnessed, lucky they didn't have the extras on the scoreboard. Adrian Snellgrove, it's already been a long season. Gareth Merritt, already looking like a long summer. Should be batting anyway, says Nick Fires after winning the toss. As Fernando is in and bowls, and Hammond is forward defensively, playing it out to mid-wicket. JCVP says twice now for Glamorgan, bowling struggles. Is their bowling attack lacking or just good batting conditions? Andrew Culshaw says bit of both. I reckon Gorvin needed today. Need a great bowling spell from someone this morning to get us back in the game. Indeed. You can't argue with some of those comments. As I say, the decision to bowl first looked awful in hindsight, but many captains did. Fernando bowls, Hammond drives slightly uppishly, ball goes bouncing up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, and as we said yesterday, almost every captain decides to bowl first at Bristol, because the general theory, and it's borne out by the cricket that you see here on a regular basis, is that there will be the most pace in the pitch on day one. So that's when you're most likely to bowl a side out. Turned out very much the other way.
As Fernando steams in, bowls, beautifully driven by Hammond through the covers. A lovely punch of a shot through cover point, races away for four to the car park side of the ground, away to our left. Hammond moves on to 43, the total to 375 for three. And he'd like that one on his highlights reel of the day, no doubt.
Yeah, he played some really beautiful shots through the covers, especially last night, albeit in a 37 that possibly would not have made many of the reports of the day, given that Bancroft and Price's hundreds understandably would have been the main story.
As Hammond is hit on the pad, Fernando appeals, dies away quickly. Yes, he was in about the 12th or 14th par miles, Hammond, of my report on the BBC Sport website. Not much going for that appeal.
No, and once again, that can be added to the fairly lengthy list of appeals where, despite the fact that the ball isn't carrying through to the keeper particularly, the ball was actually going over the top.
Here goes Fernando again, charging in from the Ashley Down Road end. Bowls, and that's clipped through mid-wicket for four more. Ned Leonard jogs after it towards the Marker Lane stand at wide mid-on. And that's not the greatest of opening overs from Fernando. Well batted Miles Hammond. He's dismissed him for a couple of boundaries there. 379 for three, Gloucestershire.
Yeah, I must say, I don't think he had the greatest of luck, Fernando, particularly bowling to Bancroft. He beat him quite a few times, but at the same time, I think he was guilty of perhaps bowling a little too much in terms of pretty away swingers that just didn't really ask enough consistent questions yesterday, as Van der Guchten bowls to Taylor, who's defending away. He also had a little bit of no-ball trouble himself, but most of that, I say most of that early on, but of course that's when you really don't want it to happen, because the first new ball was not quite wasted, but it didn't have the potency it should have done, because the scoreboard was just consistently moving for Gloucestershire with the no balls, even if they weren't scoring. Van der Hugten runs in now to Taylor, who jams down on that late and into the floor, and there is no run. But 20 overs, no maidens, 0 for 100 for Fernando. It doesn't make for pleasant reading, and you know, I don't know if he bowled quite as badly as that, but when that's one of the leaders of the Glamorgan attack, as Van der Hugten bowls now, and Taylor drives, no, he doesn't beat point. It's stopped well down to his right by Kellaway.
Well, Glamorgan had this last week the other way around, where Fernando was bowling well, 4 for 71 against Gloucestershire, and Van der Hugten was going for 5 and over. This week, Van der Hugten is tight, albeit wicketless, and Fernando is being hit round and bowling as a unit. It's a cliche, but it's an absolute one.
3 slips, Van der Hugten bowls to Taylor, does bounce a bit and gets through to Chris Cook quite nicely as it's let go. But yeah, you can't, no attack really can afford to have one of their 2 senior opening bowlers not firing, and that's just a recipe for a tough day in the field, tough bowling effort.
Down in the dirt, as Ollie Price said.
And really the pick of the bowlers yesterday was Zainul Hassan, as this is edged and caught at 3rd slip. So Van der Hugten does have his first wicket, and Matt Taylor's night watchman effort, which saw out 9 deliveries last night, has ended pretty quickly this morning. He scored a single down to fine leg, but that was it. A fairly thick edge and caught lowish down by Carlson, but it carried actually fairly comfortably, which I suppose whilst he's walking off, Matt Taylor thinking he would have liked to have had a bit of fun this morning, he's probably thinking, well, okay, at least that carried.
Indeed, in a way, that won't bother Gloucestershire too much, because, as you mentioned earlier on, they do have considerable resources in the middle order still to come. Bracey, Van Buren and Price. And Dent, of course.
Lurking in the middle order
who
as
I'd
well.
sort of put at the top of my order, but I heard him mutter semi-jokingly to a supporter, it could be at number 8.
Yeah.
With the night watchman.
If he's ever batted at number 8. Even when he first came on the scene, I shouldn't think he's ever done that. Unless there were a time when, maybe due to substitution or something, he had to come in down the order, but I certainly couldn't think of a time when he would have come in down there. Anyway, I'm sure somebody has the answer to that somewhere, but I don't. James Bracey is out in the middle, so 2 left-handers as Van der Hugten bowls round the wicket to Bracey, who turns this one towards forward square leg. There's a sprawling save there by Ul Hassan, and that is a wicket maiden for Van der Hugten, so he's certainly got the ability because of how tight he kept it, even though I think it's fair to say he's looked more threatening in spells against Gloucestershire in particular. But if you are only conceding runs at about 2.5 and over, if you don't take wickets one day, come back the next and take 2 or 3, your figures are looking pretty solid by the end of things. 379 for 4 at the end of that over.
Quite so. Should also help the other guys if the scoring rate has pressure on it at one end. Not able really to bowl as pairs yesterday, Glamorgan, to have 2 guys bowling tight at the same time, as Fernando is in and bowls to Hammond, who plays that gently on the leg side. Carlson races in from short mid-wicket, and there's no run, just the, well, is that a slip and a gully or a first and a fourth slip? Northeast is in between the two really, 4th slip stroke gully, as Hammond wanders down for a little bit of gardening. 3-7-9 for 4 here on BBC Sport Online. As Fernando races towards us and bowls, and Hammond drives into the offside. There's a big chase for Al Hassan. He should make it, does make it, and they're through comfortably for 2. 381 for 4. Remember, if you want to contact us via the medium of X, then he is Ed Cricket 6 and I'm Nick Webb 2017, which is also what I am on Blue Sky and on gmail.com. Should you wish to email me, supporters of either team are welcome to do so. As on his way in again is Fernando, bowling to Hammond, who cuts hard and will get a run down to deep point that brings up his half century of 62 deliveries and including 8 boundaries, and no-nonsense 50 for Miles Hammond.
And he's done pretty well, given the fact that we mentioned how long yesterday he'd been sitting there with his pads on. It's not always the easiest to come in and follow a lengthy partnership such as he did. He was sitting there for, what, 66.5 overs waiting for Bancroft or Price to be dismissed. But actually he came in and looked really quite fluent from the start yesterday evening. And yes, okay, he was against a tiring attack, etc. But as I say, sometimes you just see it. It's not that easy to do.
Fernando round the wickets, bowls to Bracey, who defends out on the offside. Bracey, who got one of his 2 double centuries last season against Glamorgan in the Cheltenham drama, where he also claimed 10 dismissals in the match.
Yes, a joint record, as was then, that, as it turned out, didn't stand for very long, because he went and broke it only 3 matches later by claiming 11 dismissals at Lord's against Middlesex, including 7 in the first innings.
Wow. Fernando in to bowl, driven by Bracey. Byram juggled with that one as it bounced up at cover, but managed to parry it. Morgan record still 9, I believe, off the top of my head, held by several people, including the current incumbent. That's wicket-keeping dismissals in a match. Bit of hazy high cloud, still bright and pleasant viewing conditions, but not the same as yesterday, as Bracey is forward, prodding halfway between attack and defence. In the end, produces neither. And it's through to Chris Cook with a few oohs and ahs. 3 runs off the Fernando over as Hammond brought up his half century. And Bracey was driving without due care and attention there. That's 3 points on your licence.
Yes, well, I suppose that shot shows you a little bit of the quandary that Bracey must be in, because the 450 isn't quite completely gone, but you have to really go some to get that now. So he's clearly gone out looking to be positive. Van der Huchten round the wicket now to Hammond, who's got a thick, controlled, I think, edge on that. They'll only get a single for it, though, because the offside boundary is short, although the throw gets away. It's well backed up by the fielder coming across from mid-on. But, you know, that would have been 2 most of the time, even on this ground. But a fielder running around from what was that deep point, or even deep cover, a long way round, and only getting a single. 383 for 4 brings Bracey on strike, who's forward playing defensively to mid-on. But yeah, it shows, particularly on that side, it's going to be a lot of 1s and 4s, as we saw yesterday. We saw 1-3, I think, in the day, and oddly enough, that was actually to the shorter side. But it's such a quick outfield that most of the time it beats the infield, even on the longer side. There's a lot of square for it to travel across square of the wicket. Got a shorter boundary towards the flats. It's been brought in towards the pavilion as well. Van der Hugten bowls and left by Bracey. A bit of movement there, but again, a lot of it was after it passed the batter, but still just something for Van der Hugten. But yeah, I think realistically the 450 has gone, and Bracey would probably do well now just to rein those sorts of drives that we had in the previous over in, and just set himself, because there's still a good length of time that Bracey could bat here. Van der Hugten in and bowls. Again, Bracey watches that one go by and spend the sort of time at the crease that Ollie Price has had, Miles Hammond is having. Ben Charlesworth out for 19, but he's already spent plenty of time in the middle with his 100 at Derby and of course in the pre-season as well. Bracey made a 48 in the first innings at Derby, looked pretty fluent until he drove at one and was dismissed. But you know, there's good time to be spent here as Bracey drives without a massive amount of force behind it, and it goes up to mid-off, where it's been desperately polished by Leonard, who's still perhaps hoping he might be able to extract something out of this ball. It's not done nothing this morning. It's still, I suppose, relatively new. It's not been totally dead out there. Van der Hugten bowls now, and once more Bracey with a bit of a step towards the ball and then a decision that he can leave that alone. So just the one from the over. Bracey still yet to get off the mark. Hammond has 51, and Gloucestershire just after the loss of the night watchman Matt Taylor for 2, just looking to regather a little bit.
Yes, the Gloucestershire Cricket social media account promising us a fun first session as we chase 450. So there we are, that's us told. Fernando from the far end, running towards us from the flats. And a little chat with Shah Bashir, offering a thought or two. And Fernando started so promisingly in Cardiff, yet to get in the wickets here as he's in bowls, and Hammond plays that defensively on the onside, taking one hand off the bat. Morgan at Lord's next week, so they want a bowling attack firing for that one after the 600s duel early last season. Andy Gorvin is again carting drinks around the outfield today, having been hitting catches in the warm-up. 2 others who are in the 11. As Fernando in bowls and Hammond goes to hook. I'm not sure whether he actually finished the shot there.
No, I think he realised it was quite a long way down in the end and pulled out of it. He wound up.
He got in position,
then just
had the back lift, and then
I think he sort of went halfway through with it.
Quite follow through with it, and the danger of maybe getting a glove down the leg side. Never a nice way to go. As Fernando on his way in again, bowls, and short delivery that Hammond ducks underneath. Umpire Ashraf fiddles with the bails. Can't have been touched by Fernando, otherwise it would have been a no ball, and we've had plenty of those. 18 on day one. Had a few comments saying 36 no balls. Well, at professional level it is 2 runs for each no ball, so it's bad, but it's not that bad. As Fernando steaming it round the wicket. Bowls, and Hammond slightly squared up. Plays it out on the off side. Byram Fields It's been a tidier start by Glamorgan's bowlers generally. Hammond took a couple of fours in and over off Fernando, but not the flying start that the Shire managed yesterday morning when they were 62 in the 14th over when Bancroft went and Charlesworth went. Bancroft didn't go until much later in the day. As Hammond drives nicely into the offside, Al Hassan is doing duty there at deep point. It's just a single taken. And yeah, Glamorgan deciding that they need a sweeper on the offside towards the boundary for the new man as well, James Bracey, who's faced 9 deliveries yet to get underway.
Oh, they are bringing that fielder up.
Oh.
I thought it might be a little much to allow Bracey just an easy single to get off the mark.
Fernando in bowls and Bracey fishes at that one and is beaten with a nice bit of bounce. 384 for 4. Why couldn't Glamorgan have bowled like this yesterday morning?
I suppose that's what they might even be asking themselves. And again, as you say, there was bounce there. Okay, it's not devastating, lethal bounce, because, you know, then we would have had to have had an abandonment. But
oh, don't mention the abandonment.
But,
don't mention it. Don't mention the war.
Yes, exactly.
Major.
But in any case, it's enough, potentially. Van der Hugten into Hammond. Oh, he's struck on the glove there as that goes down and well in front of Cook behind the stumps. But again, this is at least 3 or 4 deliveries that we've seen now that have done this. And that actually was quicker bounce. And you know, goodness me, we can't have people getting struck on the glove here at Bristol, because that would just be devastating. But in any case, that was quicker bounce, I think, even than the previous couple that just popped up. This is a fuller delivery this time. Tried to squeeze it underneath the bat of Hammond, perhaps, but Hammond turns it wide of mid-on and can get off strike. Moves to 53.
Does seem to be a little extra spring in the step of Van der Hugten this morning.
And this is why you just hesitated a bit with how relatively little the second new ball seemed to be carrying yesterday evening. How much of that is due to a tired, demoralised attack, and how much of that is just because the pitch has lost some life later on in the day after a sunny day, as Bracey's forward defending still not off the globe. But yeah, this morning maybe, I mean, there is a little bit more cloud cover, still some streaks of blue, but it's hazy sunshine rather than full-on sunshine for the most part. Whether that makes a difference, whether it is just a bit of early morning moisture, don't know. But as Van der Hugten bowls, there's a thick outer part of the bat from Bracey to send it to backward point for no run. Either way, it's certainly been a lot better, and more have carried through behind the stumps, and there's been some movement for both opening bowlers with, it's a newish ball, but not a brand new one. So, again, until Gloucestershire lose wickets in a bundle, they'd be quite happy to see what they've seen so far this morning, I think, albeit Bracey's in a bit of a battle here. Van der Hugten bowls to him and again lets it go. He came a long way across there. It was almost as though he was tempting Van der Hugten into having a go at his pads, but he's been patient. It's Van der Hugten. You mentioned the no balls, and I have to bring this up as much to bring back memories for Gloucestershire supporters as much as anything else. Ned Leonard, unfortunately, has bowled more no balls in that spell yesterday than Shannon Gabriel did in a rather infamous spell in 2019. when Gloucestershire were pushing for promotion as Van der Guchten bowls, and this is played defensively back towards the bowler, but it'll be picked up by Bashir running in from cover. Just the one from that over, 385 for 4. Was that game in the penultimate round, I think, in 2019, he says. Double checking, no, anti-penultimate round. Of course, there was the away game at New Road. But still, late season, Gloucestershire had had the Cheltenham Festival where they'd won both games in dramatic style, and of course that was the year when 3 went up because they moved to the 10 and 8, or were going to until COVID. But that loss to Sussex appeared to derail potentially Gloucestershire's promotion chances.
Fernando starting a new over, bowls, and Hammond drives into the covers, well intercepted by a tumbling Byram, and there is no run. If you're in the Newport area and you fancy watching a bit of live cricket today, there is a match between Wales National County side and Cardiff UCCE, the university's side. Must be said that there is a huge degree of crossover between Glamorgan seconds, Wales National Counties, and the Cardiff students. There are probably quite a few people who play for all three in the course of a summer. As Fernando bowls, and Hammond forced to jab that one away. Came down on it late, played it to Carlson at mid-wicket. The Wales side, 41 for naught after 7, and they include players on the Glamorgan staff. Will Smale and Callum Nichols, the two openers. Callum Nichols a rookie contract. Henry Hurl, who's captaining them and keeping wicket. And Ben Morris, the young Glamorgan seamer. As Fernando's on his way in again. Bowls, and Hammond drives nicely into the offside, but we'll just pick up the single down to Zainul Hassan at deep point. 386 for 4. And the Wales side also including the former Northants spinner Alex Russell, who's wasn't retained by Northants last season, born in Newport, and did quite well in some first-class cricket in Zimbabwe. So it'll be interesting to see if Alex Russell can fight his way back into a first-class career.
Yeah, he had some time with Gloucestershire's second 11, I think, for a while as well. But Northamptonshire were the ones that ended up signing him on a pro deal.
As in comes Fernando, and Bracey plays that one to mid-wicket. No run. Yes, if Glamorgan didn't already have Mason Crane on the staff, Russell might stand a decent chance of, getting into the fringes of the Glamorgan squad. But having two leg spinners on the staff might seem a little extravagant. But Crane's playing in the hundreds, so maybe there'll be an opportunity for Russell at some point.
Oh, why not? McGill and Warne. It's worked before.
Fernando in bowls. Bracey plays that one watchfully back to the bowler. Also in the Wales side is a young spinner called Romano Franco from North Wales, of whom I hear good reports. Could be one to watch for a couple of years' time.
Please make it, because I cannot wait to say that name repeatedly.
Good North Walian name. 386 for 4. Fernando bowls, and Bracey runs it down to third man for 4 runs to get off the mark on his 17th delivery, to applause from the home faithful.
Yeah, it's not been the easiest start for Bracey, but then it wasn't for most, and I was asking out of interest, and to my surprise I was actually met with an answer about Ollie Price's innings yesterday. I just thought it was quite interesting to break it down. So he scored more than half his runs against spin, but certainly didn't face anywhere near half the number of deliveries that he faced off the spinners. So he scored 40 out of his 101 off Shoaib Bashir and faced 57 balls off Bashir. Short ball from Van der Houten, that does balloon somewhat through to the wicket-keeper. Going for the surprise bumper off the first ball to Hammond, with two fielders back on the leg side, and even if the ball does balloon through, sometimes that can lead to a wicket, so worth a try. But yeah, 40 off 57 balls off Bashir, and so 61 off 160 something. As Van der Houten bowls, he's bowled him! He's bowled him. Van der Houten's got a second. It's gone right through Hammond, who was well forward looking to play the ball straight, but it's crept through the gate. Middle stump has been pegged back, and Tim Van der Houten strikes again. So two pretty quick wickets for Glamorgan. And, well, in fact, in some ways, it's three pretty quick wickets, because Bancroft was dismissed with a score on 366 last night. And it's a good half-century from Hammond. He would have been feeling pretty good until that point, because he'd not been too troubled. But Van der Houten gets one to just come back in from around the wicket, and Hammond departs for 54. Gloucestershire 390 for 5. Coming out at number 7 is Graham van Buren, which no doubt means that Dent will indeed be coming in at number 8, unless Tom Price decides that he fancies coming in ahead of him, but I shouldn't think so. But Van Buren walks out, and, well, it's not exactly a position of weakness, 390 for 5, but it's looking further away, the possibility of Gloucestershire just being able to bat on and on and on for as long as they like.
Yeah, well, Glamorgan will want to have a say in things. Obviously, the fewer Gloucestershire score, the fewer Glamorgan have to score to avoid the follow-on. And I think I think Gloucestershire probably have to enforce the follow-on to win this game. I can't see them batting twice and having enough time to declare and bowl Glamorgan out in a second innings. Glamorgan will want to take things more into their own hands.
Van der Houten to Van Buren, and unlike James Bracey, he will get off the mark swiftly. First ball, tucking it down to fine leg for a single, 391 for 5. So a second bowling point is very possible for Glamorgan. They've got 5.5 overs left to take the 6th Gloucestershire wicket.
And then I suspect we'll see quite a bit of spin, because they've got to get rid of that horrible over rate.
And it, it won't have been helped this morning either, with Fernando and Van der Houten bowling non-stop. Van der Houten bowls and draws Bracey into the shot. He's almost overbalancing forwards and across as he plays that shot. What's happening out here?
It looks a different game to yesterday morning, doesn't it? All right, we had the night watchman in, but Van der Houten certainly is looks as though he's bowling with a bit of an extra spring in his step and an extra yard of pace.
Again, 2 for 52 and getting better, the figures. In now bowls to Bracey, plays that one pretty late. He ends up jamming it towards point, but the bat came down at the last moment there. He'd been so much in the mode, I think, of Van der Houten bowling on about 5th stump to him, that maybe he was caught a little bit on the hop by the ball that was targeting the stumps. Just about came down on it, but Van der Houten's figures this morning especially, I don't think it's because he conceded a boundary, I don't remember one. Last ball of the over, he bowls and Bracey comes forward and gets the middle of the bat on that this time as he defends it towards the mid-off fielder. We're taking another look at that ball from Van der Hoogten. Yeah, it's just done enough back through the gate, and Hammond stares back at the stumps. He would have heard it, but it was almost as though he just felt, okay, I'd better just check that was what I thought it was.
You missed a straight one, mate. Unfortunately for him, fortunately for Van der Hoogten. Good morning to Bobby Tugnut, who says he is listening to our commentary while whizzing through sunny France. Enjoying it. Bonjour. I hope the sun is shining on you.
I miss the days of long wave radio driving through France, and then you just get to the point where it can't reach anymore.
As the first ball of the new Fernando over is driven by Van Buren into wide mid-on, and he'll go through for a single. Yes, I remember listening to a gripping Sunday League match on the quayside at Calais while waiting for a ferry home in the days when people travelled. Well, ferries still exist, I presume, but not as prominent as they used to be with Eurostar and the Eurotunnel. Fernando to Bracey. Still 3 slips as Bracey works that one nicely through square leg, and that'll race away on that shorter side of the ground towards the mound stand. Nicely timed, using the pace on the ball. And Fernando, I'm afraid, is not finding life to his liking any more this morning than he was yesterday, so maybe time to give others a whirl. Leonard and Ul-Hassan, the 2 other seam options, and then the spin of Bashir Callaway and Carlson, whom we haven't seen in this match. Fernando in bowl short, pulled away by Bracey, but there is now a deep square leg, so it's just a single ball, not travelling that quickly towards young Callaway. Brings the right-handed Van Buren on strike. 3-9-7 for 5, just 3 runs away from the 4th batting point, but still a bit of work to do if the Shire are to pursue.
Now that would indeed
that would be a T20
fun
rehearsal, wouldn't it, if they go for chasing 10 and over, 12 and over. Fernando bowls, and Van Buren dead bats it. Out on the offside, the ball trickles no more than half a dozen metres, as if to say, batting points, who needs them? We want to win the match.
Yeah, I think, if the bowling had been on the friendlier side, if Van der Hoogten hadn't bowled the spell that he has this morning, then maybe they might have had a go, but I think it would only have been if Glamorgan had really handed them a flying start, and Van der Hoogten ensured that didn't happen.
Fernando into Van Buren, who hooks straight to mid-wicket, pull rather than hook, I suppose, in the end. I was looking for that one soaring over the umpire somewhere from the look of the shot.
It sounded quite good off his bat, didn't it? And then all of a sudden it had gone towards mid-wicket rather than square leg. I thought he'd got hold of it.
Maybe
it looked quite good as well.
Maybe somewhere off the bottom of the bat, but in the end, a fairly regulation bit of fielding for Eddie Byram. As Fernando bowls, and Van Buren shoulders arms to a delivery wide outside off stump that does not require his attention. 397 for 5. 4 overs left in which to gain bonus points for the 2 sides. So Gloucestershire will get their 4th. Glamorgan need 1 wicket to get their 2nd. And then they need to turn their attention to the over rate, I would suggest.
Yeah, and I suppose that's also... Well, Gloucestershire might be quite grateful of that, actually, given the fact that they're under huge pressure, but I'm sure they'd like a partnership just to re-establish their firm grip. As Van der Hoogten bowls and once again beats Bracey. I mean, that's a really good line and length. And I think, you know, it's easy to say, well, it was missing off stump, so Bracey didn't have to play at it. But he's just seen Miles Hammond bowled by a ball that's just nipped back. And if that one had been the nip backer from Van der Hoogten, then I think he would certainly have had to play at it. Unfortunately for him, it was the ball that went away off the seam rather than towards him, but didn't take the edge. 3 slips go down. Van der Hoogten bowls to Bracey, who plays that one like a, well, sort of like it spat up at him. Sort of a, I don't know, it's like a rattlesnake poised to strike, but it's played down into the gully area for no run.
That's rather tentative, wasn't it?
Yeah. Just, again, there has just been, and Van der Hoogten seems to have found it somehow this morning when it didn't seem to be there for nearly all of yesterday. But he's just found a spot that he can hit where he's just getting something sideways and up and down. Van der Hoogten runs in, Bracey across his crease and beaten again. So he's trying whatever he can do to put Van der Hoogten off bowling there, but when he's in rhythm, Van der Hoogten just doesn't miss those sorts of spots. And again, it's just on a good length, a little outside off stump, very similar to the sort of line that got Hammond out where it came back, and Bracey feels he's got to play at those deliveries in case that happens. But this is a real working over that Van der Hoogten's giving Bracey here. He's on 9. He bowls once again. There's bat on ball this time, but again, Bracey's sort of trying to move positively forward towards Van der Hoogten, and it still just, even before that, Van der Hoogten will see that that defensive shot hasn't come out of the middle either, and Bracey's probably just counting down the deliveries at the moment until he can get Van der Hoogten out of the attack, because he can't bowl all morning. He's in his 6th over now.
6th a day, one more probably.
Yeah. Certainly bowling like this. Van der Hoogten in, tries a shorter delivery, and Bracey pulls this away. He's got it towards the gap between long leg and deep backward square. They didn't really think too much about a second run. And, well, I suppose he tried the bouncer as a surprise. I'm not sure that he needed to bother, because now he's got Bracey off strike. 398 for 5.
Elsewhere in Division 2, in the top of the table battle, brackets sick, Leicestershire 484 all out against Derbyshire. Logan van Beek, the Dutch all-rounder, was 82 not out. Tom Scriven, who's an all-rounder, was batting his 11 there for the Foxes.
As if they didn't bat deep enough most of the time. Chris Wright, etc.
He's gone though, he's injured.
Van der Hoogten bowls it short down the leg side. Bracey, Van Buren pulls it down to fine leg. It's not a clean piece of fielding by Fernando, but he's done enough. And it's 1 run. Gloucestershire tick up to 399 for 5. Van Buren keeps the strike on 3. Oh gosh.
Good morning. Yes. Good start by Glamorgan, isn't it? At Canterbury, the game is racing on. Kent 204 for 8, Middlesex 222 all out, so it looks as though it's going to be fairly even on first innings. At Old Trafford, Northants 389 for 6. Saif Zaib made 116.
I'm sure that'll improve the mood of the Lancashire supporters.
Indeed. Fernando in. Bowls to Van Buren, who drives but doesn't time it to mid-off. No Jimmy. Mr. Anderson missing the start of the season through injury.
I'm sure he'll be back in time to play Gloucestershire, though.
Yes. Glamorgan up at Old Trafford in the mid-season games, which means weather might be better than last time we were there for a 4-dayer. As Fernando bowls, and messy all round. Poor delivery from Fernando. Van Buren missed it and Chris Cook couldn't take it cleanly on the second bounce. Last time Glamorgan were in Old Trafford, which I think was in one of the spectatorless games during the COVID period, and it rained basically for 2 out of the 4 days anyway, so both sides scored 300 and we all went home. It was nice to watch Jimmy Anderson bowling anyway to Labuschagne. I think Anderson got him fairly cheaply on that occasion. Fernando in bowls. Van Buren fences it away on the offside for the single that will bring up the 400 and the 4th batting bonus point for the Shire. 400 for 5.
Yeah, it's not been easy going this morning, but they do get to the 400 mark that was always on the cards. But well, I don't know. Does it become about survival now for 2.5 overs to deny Glamorgan that second bowling point? I'm sure they won't be thinking too much about that. They just want to stay in anyway.
Fernando in to bowl to Bracey. There'll be runs of some sort here. It went down leg side. It was a poor delivery, and it's gone for 4. The slide by Leonard is in vain. And it was 4 byes signalled. I'm staring at the scoreboard to see a landmark. It's a poor delivery, and Chris Cook.
Oh, it's surely it's not. Are they applauding the 50 extras? That's what they're doing.
It is. It's the 50 for extras. Well,
brutal.
Well watched those members of the crowd.
It's not even on the board, but they know it.
Fernando is into bowl, and that's played on the offside by Bracey.
Oh, God.
Ironic applause makes note. 50 extras with 4 byes.
I mean, it's one thing to do it, but it's even more impressive when it wasn't up there. Goodness me.
Oh, dear. 36 of them in no balls. Fernando coming round the wicket, bowls Bracey, plays a defensive shot. No run. In Division 1, Durham 387 all out against Warwickshire. McKinney, the young opener, made 153 there. Matthew Potts batting down at 9 made 70. At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire 347 all out. Essex 5 for naught in reply. At the Oval, Hampshire going solidly, 74 for 1 in reply to Surrey's 253 all out. The champions not finding life entirely easy this season. As Van der Hoogten prepares to start a new over.
Van Buren in his sights, so he will have a 7th this morning. Van der Hoogten, he bowls. This is chopped away by Van Buren, and that will go to the boundary at deep backward point. One of the most conventional of shots in away from Van Buren. It was very close to him, but he still played it backward of square on the offside, elbows tight to him, and as we've seen throughout the match so far, just get the ball rolling on this outfield and the pace of it will do the rest. 408 for 5.
Sussex against Somerset. Sussex made 294 all out. Gloucestershire supporters will be interested to hear that Somerset are 117 for 7 in reply, with 4 wickets for Finn Hudson-Prentice. Though young Rue is doing his best to rescue the visitors there.
Van der Hoogten in, down leg side, it thumps into the pad of Van Buren, but it'll be a leg bye taken as the ball goes down to fine leg. 409 for 5.
And Headingley, Yorkshire totalled 456 all out this morning. Milan made 98, Lyth 67, Hill 63, Thompson at 9, 70.
He's always good value for a fantasy cricket team, especially because he scores his runs very quickly. Fantasy cricket tends to reward. Van der Hoogten will resume his battle with Bracey, but he'll overpitch and be on driven sumptuously for 4.
Yeah, it's been a good spell from Van der Hoogten, but he's just showing the fact that it's his 7th over. Quite often bowls in long spells, but just giving a couple of scoring opportunities early in this over. Yorkshire 4-5-6 all out, 3 wickets apiece for Duffy and Allison for Worcestershire, who are 17 for naught in reply.
So there have been some wickets and some movement in most of the games this morning. Van der Hoogten bowls and goes back to his line and length outside off stump, but Bracey does not think about having a go at that one. It's just the sort of shot, that on drive, that will settle you a little, and he's got the finish line in his sights now as far as Van der Hoogten's spell as well. I've been relieved to have seen the back of him. It won't be the last time, I suspect, and it's certainly not the first time that Bracey's been worked over by Van der Hoogten. I can remember the 50-over match, was it last year or the year before? There was a tussle along similar lines. He drives this time elegantly through cover, point and 4 more. And that was a shot of equal class and timing as that on drive. I know it was like the on drive. It's probably the most pleasing shot in the book, but that's pretty good too. Just a flowing drive, speeds away to the short boundary, but it doesn't matter how short the boundary is, that's going to any boundary. 417 for 5, so that's 3 boundaries in this over. They've gone for more in this over than he has in his spell previously, I'd have thought, Van der Hoogten. Here's the potentially last ball of it. It's worked into the leg side, wide of mid-on, and that will be another single as Al Hassan fields. So 14 off that over. It's come a fraction too late for the bonus point still, you would suggest, given that Gloucestershire require 32 runs off the 110th over.
Ooh. Toss them up, someone. And buy the second bowling point. There we are.
Well, looks like it's going to be Bashir to have the last 6 to try and get that 6th wicket.
Edward Cooper's been in touch, regular contributor. Want to mention for Cardiff Hockey against Richmond, 4:30, and that's absolutely slap bang next to Sophia Gardens at the Canolfan Cenedlaethol Hockey Nationals Hockey Centre, which is right behind the stand at Sophia Gardens.
I remember, sometimes you can hear the slap of hockey sticks as you go out to do an interview or something.
4:18 for 5, 110th over. Shoaib Bashir into the action, swept away by Bracey for 4 runs. Not the start that Shoaib Bashir wanted to his day's operations. He's now 1 for 71. The start of his 15th over. 4:22 for 5. 28 needed off 5 balls.
It's still on.
It's still on. They'll need to go for 6 though, most of them. Bashir bowls, big appeal for LBW. Not that big actually in the end, as Bracey swung. And now they need no balls to get to the 450.
Not going to be flippant. It looked as though Bashir made a motion to say he knew why that wasn't given. It doesn't look too bad a shout.
There's a bigger appeal for LBW. Bashir falls over in his excitement this time. But Bracey is given not out by umpire Naeem Ashraf.
So it looked like somebody slipping around on the deck of a ship in a storm there.
There's a lot of leg movement. He's got a lot of leg to move. Bashir bowls, turned on the leg side by Bracey, who eschews the sweep this time. 6'4", and most of it seems to be leg with Shoaib Bashir.
So I thought that first shout didn't. The second shout I thought looked as if it was going down, but the first one I thought was really good.
Bracey nails the sweep again down to Callaway at backward square, and will take the single.
Oh, we're going to have another look. We don't know whether he maybe just got a bit of glove on it, possibly. Doesn't look too bad.
Needs to straighten it a bit, doesn't he? To
he got some straightening.
Asher now stays round the wicket to the right hander. Van Buren takes a quick single. He's in trouble here, and that was a poor call, and it's cost Gloucestershire a wicket, and it's Nick Glamorgan a point with the 110th over, the final ball thereof. Push and run by Van Buren, and he's skewered his partner Bracey.
What a bizarre piece of cricket. He was very fortunate not to be involved in a run-out, Van Buren, in the first match at Derby. Bracey didn't dive, but it always looked as though he was going to be short anyway, but there wasn't really any hesitation in the running, but
it was quite tight. He might have dived and got in there, I suspect.
He might have got in there with the dive, yeah.
Callaway the fielder, Cook removing the bails, and 2 bowling bonus points. Thank you very much, Gloucestershire, for gifting Glamorgan the 6th wicket.
Extraordinary. Perhaps he was just being kind. And just absolutely no need whatsoever to go for that single anyway. You don't need quick singles, and they'd already taken 5 off that over. It'd been an expensive over previously as well. You don't need to be moving the scoreboard. I agree. You need to be moving the scoreboard along. So yes, just a giveaway of a wicket, and yes, we keep saying Gloucestershire are batting very deep here. You've got Chris Dent coming in at number 8, but they do still want to get over 500, and it is just fractionally opening a door here.
It's a different vibe to the game, isn't it? If Gloucestershire bowled out, if they'd gone till tea and got 600 for 7 or something, then Glamorgan really would have been in the dirt. But as it is, Glamorgan have some degree of agency in their own fate.
And you could say, well, perhaps it isn't the worst thing, the fact that the game is moving along, so you just never know. You might be regretting these wickets if Glamorgan bat for an eternity themselves, and all of a sudden it's Gloucestershire who are under pressure towards the end of the game. But equally, you might look at it and go, well, Gloucestershire actually needed these wickets to fall quickly in order to give themselves some more time. So you never know. But either way, they will still, saying for a while now, want a partnership. Ned Leonard is into the attack, replacing Tim van der Hoogten. He starts with a short wide one, which Van Buren has cut on the bounce to the fielder at cover, and looks thoroughly disgusted with himself, because he'll already have that thought in the back of his mind of, I've just completely barbecued my partner. But also that delivery, which Van Buren normally crashes to the boundary, it sent a deep backward point out onto the rope. There are 2 fielders deep on the leg side as Leonard bowls, and Van Buren pushes this one pleasantly, but for no run, to wide mid-off.
Yes, reminder of plenty of other sports coverage from BBC Wales and BBC Radio Bristol today. Starting with Radio Wales, a couple of early kick-offs. France v Wales Rugby Women, 12:45, radio and television coverage.
Goes Leonard, bowling now to Van Buren. Again, it's short and wide, and Van Buren cuts it with great ferocity, and the ball goes straight into the ground and back to the keeper. It's maximum of effort and minimum of output in the end, as that ball goes nowhere.
Yes, Wrexham are also in action with an early kick-off coverage on Radio Wales FM in the north of Wales.
Leonard runs in again. He's there and bowls, and Van Buren struck on the pad, but it's going a long way down the leg side. There is no fielder saving the single on the onside apart from mid-on, so it's a straightforward leg by to 4-2-4 for 6, and Chris Dent will face his first ball as a number 8 in first-class cricket, I think. Well, I don't
Get Adrian to go through the records here.
Yes. I mean, Tommy's going to be off early today, I suspect, off to the Memorial Stadium with Rovers in action against Exeter in a vital League One clash. I'm sure James Bracey will be having regular updates on that as well. Dent facing. Leonard over the wicket to him, edged and between second slip and gully and down to the boundary for 4. There you go, strike rate 400. But I think it would have been very low to a third slip. Might just have carried.
Yeah, squirted away, didn't it? Dent just a little bit hurried for pace there, which Leonard will be pleased with.
He did get a bit, yes, hurried and square onto it. The edge goes to safety, 428 for 6. Leonard runs in and bowls to Dent, who's forward and defending into the onside, and there's no run. So still something happening out there for the bowlers. And the cloud is only forecast to intensify. I can't say I've ever really thought of Bristol as they like to bang on about a don't look down, look up type place, but I suppose it is still the Duke's ball. Most of the time at Bristol you're looking down, but there we go.
Bashir from the Ashley Down Road end at 428 for 6. Hop and a skip into his work, and Van Buren defends dead bat on the offside. Bristol Rovers home to Exeter City. Bristol City up in the big smoke. QPR away. Yeovil Town home to Oldham. Coverage on the usual Radio Bristol, Radio Somerset frequencies, as that's worked away on the leg side by Van Buren for a single out to Ul Hassan at deep mid-wicket.
We'll have to get the lowdown on Yeovil from our man on the stream, Mr. Healy. He's looking very confident. No, he's not looking very confident.
That's on BBC Somerset DAB, if you can slip in an earpiece during the course of his work on the stream here. 4-2-9 for 6 as Bashir brings Ul Hassan galloping in from the boundary into a cover position for the left-handed Dent, and Bashir bowls and Dent pushes forward down to Ingram at backward point, and there's no run. Usual coverage of the South Wales sides on BBC Radio Wales various FM frequencies this afternoon, as this nicely driven by Dent back past Bashir. That might go all the way up the marker lane stand. No, it's hauled back just inside the ropes, and they'll settle for a couple of runs. 4-3-1 for 6. And as far as your evening entertainment is concerned, of sporting nature in Wales, as the Ospreys Lyon European Challenge Cup Rugby, which I believe is a 5:30 kick-off. Bashir bowls and forward comes Dent defensively. No run. I think that's also on S4C, but won't be late enough in time for me to keep an eye on that one, unfortunately. As Dent turns the next delivery from Bashir to short leg, 3 off the England spinners over in the second of his 3 scheduled games on loan. He has 1 for 75 off 16 at the moment. 4-3-1 for 6. Is the game just looking for a different pattern now? He had Gloucestershire in charge all of day one, basically. Partnerships of 62, 230 and 74 to start. But this morning, 3 wickets falling, 2 to Van der Hoogten and 1 run out.
63 for 3 this morning so far. Leonard looking to add to the 2 wickets that he claimed yesterday, got rid of Charlesworth, and then late on Cameron Bancroft. That one's just gone through really quite nicely to Chris Cook, wide outside the off stump. Little bit of away movement, but again it was the response off the pitch. Surely the pitch isn't getting quicker, is it? It almost looks as if it has.
Found word with the groundsman.
Maybe. Almost looks as if it has from what we've seen, particularly from the pavilion end so far. I think they've got it right to give Leonard the pavilion end this morning. Glamorgan. Van Buren drives, beats extra cover, and that will be 4 runs. It's a completely vain pursuit of Asitha Fernando towards the boundary as Van Buren times it well enough. Again, all you've got to do, I don't say again, all you've got to do, but they're just leaning into these shots, and that's enough, even to what is one of the longer boundaries towards wide mid-off, but it's still not a massive boundary out there. 435 for 6. Van Buren into double figures. He's on to 13. Leonard goes in now, he bowls, it's short and wide, and Van Buren cuts ferociously out to deep backward point, but it's only a single. 436 for 6. You can almost see those gleaming white teeth of Van Buren grit as he scythes away at one of those cut shots that he plays, but it's only a single. Certainly not one to be caught going half-heartedly at a cut or a pull, really, is Van Buren. It's always entertaining watching him play those back foot shots. Dent back on strike. Edged his first ball between second slip and gully. There's still that gap there. This time he just props forward quietly to defend.
Yeah, I mean, you can see why Glamorgan have taken the punt on Ned Leonard, but he's not hugely near the consistency that he needs for first-class cricket. You know, you can't bowl 4 decent balls and over. You need, 11 out of 12 really to be on target, don't you?
Leonard over the wicket to the left-handed Dent. Dent works this one, soft hands wide of mid-on, and trots through for a single. 7 to him, 437 for 6. And yeah, I mean, I suppose we were discussing, if you took out the, which of course you can't, took out the 26 runs that he's conceded in no balls, he had, I think, 2 for 67 in terms of runs. Well, I suppose the 2 wides as well in there, so maybe 2 for 65 in terms of non-extras. So if he'd taken those out, in the context of the day especially, there's another no ball. It's the first of the day for Leonard as Van Buren pushes this one up to mid-off. There's no run off the bat, but 2 more onto the total, 439 for 6. But in the context of a day of 368 for 3, if Leonard had come away with those figures of 2 for 60 odd, then he'd have done extremely well for himself. And he did prize out Bancroft after that 6-hour, 26-minute epic 163. Leonard bowls down the leg side. It's off pad again from Van Buren. Missed out on a chance to glance it away, but it's another extra, so that is 56 extras. 440 for 6. There we go. The end of over number 113, but yeah, I mean, Zainul Hassan, I said he was the most accurate bowler yesterday. Didn't pick up a wicket, but possibly you could say deserved one. He had one fairly convincing LBW shout turned down, but 2 for 60 odd would have been a good output for Leonard, and he had something at points where others didn't.
As the first ball of Bashir's over is played by Van Buren to Billy Root. First time we've noticed him on the field. One of the 2 other Glamorgan players in the squad. Knocked away on the leg side by Van Buren. No run. Andy Gorvin we saw briefly on the field yesterday, but mainly patrolling the perimeter with drinks. There's Bashir Bowles, played on the leg side by Van Buren. Now he's bowling here with a short fine leg, and there was a shortish backward square as well, but that's now changed to a leg slip as Colin Ingram trots closer. Bashir Bowles, Van Buren, no, nearly chops on. Inside edge on the pad, had to react quickly to make sure it wasn't spinning onto his stumps. Looking to give himself room and didn't quite manage it. 440 for 6. Bashir Bowles. Dent turns it away, past the shortish square leg, past the umpire, and down to Al Hassan on the boundary for a single. If Glamorgan were to manage to dismiss Gloucestershire for 500 or thereabouts, it would represent a reasonable fight back from Gloucestershire's position of complete dominance on day one. Bashir to Dent, who pushes forward suspiciously. Back to the bowler, just a single off the over, 441 for 6 are the Shire.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, especially in the context of 3 sessions with 3 wickets, one of those a wicketless session, to then, well, that would be probably a session of, say, 4 or 5 wickets and then another couple early in the afternoon perhaps, and that would represent a significant change of tone. I still think, just going back to finishing the point on Leonard yesterday, I felt he was probably the most likely, actually, bowler to dismiss Bancroft, in particular. As he bowls now to Van Buren, who stabs it into the offside. There is no run there, even though actually Dent had come down, hopefully looking for one more so than Van Buren, who's now grinning at him. So you're not going to get your own back on me. But yes, slightly jumpy running. The 2 former captains out there in the middle for Gloucestershire. Van Buren having relinquished the reins for this season as Leonard bowls to him, and this is just steered between the gully and cover into that sizable gap created by the deep backward point, and a single is added for 42 for 6.
Yes, Dent's 2 career bests in first class and limited overs, still against Glamorgan. Seemed to go through 2 or 3 years where he was permanently at the crease when Glamorgan were playing Gloucestershire.
It was a long epic at Cardiff, and another one here, as tucking him up there is Leonard Faroum, striking him around about the right upper thigh, deflects down into the onside for no run. Yeah, I think it was it 2018 or 17, somewhere around there. There was a earliest, was it?
The championship knock was 2015 here, 268, and the one-day knock was 151 in 2013.
He had one at Cardiff, and I can't remember which side of the Bristol one it was as well, another really long innings. Leonard bowls to him, and he props forward and defends into the offside. Still his last first-class 100 was against Glamorgan at Cheltenham couple of years ago, but hasn't actually played in too many games since then.
Was that the rain-ruined one?
Yes, it was. Well, it was I'm afraid the bore draw, really. Now it is 3 slips. as Leonard bowls to him, and this is guided towards point. There's no run.
It's the only match in 10 years on the circuit where play in an away match has been called off so early that I actually nipped home for the night after I think it was a deluge on the Saturday morning.
Yes, when you arrive at Cheltenham and you go up to the balcony and you just see everything covered in just pools of water. Just, yeah, not sticking around there for too long. There's a short ball and Dent swats it away through mid-wicket. He's not timed it to perfection, but it's more than good enough to take it over the boundary. And Dent is into double figures himself, onto 11. And the over is completed for 46 for 6. If Leonard is going to bowl short, he needs it to get up far higher than that.
Yeah, swatted away, muscled away by Dent through mid-wicket. And I wish I could mistime the ball that hard.
You certainly know about it if he timed it.
So,
which actually, he did just roll the wrists really nicely on it. He just had a good look from one of the off angles on the stream, and he really did just roll the wrists, jab at it, but in controlled fashion, and knew that would be enough to take it away.
Bashir starting a new over, and the cloudy skies now bowls to Van Buren, who's on the defensive. Into the third innings of the match at Canterbury. Middlesex led by 4 on first innings, and 8 for naught against Kent second time round. Bashir bowls. Van Buren stretches forward. Defends back to the spinner. Derbyshire have made a shocking start. 9 for 2 in reply to Leicester's 484. Bashir bowls, and Van Buren deflects it away on the leg side, but straight to Gorvin. Subfielder at backward square.
Yes, I wonder if Caleb Jewell fancies scoring at about 130 strike rate in that situation.
Bashir bowls, driven back to him by Van Buren. A tumbling stop, he's got a long way down to go. Yeah, David Lloyd's gone early to Van Beek, and Harry came dismissed without scoring. So Derbyshire in early trouble there. Morgan play them in about 3 weeks' time. Van Buren on the defensive, watchful. At Old Trafford, Lancashire against Northants. Northants 416 for 7. Here 444 for 6. Bashir bowls. Van Buren dabs it away rather suspiciously on the offside. Ball just rolls to Carlson, moving round from slip to gully. Carlson, with a smile on his face as usual, gives it a bit of a polish, grabs a helmet off someone and takes it up the other end. And Ned Leonard will continue, fingers crossed. He's at least sorted out his no ball problem from yesterday. Richard Dawson said he was going to have a chat with his bowlers. When I interviewed him, hadn't done so at that point. And incidentally, thank you to Richard Dawson for coming out and doing the interview after a difficult day's play, where each county puts someone up for interview each day, and was struggling who to ask for. And it's always welcome when the coach says, "Yeah, I'll take it."
Yeah, definitely to be admired. Chris Dent to face. Leonard will switch to around the wicket to have a go at the Gloucestershire left-hander. Running in now and bowling, and let go by Dent. I think that one did just actually bounce before it got through to Chris Cook, although maybe Leonard was just finding his rhythm from round the wicket. But again, it's going to be a theme to watch. It'll be interesting to see what the likes of Singh Dale and Akhtar, especially Gloucestershire's quicker bowlers, can extract when it's their turn to bowl. They might be batting before too long. Leonard bowls a flashing drive from Dent. It's speeding away and is well stopped down at a wide, almost actually backward point in the end. Bashir's run round a long way to stop that. I didn't think he was going to. As quickly as it was going, it was bounding away as well towards those T20 practice pitches, which haven't needed to be used yet. That's not an easy area to field once that competition's got underway. 447 for 6, Dent is on to 12. It's a shot of some proactivity from Dent, and Van Buren will squeeze this one away through the leg side, and that will be superbly fielded just before it crosses the boundary. Then Kellaway went into the boundary, but he's released the ball so quickly before the ball went over it, and managed to keep his body in the field of play in time as well. That was not, again, not at all time, but it's going across the square into a very short boundary. And you had your money on the ball winning that race. 2 more to Van Buren though, he's on to 18. Leonard in and bowls to him, and that will bring up the Gloucestershire 450 as Van Buren prods it away through the vacant point area. So 6.4 overs, too late for the 5th batting point at Gloucestershire, despite minor wobble this morning. Have got to that 450 mark. Started 368 for 3, lost Matt Taylor relatively early on in the piece. The night watchman caught it third slip by Carlson off Van der Hugten for 2. Leonard bowls to Dent, that's let go. Hammond the next to go. Really fine piece of bowling from Tim Van der Hugten, brought it back in through the gate from round the wicket. Hammond looking to be positive, but the ball just nipping back between bat and pad. He was out for 54, bowled, and then James Bracey run out Kellaway. Stroke Van Buren. I knew where I was going with that one. 450 for 6. Leonard into Dent, who strokes that one away beautifully through point for 4. That is one of the shots of the innings. And we've seen a few, but goodness me, that was timed.
It was, wasn't it? Beautifully timed, and you're getting full value for money for your shots on this fast outfield. And yeah, it wasn't apparently too much effort in the shot. It was all timing.
Just exquisite. I mean, we saw the drive from Bracey that was a flowing drive through that sort of area, but Dent put even less effort into that than Bracey. It wasn't a check drive. He still had a, you know, the most languid of follow-throughs, but that was a shot of pure elegance from Dent. He's on to 16, 454 for 6.
Shoaib Bashir.
16, excuse me, I think I said 15. Sorry.
Shoaib Bashir wheeling away from the Ashley Down Road end, and Van Buren plays his first ball up to long on and takes the single that was available. So they're trying to attempt to hit over the top. I'm not sure. Fernando comes in a little bit for the left-hander Dent. 455 for 6. Short leg and a slip in place, and a very short cover as Dent watches that one turn away from his off stump. Dent in the cricketers' who's who, which arrived through my postbox yesterday for some reason, slightly late. Rates his best performance as a pro, the 150 in Cardiff. And Dent shows that he's continuing to enjoy Glamorgan as he goes for a big straight hit, and that's half a dozen down the ground towards the flats. Dent, again, not seeming to put a huge amount of effort into that one for a straight 6, but really tucked into it, came down the wicket. And again, timing was beautiful as Glamorgan play Go Fetch. It's gone away behind the sight screen somewhere.
I think really ever since Chris Dent had his renaissance, or the sort of reinvention, actually, that's what I meant to say, as a T20 batter, which happened really during COVID. He had a prolific T20 year in the COVID year, which launched Gloucestershire towards finals day. Ever since then, he's just, even more so than he used to, he just has that ability to hit the spinners straight down the ground just effortlessly like that.
4-6-1 for 6. Bashir to Dent, who knocks that one through the leg side for a single. 4-6-2 for 6.
He really bought into the whole range hitting kind of philosophy, and sure, still batted patiently in the championship, but he discovered his real power with that.
Bashir into Van Buren, who drives towards mid-off. No run. Dent still says his favourite format is 4-day cricket. Describe yourself in 3 words: a big kid. 34 years old. He's fairly heavily bearded for a kid. As Van Buren stretches forward, defends back to the bowler. So these two getting going now. Dent 23 off 20 balls. Van Buren a more cautious 20 off 41, but just restoring the Shire's momentum after Glamorgan claimed wickets with the scores on 379, 390 and 423. The 6th wicket falling with the final ball of the 110th over to enable them to nick a second bowling point.
And it's escaping me now. It's been a while since I've thought of the name. I can't remember the name of the sort of range hitting coach that Chris Dent worked with. A lot of the England players worked with this coach as well. Short ball pulled, a crunching pull shot which has flashed away through mid-wicket for 4. And well, he certainly hit that one harder than the pull shot that went through mid-wicket off Leonard when he was bowling over the wicket. He's now been dispatched from round the wicket. 462 for 6. Yeah. No, 466 for 6. Scoreboard hasn't moved yet. There we go.
Leonard has not started today with the same vigour that he displayed yesterday, even though he's not overstepping.
Yeah, I'm not sure there's much mileage in bowling short to Dent. He tries fuller and wider this time, and it loops gently through to the keeper. So Dent at the moment is providing the sort of counter-attacking innings from lower down that that you know you'd probably expect a number 8 to play, but he's doing it from a rather different situation, and also just the type of innings that I'm not going to say Gloucestershire needed, but they would have wanted, just to make Glamorgan feel again that they are the side that are under the pressure here. Short and wide. Oh, he's nicked off. Dent's gone. It wasn't a pretty delivery, and it wasn't a pretty dismissal. He heaved at it somewhat and has got a little top edge through to Chris Cook behind the stump. So there's something for Leonard to cheer about, and Glamorgan have a 7th wicket. 466 for 7.
Yeah, just fencing that one. Well, it was fun while it lasted. The Chris Dent dismissal innings rather, going it better than a runner ball. Beautifully struck straight 6 off Bashir, and 4 4s in the process as well. It's a cameo, I think, is the correct word for that innings, as we see a replay on the video stream here, just trying to cut, and it was a little bit close to him for it. And a rather tame dismissal as Tom Price replaces him at the wicket for the Shire.
I suppose there's a chance for Tom Price to do something similar. He's spent a bit of time at the crease in the second innings at Derby, but he's got plenty of time here, actually. He doesn't have to go out there and, you know, look to thrash the ball at a runner ball, but So if he once he gets through the early part of his innings, Tom Price, he does tend to be somebody that likes to move things along anyway, but sometimes he'll give himself a fair bit of time to get in. We'll see what sort of plan he's got. There's a sort of almost slightly scary picture of Tom Price raising his fists at me as I looked across to my left. In comes Leonard and bowls a back of a length ball, which Price lets go. I didn't think I would ever be scared by Tom Price. He's far too friendly, but all of a sudden it's, oh gosh, it's back again.
It's a big grin towards the...
He's grinning, but all I could see were the two fists coming at me and then bared teeth.
Yes. It's not quite a, oi, you knocked my pint over, but...
Oh dear. Tom Price would offer to buy you at least one fresh one if he knocked your pint over. In comes Leonard and bowls, and Price is forward defending back at the surface. I don't think he'd knock it over in the first place, really.
It's something most professional sports people get to do these days, isn't it? Pre-season photo shoot and...
yes.
Probably against a green screen, and once they've done the folded arms serious and the slightly turned to one side, slightly turned to the other side, right? What are you, a batter or bowler, right? Get your ball out, get your bat out, whatever. Hold it up.
And it completes the over, bowling to Tom Price, and there's a bit of bounce there. He just about withdrew the bat from it, but there's another one of those ones that just lands on... full of a good length and just lifts a bit, and the end of the over. 466 for 7. So Gloucestershire have almost added 100 this morning, but have lost now 4 wickets in the morning session. Still 25 minutes to go.
Yes, it's a facility I wish I had as a someone who does the social media for his club. I don't have this range of pictures available to me. Lucky to have any pictures at all available to me sometimes, as that is played on the offside by Van Buren, and there is no run. It does get somewhat strenuous on a Saturday evening in the height of summer, and I have to write a Glamorgan report and then try and muscle together a couple of club updates as Van Buren defends to mid-wicket and there is no run, having of course not seen the games because I'm working and getting fairly sketchy and unreliable information about them. As forward comes Van Buren, playing to northeast at mid-wicket.
Is it people who've never had a shot miss the middle of their bat, or you know, even the swinging Yorker through the gate to bowling when it was a filthy ball wide off stump and dragged back onto the stumps.
Glamorgan post a leg slip in the form of Colin Ingram, as this is knocked away on the leg side by Van Buren out to mid-wicket, single taken. It should be a task for young journalists. Try and write a match report off a series of WhatsApp messages on the club group. Try and make it make sense. 467 for 7 as Price takes strike. He has a forward short leg and a leg slip and a slip. Oh, I love seeing close fielders for the spinner. 3 grouped around the bat, and Price takes advantage of their presence by playing it comfortably through the offside and hastening back for a second run to get him underway. 469 for 7. I think if I were Colin Ingram, I might be tempted to ask for a helmet there at leg slip, because he's there for the mishit sweep. Maybe. On the back foot, Price playing on the leg side. Northeast at mid-wicket fields. 3 from the over, 469 for 7 Gloucestershire here on BBC Sport Online. Also available via the BBC Sounds app, and our words carried on the county video streams as well. And reminder that you can get us via smart speakers if you say ask BBC Sounds to play Gloucestershire v Glamorgan Day 2, and tell us if it works. Nick Webb 2017 Ed's Cricket 6 on X, Nick Webb 2017 on Blue Sky, and it's my gmail.com address as well.
Leonard to Van Buren running away from us in the pavilion as Van Buren turns it into the onside and there's no run. He does like to bowl with that leg slip, does Bashir. I've noticed that a lot when he bowls for England, and so often you just feel if only you just target that off stump rather than bowling so straight, and very occasionally it's worked with a catch to leg slip, but don't know. I think if you're bowling directly for it, it works less often. Leonard bowls, and this is clipped off pad by Van Buren, but it'll go fine and fly to the boundary, so it's 473 for 7. Won't help the extras column, which is now up to 60. But I mean, again, he evened that one okay. It doesn't go to the bowler's figures, but
it's the bowler's fault, really, isn't it?
Yeah, and so often, you know, sometimes not, but so often leg byes are still the fault of bowlers for straying down there. Despite that, though, Glamorgan have decided to reinforce the cordon. There are 2 slips and a gully now, but fielders back at deep square at fine leg and deep backward point. Leonard into Van Buren, it's driven, beats extra cover, which will allow a single, but doesn't beat the tumble of Van der Guchten at wide mid-off, so they can take that single, but no more. 474 for 7.
Neil Thornycroft, Raglan correspondent. It's his first message of the season. Good afternoon, Neil. Have to hope that pitch conditions are the biggest factor from the Glamorgan point of view.
It's had a slightly different feel to it this morning, as we've been saying. Tom Price turns it into the leg side, straight to mid-wicket for no run.
Caden says, what a terrible start to the season. Do you think this game is anything other than a Gloucestershire win or draw? Well, I think Glamorgan would settle for a draw, privately anyway. On the record, they'd probably say, well, if we can score quickly and then put them under pressure, but not really happening. I think avoiding the follow-on is obviously the first target, while bowling Gloucestershire out, with some lower order power still available.
Leonard goes in now, bowls to Price, struck on the pad, looks pretty close, it's not out, says umpire Baldwin, and Leonard turns away and goes, oh.
Yeah,
something.
Initial impressions were that he was playing a bit across the line there.
Is it a bit high again?
It's a decent shout.
Yeah, well, again, of course he would. Tom Price is sort of rubbing the area of his right leg. And actually, you know, I think at that time he was actually just stretching out that right knee a little bit and readjusting the thigh pad. I think my impression was it was a bit too high, but anyway, I think it was going down. Last ball of the over, Leonard bowls to Price, and they seem to be quite happy to allow Tom Price the single. There's a rather melodramatic piece of fielding from the gully fielder, because there was no way they were taking more than one anyway. And Tom Price keeps the strike. He's got 3, Gloucestershire 475 for 7. I wonder what Glamorgan's over rate will be at lunch, because it started at -5. Yes, they've bowled Bashir for a fair bit, but the problem is you've got to make time up. It's not simply enough just to keep it going.
Indeed. How many overs have we had in the session? 25.
Here in an hour and 45.
I mean, some wickets have fallen but that's probably about level, I would have thought, if they bowl 5 before lunch, 3 from Bashir. This first ball of the over is played by Price all along the ground to mid-off, no run. They might pick up 1 if they're lucky, but I wouldn't have thought more than that. And really, they do need to go double spin as Price plays that one to short mid-wicket. Skipper Sam Northeast, who must take such matters into consideration, as having pinched a second bowling point, they wouldn't want to lose all of them. As Price defends on the leg side. Might say, of course, they're confident of having a second turn with the ball and a chance to make it up in the second innings.
But again, if you, I suppose, well, who knows, maybe they can do it, but you'd think they want to push for wickets.
As Bashir bowls, Price defends. This will help Glamorgan's cause. Thank you, Tom Price. Still, the short leg slip and slip almost encircle the batter. And a quicker ball from Bashir. Well defended off the back foot by Tom Price with a little hand of acknowledgement to the bowler. Yeah, it was a decent net. 4-7-5 for 7 with a quarter of an hour to go before luncheon on day 2. And again on the back foot, again Price defends and Bashir's whistled through a maiden in double quick time. 4-7-5 for 7.
I wonder what Tom Price will go to if Bashir keeps doing that. You'd think that the most obvious choice might be a sweep shot, because he's bowling quite full and Bashir may already know, if he hasn't seen it from the deliveries he's bowled at him, that Tom Price does like to play the spinners off the back foot, even if the ball is quite full. So there's a chance he could sneak it under the bat, but then eventually Tom Price might decide that it's time to try and sweep him off that length. We are going to have double spin, albeit for, well, who knows, maybe they're going to change it at the other end, but maximum of 15 minutes of double spin. Ben Kellaway returns 7 overs for 21, bowled pretty tightly in his spell yesterday, and he starts off with a friendly full toss, which is just about stopped by Eddie Byram. He's done pretty well actually there, because it was travelling, and he's got those shin pads on as well because he's been fielding under the helmet, so that didn't make life any easier. 476 for 7. Van Buren ticks up to 23. But certainly still nothing like the volume of runs scored by anybody today. We saw yesterday Hammond started on 37, he added 17. As Tom Price goes back, turns it into the leg side, wide of the fielder at forward square, and they'll take 1. Bracey into the 20s, Dent also. Van Buren's now into the 20s too. So, not a... In fact, Chris Dent's 27 in terms of the runs purely scored today is the most so far. Van Buren will add another run. It's a fairly quickly taken one, but there's that fielder at forward squares fairly deep, really, sort of hedging his bets, and it's just allowing Gloucestershire to continue to milk singles. 478 for 7. It's not really helping in terms of getting through this over particularly quickly either, as now they're fully adjusting that leg side field, deep mid-wicket and backward square they've gone with. It's probably a field that is less hedging its bets than the previous one. Kellaway bowls, a leg stump half volley, it's clipped into the gap, out to deep mid-wicket, and another single. We have a complete set of singles. There's a fielder at deep mid-on, not back on the boundary, mid-off an extra cover, a straight short mid-wicket and a deep backward point. Kellaway in, and no, it's going to be a dot ball. Van Buren plays it delicately into the onside for no run. And a fairly gentle feel to this over as Kellaway forces Van Buren onto the front foot to defend. So 4 runs from the over. And Glamorgan now racing between the respective field positions to get as many in before lunch as they can, get Bashir going again. Brief discussion between Price and Van Buren. I'm sure it's not to hold Glamorgan up, maybe just, if anything, to give themselves a couple of moments where they're not facing a ball.
Bashir is in to Price, who's forward defensively, squeezing it out on the offside. Fielded by Kellaway, and there is no run. Yes, Bashir certainly getting through things quickly when the batters are on the defensive, and they might need a moment to clear their minds. And he comes again round the wicket, slightly faster, turned away on the leg side by Price. He will penetrate the leg side field and take a single. It's returned quickly to the bowler by Ul Hassan. As Van Buren, shorter figure of the two, comes on strike. The tall Bashir wheels away. Van Buren is forward, defending on the offside, and there is no run.
Certainly doesn't seem to be any thought, and I don't think there ever would be, of a lunchtime declaration.
Bashir bowls. That's nicely driven and half saved at mid-off. And they've only taken a single, even though Fernando had to go round and clear it up from long on.
Yeah, it was interesting. Tom Price was very late setting off from the non-strikers end, but then he actually wanted a second run, and it was Van Buren who said, no, don't. He was probably right in the end, but Tom Price, I don't know if he thought that it was going to be stopped.
4-8-1 for 7. Price pushes it to mid-wicket, no run.
He thought it was going to be stopped by the bowler, but I don't think anybody else was going to stop it, and it was quite clear Van der Hoogten was going to go in the slide. Oh, well.
There's a good half stop. Bashir will come over the wicket for the final ball. Price will retake his guard even. Van der Hoogten is moved delicately sideways at mid-off with a little shimmy and a shuffle. Bashir bowls. Price is back on his stumps, plays it back to the bowler, no run, 2 off the over. 4-8-1 for 7. Steve West on email, are we again short of bowling? Well, hasn't gone too well this season, but there are a few contenders to come back in. James Harris, Mason Crane, Dan Douthwaite, who are responsible for a reasonable number of wickets last season between them. McIlroy, a potential future option as well.
Kellaway starts the second over of his spell as Van Buren blocks this first one. And as I said yesterday, you always feel like Douthwaite's a bowler that can make something happen when nobody else is, and that's exactly what they needed to break that Price-Bancroft partnership that is still the defining partnership of this innings. Van Buren defends into the offside, and it almost just needed to drag those two out of the comfort zone that they were in. This is played slightly uppishly by Van Buren, but into the gap wide of the short, well, either short straight mid-wicket or short wide mid-on, whichever you like. 482 for 7.
Yeah, Douthwaite does mix it up considerably. Expect the unexpected.
Kellaway to Tom Price, who flicks through deep square and takes another run. And yeah, and again, I keep going back to it, but the one spell Bancroft looked in trouble was the short stuff from Leonard, and Douthwaite could certainly have done something like that. Kellaway bowls, and Van Buren can't create enough room for himself to force that one away through the offside. Picked up by Bashir at short extra. And you know, sometimes you really can expect the unexpected from Douthwaite, and it can be really effective. Kellaway bowls a loopy delivery. It's very full, trying to sweep Van Buren, struck on the pad and not out once again, says umpire Paul Baldwin. That one certainly wasn't going over the top.
Look to strike him maybe on the boots,
Yeah.
as we see a replay on the video stream.
I think it might be leg side-ish.
Callaway looked incredulous, pleading maybe with umpire Baldwin, who may live in Wales but hasn't given the Welsh side much today.
No, he hasn't given a single LBW, has he? One LBW is from Naeem Ashraf.
Indeed. And Bashir dismissed Ollie Price deep into day one. 483 for 7. Bashir bowls, bit of a drag down. Price clips it away to deep mid wicket for a single. So it looks as though we're going to get at least 31 overs in the session. This is the 31st, unless it hits to all parts.
So it might make up a couple of the 5 then.
Still be work to do. Bashir bowls, nudged defensively by Van Buren. Interesting field position for Van der Hoek, about 2/3 the way back at mid-off, and Fernando about 3/4 back at long on. Bashir bowls and Van Buren plays to short mid-wicket. Dent went over the top and hit a 6, but he's no longer at the crease.
It's not really Van Buren's game so much. Tends to like to wait for the shorter ball to get hold of.
Bashir bowls, Van Buren plays defensively to short mid-wicket again for North East. Once more in the action, and now Ingram will come out from leg slip and go to another shortish mid-wicket. Leonard wonders whether he ought to change position at short fine leg. Ingram's a bit deeper at mid-wicket now. Bashir bowls. Van Buren stretches forward. North East's football is not up to the mark. Can't flick it up to himself.
He's no Pat Brown. God, I think we counted 12 on the keepy uppies from Pat Brown.
Yeah. Bashir bowls, Van Buren defends. Thank you, Graham. 30 overs bowled in the morning session, then 484 for 7 are Gloucestershire. And well, high cloud now, and it's probably pleasant enough out there, but I think temperatures are meant to go down a bit tomorrow, so Glamorgan won't be batting in the same blazing clear skies as Gloucestershire did.
Yes, just gradually thickening the cloud as it looks as if it's forecast to do. There is still that 50% chance of a shower at 5 and at 6 according to the Met Office. We'll see whether that materialises, and also how thick the cloud is when it comes to that point in the day. Callaway bowling to Price, who flicks this one firmly down to the deep mid-on fielder. Are the floodlights available for this game if they're needed just for future reference? Might have to find out on a limit in terms of days at Bristol as far as that's concerned. This is cut away by Van Buren to the fielder who was floating about 15 yards off the boundary. I see the Fernando, it's still a single, but they seem to have decided that they want to make sure there isn't a second run in that area, and now mid-on comes up, so they are trying to tempt Tom Price to go over the top, but he doesn't want to. He clips it to short mid-wicket and there's no run. Why is he asking about the floodlights? Oh, excellent. Thank you. The floodlights are available. Certainly don't need them now, as this is turning on the bounce to short leg, but you never know. We are still in April, after all.
Yes, if there's a limit, it makes sense to have them in April and September, doesn't it?
Hard to believe we're in April, given some of the weather we've had, as Tom Price again rolls the wrists on it, but won't get a run to backward square. Yeah, if the cloud is to thicken up, it's still a bit dodgy if you're going on past 6 o'clock. Callaway bowls and still trying to tempt Tom Price into having a go at something right on the stroke of lunch, but he's not to be drawn into any of that. Rolls the wrists once more. 486 for 7. Tom Price 9. Van Buren 27. And perhaps it's not been quite the dominant morning that Gloucestershire might have envisaged, but still you probably can't really sniff at 486 for 7.
They've pushed the score on usefully, haven't they? Adding, what, 118 runs for 4 wickets during the course of the morning. So although the wickets have gone, the scoring rate has been decent as Bashir bowls and Van Buren picks up a single out to deep mid-wicket. 487 for 7, 12:59. So this will be last over of the morning session. Glamorgan will have got through 32 overs with 4 wickets, so they'll pick up at least a couple on the over 8, I would have thought, but they will still have work to do to avoid being docked points as Bashir bowls and Price plays it back to him. No run, and really most of the problem has been the no balls. 3 overs extra delivered because of no balls. So that's played too short leg, and Byram palms it to Cook in case Price had overbalanced. Cook palmed it back to Byram because he hadn't.
Novelty of seeing every fielder in the ring as well.
Yes, a bit of pressure being applied. That one is just wide of diving short leg. A few oohs and ahs. It was not particularly near a chance, but not 100% under control from Price. Bashir bowls quicker and played away through the empty offside for 4 runs. 491 for 7. As Price onto the back foot there and had a big area to aim at. Through the covers with 5 on the leg side, 6 on the leg side, 6-3 leg side field. Last ball of the session then. Bashir bowls, Price defends. 491 for 7 at luncheon. Tom Price has 13. Graham Van Buren has 28. So Gloucestershire on the verge of getting 500, can push on potentially towards 600, but at least Glamorgan has shown a bit of fight this morning. Or a successful bit of fight. 2 wickets to Van der Hocht and 1 to Leonard, and a run out. Miles Hammond made 54. 491 for 7 at lunch.
Yeah, we'll see how long Gloucestershire want to bat on for, or maybe they will allow themselves to be bowled out, as we've been saying. Move the score along well, have lost 4 wickets, but still the ball's in their court. We'll be back in 40 minutes for the afternoon session with Gloucestershire 491 for 7.
And don't forget, all our catering units are cashless. So some original form race dining is available on the first floor of the Bristol Pavilion. In the lunch stores from elsewhere in the moment, but just a thought, if you are on the ground today and have paid your admission and you're not yet a Gloucestershire member, various membership packages are available from £29 upwards for the associate member, Whitehall, full membership and Premier Club at the top end of the range. If you want to discuss any of those options, you can speak to James Rendell in the club office. There's also a charity raffle happening in front of the Thatcher's Cafe today with Organ, who is James Bracey's partner, raising funds for the Southmead Hospital charity. All the proceeds go to supporting essential services at the hospital. Tully's also running the London Marathon to raise more money at the end of the month. Tickets are just £1. Prizes include a signed shirt, a Thatcher's cider pack, a £50 voucher for a local pub, and more. So support Tommy's efforts if you can, and thank you for your generosity. Enjoy the rest of the day's play. So here are the lunch scores from elsewhere on the County Championship. All these matches on the second day. In the first division, at Chester Street, Durham 387 all out, Warwickshire by 65 for 2. At Trentbridge, Notts 347 all out against Essex, who are 54 for 2 in reply. At the Oval, Surrey made 253 yesterday. Hampshire at lunch are 97 for 4. And they're taking lunch between innings at home, where Somerset have been dismissed at 201 in reply to Sussex's 294. And at Headingley, Worcestershire 70 without loss in reply to Yorkshire's 456. In the second division, we're already into the third innings of the match at Canterbury. Kent 218 all out, trailed Middlesex by 4 on the first innings. And in their second innings, Middlesex are 33 for 2. The only other game still in the first innings of the match is at Old Trafford, where Northants are 454 for 7 against Lancashire. And at Grace Road, Leicestershire 484 all out against Derbyshire, who are 57 for 3. the start of the afternoon session, please welcome back Paul Baldwin and Naeem Ashraf, our umpires for this match. In the field, the Glamorgan side captained by central number 16, Sam Northeast, and resuming for Gloucestershire, the 8th wicket pair of number 12, Graham Beeran, and number 53, Tom Price.
Good afternoon, welcome back to Seat Unique Stadium, Bristol, and Gloucestershire, no surprise whatsoever, are continuing to bat on at 491 for 7 with Van Buren 28 and Tom Price 13, the two not out batters at lunch. So Glamorgan having claimed their second bowling point to the last ball of the 110 overs, and Gloucestershire having added 123 runs in that morning session for the loss of 4 wickets. It was a fairly entertaining morning, actually. In fact, I think it was a fun morning session. So if the Gloucestershire admin could post that it would be a fun afternoon session,
yep,
I think
we'll take that.
Take it. Zainul Hassan to bowl the first over of the afternoon. I've forgotten whose end it was. Anyway, it's a full delivery, and Van Buren has been struck on the right glove and is wringing out his hand in some discomfort. So Ul Hassan, who's not blessed with extreme pace, has clearly done enough off what looked like a completely benign surface yesterday to smash Van Buren on the glove.
Yes, Glamorgan have got more life out of it today under cloudier skies, and we thought it might get blander and blander.
Ul Hassan runs in and bowls very wide outside the off stump. That's fairly close even, I think, to a first class wide, and Van Buren had a bit of a stare at the umpire to inquire. But I've just been out for about 10 minutes, grabbed 10 minutes fresh air, but
oh, well done.
It does have a different feel to it out there than yesterday. It does feel more humid, so you know, despite the match position, it does feel more like a bowling day. We'll see whether that continues to be the case into the afternoon, but we are due now not to see the sun too much for the rest of the day. Ul Hassan runs in and bowls. It's another extremely wide ball, not quite as wide as the last one, but Van Buren is still lunging after it, trying to cut it away and missing it.
He's not a man with huge reach, is he, Van Buren, one of the shorter members of the Gloucestershire playing 11, so he's really having to chase after it.
Strange, because Ul Hassan bowled so straight yesterday. It wasn't used in the morning session. There's sort of a slip and a short third slip as Ul Hassan bowls, and this is guided towards deep backward point. They'll take 1, and that's all. Kellaway's quick round the boundary.
That's the trouble, isn't it? Bowling closer to the stumps, you're more likely to get hit sometimes.
Yes.
Over 8, -2. Still need a bit
but
to do.
Close to -1 was the line I had from Dr. Hignell. So
if you buy the umpire a coffee, you might get away with it.
yes, well, they might be lenient on you and stick it to -1. So it's not as much of a dire concern as it was before. We just need to watch it. But still, Hassan bowls to Tom Price, facing his first ball of the afternoon, and this is blocked steadily to cover.
It's a middle-aged ball, though, so it doesn't demand the seamers to be bowling with it.
It does look as though Bashir is warming up with intent at deep square, so possibly keep him going. I mean, he did a pretty tidy job.
He was mostly tidy, wasn't he?
Morning session. Obviously, they'd have liked him to add to his wickets tally, but he's dragged his innings economy rate back. Ul Hassan bowls, a bit of a way shape, but it's left by Tom Price, who was never interested in playing a shot. But 1 run from The first over after lunch, 492 on the board for Gloucestershire. How many can they get towards? Is there a number, or is it just a case of you put us in, you bowl us out?
Yeah, I think if they could back to tea, which is possible because these are decent lower order wickets. If they did get to 600 by tea, I suspect they might pull in then. But things might unfurl rather more naturally as Shoaib Bashir does prepare to continue from the Ashley Down Road end with the flats at his back. And there's a deep mid-wicket on the ropes. Long on as previously, about 3/4 of the way back. Mid-off 2/3 of the way back. And a lot of room through the covers should Van Buren play against the spin as first ball is flighted and driven back to the bowler. So Glamorgan have certainly given Shoaib Bashir a decent chance to impress. As that's turned away on the leg side, they'll call for a quick single. It's a rather messy throw from Fernando as he tried to pick up and shy in one movement, and they're safely home for the single. 492 for 7. Bashir on loan then for 3 matches from Somerset at Richard Dawson's request. I'm sure England management were delighted to get him a chance to perform in early season, but it hasn't really worked for Glamorgan as yet. As forward comes Price, defends back to Bashir. Sure, Richard Dawson knows people in the England setup, having worked with the Lions and in the pathway until fairly recently. Bashir in to bowl. Price drives on the leg side and we'll get a single past a diving northeast up to long on. But you have to say in the games so far, I mean, Bashir's got 1 wicket, Callaway hasn't, but Callaway has been the more economical of the two. Bashir bowls and Van Buren plays it gently through the leg side out to the sweeper Ingram. Single taken. 494 for 7. But you wonder if Crane had not been injured, whether Glamorgan would have played both him and Callaway naturally. That one's turned away again through mid-wicket by Price. This time again it's a single by mutual agreement, and 4 singles milked fairly comfortably off the Bashir over. 496 for 7 are Gloucestershire, and we are through 130 of your British overs.
It's just this bizarre situation that Bashir's in, where he's England's first choice spinner, but he's not Somerset's first choice spinner. It's so odd that something like that has happened. I don't know. I'm sure those who've been watching county cricket longer than I have would be able to come up with other situations, but I can't really think of one similar to that. Ul Hassan running in, bowling, and Tom Price swings at that one. Tried to sling it into the mound stand and swings and misses.
It's a sort of cricket equivalent of Emma Raducanu, isn't it? Glorious success very early in the career when hardly anyone had heard of you. Bashir bowling well in India and so on, and Raducanu winning the US Open, and then you have to almost go back to scratch and learn your game again.
Ul Hassan runs in, bowls, and Price taps this one towards point, and there's no run. Yeah, and just making your international debut with so few first-class overs under your belt, and I understand a little bit of the needing to learn on the job in Test cricket these days. It's not just England who having to do that a bit. I mean, you know, you can use if Australia are always to be held up as the example of how to do everything, Ul Hassan in and bowls, and tidy defence from Tom Price. You could use the recent example of Sam Constas, really not played much first-class cricket, and of course he was sent in to do a slightly unconventional job at the top of the Australian order, but he, you know, this is his extraordinary countering to Jasprit Bumrah by hopping across and scooping and all sorts. That really was one of the defining moments of that terrific Border Gavaskar series this winter, as Price tries to clip that one into the onside and is defeated actually by a bit of swing. It was quite full from Ul Hassan, and Tom Price thought that it was a leg stump half volley that he could flick away, but just a bit of late movement caused the leading edge to be found. But unfortunately, from a Glamorgan perspective, it went straight along the floor.
I think Fair's suggesting hopefully Gloucestershire carry on batting so Glamorgan can get a draw. Don't think we're quite in that territory yet.
The problem is they're still scoring runs whilst they're batting. Ul Hassan bowls, and that's left by Tom Price. Yeah, no, I know. I do get that, and there's the school of thought of always keeping the game moving, but I still think that on a flat surface, your best chance of taking 20 wickets involves the side having been in the field for such a long time that you can get a clatter of wickets falling in the first innings and then somehow you have to try and take them in the second. That's certainly what happened at Grace Road for Gloucestershire last year. This is clipped away neatly by Price to deep backward square for a single, so that will spoil the maiden over that Ul Hassan was working on. And Price keeps the strike on 16, 497 for 7. But back to Bashir, you feel that having started almost your first class career playing for England, to then go back to playing county cricket after that, especially when you're not playing for the county that has signed you, it can't be the easiest thing. Wondering where your next game of cricket's going to come from. Are you going to get regular cricket? And then, of course, your focus, because you have been backed by the England management, is on the tests that you're expecting to play this summer. And England are going to need, if he's going to be the man still, England are going to need him to have a very strong summer if they're going to hope to defeat the juggernaut that is India.
Yeah, so far though he's won for 190 or thereabouts. You can't pick a guy for a test side on the strength of that, surely. Anyway, let's see if he can improve it. Let's hope that he can improve it from a Welsh and England point of view, as that is a faster ball that's played nicely by Price up to wide long on, but they rather amble the first run to don't put any pressure on Ned Leonard to think about going back for a second. 4-9-8 for 7. Just the slip and the fairly shortish fine leg for a mishit sweep. There's a square leg as well, as that is deflected wide of the short fine leg, and Fernando's got a bit of a chase down towards the boundary. He can dap it back just inside the ropes, but they're able to turn for 3 runs as the throw comes in to Bashir at the non-striker's end. But the applause is for Gloucestershire, having 500 on the board in the 132nd over. Run rate 3.81.
It's pretty slow, isn't it? I think under 4. Gosh, what are you doing?
Price on strike. Short leg now brought in. Bashir floats it up and is driven by Price through the covers. 505 for 7.
The only blessing there is that ball didn't get underneath or through the picket fence over in that part of the ground and roll all the way into the start of Legends Walkway, because as soon as that ball was floated up, and it really was floated up as well, you could just see that it was going to be driven away, and there's just such a large gap. In fact, it's exactly that gap that Ollie Price found twice in a row to bring up his 3 figures yesterday.
So it is to the Price Tom, matching his brother, as Bashir bowls shorter and flatter.
Go on, drive that.
Nudged away on the leg side to Callaway at short mid-wicket. Need to be 10 foot tall to get a drive in there.
Cameron Green might still manage it. He arrives next week.
As that's driven to short mid-wicket. And there's no run. Price is on 21. Van Buren 34, unobtrusively really, Van Buren. Price forward, playing back up the wicket. 8 off the over, 505 for 7.
There haven't been many boundaries overall. I mean, that was Tom Price's second and Van Buren's second. Chris Dent's 27 was far more ostentatious with 4 fours and a 6, including a couple of fantastic shots. You would have liked to have gone on a little bit longer, and certainly, I mean, you just sort of a look up to the heavens again, and just, I can't believe I've got out to that. And there we go. It was a short wide ball from Leonard that got rid of him.
Yeah, everyone's chipped in apart from the night watchman today.
Well, Hassan runs in now, bowls short, wide. It's leathered by Van Buren off the back foot, but there's a fielder out at deep point. Callaway on the longer boundary has a little bit more time to get across and keep it to a single. 506 for 7. I suppose that, you know, despite the fact that there does seem to have been a bit more out there this morning, or Glamorgan have found a bit more out there, the fact that every front line batter so far for Gloucestershire has at least got a start, I think, tells you how hard it might be for Gloucestershire to get some sort of a flurry of wickets going, which at some point they may well have to, as Price knocks that one on its head and plays it into the covers.
Yeah, it's the top 2 inches that are going to come into play, isn't it? Psychological game with Gloucestershire having probably the best part of 600 on the board. Glamorgan needing to score probably upwards of 400 to avoid the possibility of following on, and they'd be grateful if 1 or 2 rain showers might come to their assistance.
2 fielders back on the leg side. Al Hassan bowls. This is driven pleasantly by Price, but picking out the fielder at mid-off. Sam northeast. Sunglasses perched on the top of his cap. Not sure he's going to be needing them too much for the rest of the day by the looks of things. Still pleasantly warm out there. As I said, a little bit more humid. And well, it's down to 40% now, the chance of rain from 5 to 6. Struck on the pad, and there's a shout for leg before wicket. He's been given. Paul Baldwin has finally had a decision in the affirmative extracted out of him by Glamorgan, and Zainul Hassan has deserved that wicket. Tom Price, LBW for 21. Gloucestershire have lost an 8th wicket on 506 as he was looking to work the ball leg side. That's pretty leg side-ish, I've got to say. And Tom Price got an absolute howler in the second innings at Derby, and I think he'd be looking at that one and thinking, would have liked to have been given the benefit there, but 506 for 8 is the score. And but that's not straightened, has it? If it had straightened, then you could see it going on to hit leg, but I don't think that's straightened at all. Well, you can only give your opinion, but in my opinion, that might have been hitting the outside of a 4th stump.
Marks for effort. Al Hassan's worked hard for it.
Well, as I say, you certainly couldn't begrudge him the wicket for the way that he bowled yesterday in particular.
Well, it's been quite a long time coming. He didn't claim a wicket in the Championship last season, so he would have been very relieved to see the finger of Mr. Baldwin go up, even if it was a somewhat a generous interpretation of events in the bowler's favour.
Tom Price must be wondering what he's done.
He would have been straight upstairs if we'd had a third umpire in this.
If there's anybody that surely isn't going to upset an umpire, it's Tom Price. But there we go. Anyway, 8 down, Zaman Akhtar to the crease, and he's deflected this one down to the deep boundary for 4 first ball. It was a sort of a slightly shall I play it, shall I leave it type interaction with the ball, but there we go. It's 4 runs, and it certainly, again, gets to the boundary at the rate of knots. He came down the pitch, played a strange-looking fiddly dab shot, and gets 4. 510 for 8.
Kept her down well, I suppose.
Certainly by no means a mug with the bat, Zaman Akhtar. He's averaging well over 20 in his young first-class career. Ul Hassan bowls to him, and this is prodded away in defence into the offside. Scored at 24 and 11 in the first game at Derby, so a few runs under his belt. But
yes, he's possibly an 8-9 in an average side rather than a 10, isn't he?
Yeah, he was coming in at
Suppose
8 in the first game.
Yeah, it'd be 9 now with the extra batter. Matt Taylor went up the order as a night watch person.
Average 21 in first-class cricket, Akhtar, but again, you feel that his batting, I mean, you say it every time, but his batting is improving. He had the 70 that he made at Scarborough last year, for example. His batting certainly trending upwards.
Bashir is in bowls, and Van Buren runs hard for a second as he plays it out towards mid-wicket, but rather too obviously as Colin Ingram, with no nonsense, gets his throw in quickly. And there's absolutely no need for Van Buren, I suppose, to try and protect Zaman Akhtar. Possibly may think different with Singhdale, but there are a few rabbits around now. The Glamorgan's bottom order is a little less robust than it can be, with Leonard, Bashir, Fernando probably 9-10 Jack. Bashir directs Colin Ingram where he wants him, on the more towards square leg than mid-wicket for Zaman Akhtar. Bashir bounds in, bowls, oh dear, that's reverse swept, reverse pulled maybe by Akhtar through point, I suppose, for 4.
Well, there's the hockey skills of Zaman Akhtar coming to the fore. He went very early there, and I don't know whether Bashir saw him go and thought, I'll fire this wide outside off. He's not going to be able to hit that, but he certainly did hit it. But hit it very hard.
Clubbed away. 5-15 for 8. Bashir in, bowls to Akhtar, who drives nicely, but straight to Van der Hoogten, and timed it well enough not to get a single, even though Van der Hoogten is fairly deep there as mid-offs go. Bashir in to Akhtar, nudges away on the leg side for just a single. Colin Ingram comes flying in the manner of a young stripling rather than a 39-year-old. Bouncing around enthusiastically in the outfield, Colin Ingram, which is not something you expect of the veteran of your side. 5-16 for 8. Bashir bowls, and it's played by Van Buren deliberately wide of mid-off. Amble through for a single. Glamorgan now set the field as though expect big shots all over the place, and therefore there are a few easy singles to be had.
I'm not really sure that they're going to get those big shots, or were.
Bashir to Akhtar, plays it into that gap on the offside. The amble through for the most comfortable of singles. Expensive over 8 off. 5.18 for 8. Gloucestershire. The man out since lunch. Tom Price, leg before, to Zain Ul Hassan for 21.
You just get the impression mostly that Gloucestershire, particularly Van Buren, 37 off 77, has been one of Van Buren's more circumspect innings. He's only hit 2 boundaries. Yes, he's hit a couple of hard shots out to fielders in the deep, but I don't think that Actor's reverse hit is really going to signal an intention from him or from Gloucestershire to just start thrashing at everything. He says as Actor thrashes at the next ball. Here comes Ul Hassan. No, he drives sweetly to mid-off. Quick single taken. Northeast misses with the throw. I think Actor would have been gone if that had been a direct hit. So it would have been close. At least he went immediately, so he gave himself the best chance of making it.
Yeah, it wasn't quite there, that single. But if the throw misses, then it is.
So we can get any sort of indication. I think he
struggling.
Very close, but I think he might have been a goner if that had hit direct. 5.19 for 8. Actor to 11. Ul Hassan into Van Buren, wide and cut away, but they've got that sweeper out at deep backward point, so a lot of the boundaries that Van Buren would be picking up in that region, he's been limited to a single for 5.20 for 8.
Morgan caught a little bit betwixt and between at the moment. They're trying to cover all bases, Sam Northeast, but as Van Buren has his bootlace done up by Van der Hoogten. How friendly.
I'm sure it's played in great spirit, this game, Gloucestershire versus Glamorgan. Goodness knows they see enough of each other. Ul Hassan bowls, he's come charging down the wicket, Actor, and he's slammed it through mid-wicket for 4. It was seemingly a predetermined move that Actor was going to have a go at that one. So there we go, they're going to swing for everything, as I said, and Actor moves on to 15. It wasn't the prettiest shot, but he knew where he was hitting it and gave him the early charge and swiped it away for 4.
That was clubbed away, wasn't it? It was quasi-agricultural. Certainly on the outskirts of the city.
Can use any number of adjectives to describe that one. 524 for 8. It's caused Cook to decide to come back up to the stumps where he spent quite a lot of yesterday when Ul Hassan was bowling. Next delivery is played and missed by Actor. I don't think I can give him the benefit of the doubt that he wasn't playing at that one because it was so far away from his body. Sort of followed it and fished at it, and who knows, maybe he'll say, well, I was looking for the gap between slip and whatever that fielder is. Floating
deep gully,
backward
point-ish,
gully point person thing.
Yeah, it's in line of gully, but much further back than a gully normally is.
Ul Hassan bowls, edged and taken by the one wide slip in position. So Glamorgan had a fielder, Ingram, in exactly the right place, and Zain Ul Hassan has a second wicket. Actor probed away from his body, got a thick edge on it, and there we go, perfect captaincy from Northeast. Only needed one catcher back there and right into his breadbasket. Actor made 15 from 10, an enterprising 15, and Ajit Singh Dale will come out and I'm sure have a bit of fun himself. It is 524 for 9, and looks as though Glamorgan's vigil in the field is close to coming to an end.
Yeah, they probably have settled for this privately before the start of play today. I mean, Gloucestershire have added 150 something to their tally, but they've lost 6 wickets and certainly hasn't been as barren as day one. But on the other hand, cloud overhead, I mean, it's not low enough, you would have thought, to be causing any swing or facilitating too much movement, but it's just been a more even battle between bat and ball today. Obviously Gloucestershire had their main men Bancroft and Ollie Price well settled yesterday, and Glamorgan have bowled better on the whole.
Singdale to face. You might fancy a bit of fun. He struck on the pad first ball, but there's only a strangled appeal this time. So no run to end the over, and well, no surprise that Singdale wasn't just looking to defend for Van Buren to be on strike next over. I wonder if Van Buren, even though Singdale has got ability with the bat, but I think he's probably also there for a good time rather than a long time. So Van Buren, I'm imagining, might be feeling that if there's a time to take on Bashir and really take him on, that it might be now. But oh no, we're going to get this, aren't we? Of course.
Oh dear.
We're going to put everybody back on the boundary.
Yes. Van Buren's either going to try and hit boundaries or run twos.
Captains do seem to take delight in doing this. I mean, it's not that I don't understand, sort of, but yeah. And I just think, at least until he's shown that he wants to whack it everywhere, then you know, don't put the field back.
As Van Buren turns this one into the offside, they'll look to run hard for two, and then they won't. As Van der Hoogten runs round from long off to do the fielding. And there's going to be a lot more movement in the field. They're going to keep them back on the leg side in case Ajit Singdale heaves. Has he been learning from Marchant de Lange then, Singdale?
Well,
batting style.
He had an innings here last year in a 50-over game against Essex where he clubbed a number of sixes, so he might just fancy it.
Bashir bowls. Singdale is back on his stumps defending. So they're 3 deep on the leg side. There are a couple, 2/3, 3/4 back, but not on the boundary on the offside. And 3 saving the single and a slip. Bashir bowls. Singdale is forward, playing back to the bowler. And there is no run.
There's like a sort of a helicopter-esque whack over mid-wicket. Hero MS Dhoni in mind.
Okay. Bashir bowls, and Singdale does go for it, and he's got it away on the leg side, and he's got it away bouncing for 4 through wide, long on.
Wasn't quite helicopter-esque with the flourish, but it was that rough idea from Singdale. It didn't look as if he'd got a great deal of it, but enough for the boundary. Yeah, so it's a little bit of back leg action there, but not the whirling finish with the arms.
Bashir bowls, Singdale defends. 5:29 for 9. Van Buren, at the other hand, has a fairly watchful 39 off 79, including just 2 boundaries. Singdale on 4. Bashir bowls. Singdale plays it gently up to long on and will pinch the strike. 5:30 for 9. This does my head in, to be honest.
And Buren's laughing.
Glamorgan want to bowl at the number 11, and the number 11 is saying, all right then, bowl at me.
Yeah, well, I mean, even first ball of the over, Van Buren showed absolutely no sign that he was particularly interested in farming the strike. I mean, there was a sort of a intention of coming back for 2, but I think he must have known, even as he's setting off for that first one, that there wasn't going to be a second run there. So Buren's decided to maybe just not quite play for the red inker, but it might happen, and let Singdale have some fun. 530 for 9 as Ul Hassan, searching for a 3rd wicket, is whipped away down to fine leg, and Singdale's got a single first ball of the over, so he's on to 6 from 7 deliveries. A flamboyant flick from Ajit Singdale.
Latest from the Women's Rugby in the Six Nations, France 28, Wales 12, coming up to the hour mark. It's only 14-12 just before half-time, but France pulling away a little, but it sounds like a decent performance from the Welsh women.
Everybody scatter. Quite everybody back on the boundary, but there's a lot of people back, and Van Buren drives and accepts a single to mid-off, who was more of a deep mid-off, so he's on to 40 5.32 for 9. It's not going to help the over rate too much either, with all this movement every ball.
The jellyfish
Exactly.
field, pulsating gently in and out.
So there's a deep square, a fine leg and a deep point for Singdale. It's not a particularly tight ring, and Van der Hugten's barely walking in. All Hassan bowls to him. This is defended towards Van der Hugten at mid-on, and well, there you go. Another easy-ish single. I mean, he had to run fairly briskly for it, Singdale, but Van der Hugten didn't even bother with a shot at the stumps. I mean, he was walking in with his hands clasped behind his back for about 2 paces as All Hassan was bowling. And, well, Singdale's having a bit of a stretch now. He's needing to get loosened up for his lengthy innings. I'm sure he's got ideas of being out there for a period of time. All Hassan bowls. Van Buren swings into the leg side for 6. It's gone onto the concrete area wide of the marker lane stand. And there's everybody's positioned conveniently at the moment. There's a spectator in a sun hat who's been able to send that one straight back in. It actually did it, maybe even bounced off the flats back to him. Not sure, but either way, it was heading down leg side, and Van Buren just swung cleanly. And I mean, when you give a professional cricketer a boundary of that length, and they know that they don't have to middle it, that just makes them swing easier and all the more likely to hit it over the rope. 5.39 for 9. All Hassan to Van Buren, who swings and drives, and it's looping out towards a very deep backward point, almost a deep wide third as well as a deep third, and he'll take a really rather grotesque single. 540 for 9. The agricultural swings are increasing. You know what Singdale's going to do here, don't you? Last ball of the over.
Nick a single. Glamorgan is giving away too many runs at the moment, allowing Gloucestershire too many runs.
Well, it's the problem when you just allow singles, because you're going to find boundaries anyway. If you put everybody back on the boundary, they'll still find boundaries. Oh, Singdale's done wonderfully well there. There was the helicopter shot, and he's hit it into the ground to the only person who could possibly save the single, and that was the bowler, who didn't misfield it. Perhaps he should have done. 540 for 9. So Van Buren will be on strike for the next over, and he will be eyeing a second half century of the season. Very smartly fielded that by All Hassan as well. I mean, he could easily have milked misfielding it. Wouldn't have been, you know, umpires wouldn't have been going for the penalty runs and the fake fielding.
Well, he's wants to keep his figures as tidy as possible, doesn't he? 2 for 66. Bashir to Van Buren. Fine leg is probably the only man saving the single at the moment. Everyone else scattered around the ground as Van Buren knocks it past the bowler despite the dive of Bashir up towards long on. They amble through for a single.
I reckon he rather hoped Bashir might stop that.
Gives Singdale another chance to open his shoulders. 4 deep on the leg side, 1 deep on the offside now. Field seems to be changing for virtually every ball, and Carlson is dropping back from slip. The short third man for a top edge, I presume. Bashir into bowl, turned by Singdale straight to shortish mid-wicket, and a swing of the leg in frustration from Singdale. Bashir into bowl.
Woof.
Mullered back past him, mowed back past him, through long off for 4 runs. A horizontal swing of the bat from Singdale there. Not quite sure how he's managed to hit it through long off, but he has, and it's 4 runs to the number 11.
It's just a murderous swipe.
Singdale to 11, 5.45 on the board, turned away on the leg side. Single down to Byram at backward square. 5.46 for 9.
The fielding side will stop seeing the funny side quite quickly, really. been in the field for 137 overs plus.
Going to be 400 to avoid the follow-on, it seems, as Van Buren comes down the wicket and launches it up in the air towards long off and is caught. So Bashir finally claims his second wicket. Graham Van Buren has fallen for 48. Ajit Singh Dale is left not out, 12. And Gloucestershire finally all out for 546.
Yeah, well, it's not been the worst from 368 for 3 this morning. But I think at the end of the day, Gloucestershire will have to believe that should be enough runs to put Glamorgan under pressure, and maybe the real job starts in terms of trying to claim those 20 wickets. It was a batting performance which was really underpinned by that 230 run partnership between Ollie Price and Cameron Bancroft, both reaching hundreds. Bancroft 163 in his first innings as Gloucestershire captain, and Ollie Price making 101 in more than support. Other than that, it was a bit of, well, it's not quite bits and pieces. Hammond made a 54, Van Buren ends on a 48, lots of 20s and a few teens as well. So everybody contributed something, but it does make it so much easier when particularly your overseas pro at the top of the order goes on and makes a big score as Bancroft did. So there wasn't that absolute necessity on everybody coming in and going big. And Gloucestershire will be having a good go at Glamorgan this afternoon. They'll still have 20, we'll take those off, 20 I think exactly overs to bowl at Glamorgan in this afternoon session. 3 for 122 for Leonard, 2 for 67 Van der Huchten, 2 for 66 Ul Hassan. Bashir finishes 2 for 127. Fernando 0 for 116, and Kellaway 0 for 29. The Glamorgan bowling figures, but the other important footnote to that innings, 60 runs in extras, 38 no balls, 12 leg byes, 7 byes and 3 wides. I think we will step aside for around about 7 or 8 minutes now, I suspect, and be back with you for the Glamorgan response to Gloucestershire's 546 all out.
With the loss of 2 overs in the innings break, there will be 20 overs remaining until tea, and then the last session of 32 to follow. The start of the Glamorgan innings. Please welcome back our umpires, Naeem Ashraf and Paul Baldwin. Having been rolled out for 546 in the field, the Gloucestershire side, captained by number 1, Cameron Bancroft. And to open the batting for Glamorgan, number 27, Zain Al-Hassan, and number 97, Eddie Byron.
Players making their way back out to the middle for the start of Glamorgan's reply, as Gloucestershire have been bowled out for 546 in 137.5 overs. Gloucestershire will be hoping that that lengthy spell in the field has caused one or two tired Glamorgan minds, and that they can start to make some immediate inroads. Matt Taylor will take the new ball from the Bristol Pavilion end. There's only two ends, and start to say the wrong one. That's a good start. Matt Taylor from the Bristol Pavilion end, and the openers Zainul Hassan and Eddie Byram out in the middle. So two left-handers, three slips for Gloucestershire. Matt Taylor, left arm over the wicket, bowling to Zainul Hassan. It's wide outside the off stump. He has a cut at it. There's oohs and ahs from some of the Gloucestershire faithful, but I don't think there was an edge on that, was there?
Didn't look like the reaction from the slip cordon of consoling the keeper.
I think it's moved, which may be why some of the supporters thought it was a dropped catch, but I think there'd be a lot more hands on heads if there had been a drop. Taylor bowls, Zainul Hassan head over the ball, playing a defensive shot into the offside. Miles Hammond does the fielding. Gloucestershire
saying the evening session entry will begin at the tea break or 3:45, whichever comes first. For the reduced prices after tea, and there's been some social media comment that it should be free after tea.
Taylor approaches and bowls. It's on a good length, played down into the ground by Zainul Hassan, and it trickles backward towards Ollie Price at third slip. Charlesworth at first, Bancroft at second, and Ollie Price at third. So Bancroft has slotted straight back into the slip cordon, as you would have guessed, and really a pretty standard ring and a fine leg. Other than that, sun peeps out as Taylor bowls, and Zainul Hassan leaves alone. Won the straight honour from Matt Taylor.
Yeah, nervous moments for Zainul Hassan, dismissed twice cheaply in the opening match. Back in the sides after a run at the beginning of last season in the Championship side, but needs to make an impact, PDQ, really.
Yeah, especially after that time in the field, you don't want the early wicket to fall, and then the captain has to come out there quickly as Taylor bowls, and coming across that one slightly is Zainul Hassan, but he does send it with a decent amount of bat back up the surface. But, you know, it's especially when it's a bit of a scramble anyway after a lengthy stint. Even if it weren't the captain coming out at three, you just don't want that scramble and that rush to start in the dressing room. Last ball of the first over, Taylor bowls, and it's very wide, outside off. It was a good amount of carry through to James Bracey, who almost had to take that palms facing up. And it's a maiden to start. Now, who's taking the new ball from the Ashley Down Road end? Both Tom Price and Ajit Singh Dale seem to have their caps off, but actually it's Price. So Tom Price, rather than Ajit Singh Dale, who took the new ball in the first innings at Derby, but it was Taylor and Price who took the new ball in the second innings, but that may also have been partly for over-rate considerations. Anyway, Tom Price it is.
Bit of renewed sunshine poking through the fairly consistent high-ish cloud, but starting to turn a little bit grey, some areas of the cloud cover. Eddie Byram on strike then. Three slips lurk, and Byram turns the first ball on the leg side. And it's well fielded by Actor at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
He bowled pretty well at Derby to Tom Price, got the only wicket to fall in the second innings, and a 3 for in the first. Gloucestershire certainly not at their best as a unit, but were at their best when Tom Price and Marchand de Lange were bowling in partnership.
Here comes Price charging in, bowls, and Byram helps it away for the first run of the innings. In fact, there's a slight misfield, if we're being uncharitable, by Taylor down on the fine leg ropes, and they're back for a second run. And Bracey's knocked the bails off accidentally. I think it was accidentally rather than may have been taking them off in case. But Byram safely home, 2 without loss. Price in, right arm over the wicket. Bowled, down leg side. Byram getting his bat out of the way of that one, out of harm's way. Not wanting to risk a nudge or a glove down the leg side to the diving Bracey. So the slip cordon. Number 64, Ben Charlesworth. Number 1, Cameron Bancroft. No doubt about his confidence in taking that shirt. And 67, Price O. Price T to bowl, and Byram, of thickish outside edge, plays it down to backward point where Dent does the fielding. And there's no run. T should be round about 1/4 to 10 to 4, so reasonable time. We hardly ever get there at 20 to 4 unless it's a real spin track. Tom Price in, bowls. Byram with another thickish edge down to Dent, and again there's no run as Dent lobs a delivery back towards Hammond, which slightly surprised him.
It was a no ball from Tom Price as well. He does have the ability to overstep sometimes, does Price, so it'll be interesting to see whether this is a continuation of what has been a running theme, particularly from that Ashley Down Road end.
4 without loss. Tom Price in to bowl. Byram works it off his legs or off the pad. It's a run of some sort. It is a run to Eddie Byram. Single taken, 5 without loss.
You mentioned Bancroft wearing 1. Last season he was wearing 4 and couldn't wear 1 because that was the number of Alfred the Gorilla.
Okay.
So he had to... I was listening to an interview with Elliot from the club. Said he had to ask Alfred very nicely if he could have his number this year. As
Al-Hassan is off the mark with a nudge down to fine leg. 6 without loss after 2 overs are Glamorgan in reply to 546 posted by the home side. I mean, dare I suggest that there wouldn't be a great deal of confusion if both Bancroft C and Gorilla A were wearing the same number. Well, as we in the commentary box get a reminder of what Alfred the Gorilla
if only,
looks like.
If only there were commentator cam to swivel around.
Yes.
It wasn't me wearing the gorilla head. I promise.
And I look like this anyway, yes.
Yes. Here comes Taylor and bowls very wide and let go. But no, he I suppose he did ask Alfred, and well, you know, if this is what happens when you don't win the mascot race, unfortunately, Alfred. You get stripped of your number.
But is Alfred going to wear 1 as well, or is Alfred going to go for another number?
He's going to have to change it, surely.
Otherwise, the crowd would be really confused between an Australian cricketer and a gorilla.
Here goes Taylor and bowls. This is driven by Al-Hassan up to mid-off. Van Buren does the fielding. You know, he didn't bring home the bacon last year, unlike the previous year. Was it not the Glamorgan mascot who was victorious last September? I think it might have been. I believe
it was.
Dowie,
yes. Had a good pair of daps on.
Well, there's always all sorts of accusations of underhand play in the mascot race.
Well, it's the feet are the key, isn't it?
Yes.
If you accidentally omit to have foam feet.
Taylor in, bowls. A little bit of bounce. That seemed to catch Ul Hassan towards the shoulder of the bat. It made a really tinny noise off it as it is kept down well, but not particularly comfortably by Ul Hassan. And it's I don't know, maybe it's just the fact that they're expecting it's Bristol, it's a full ball, so I can just get onto the front foot nicely. But I mean, it doesn't look as if it's bounced masses, but it's obviously done enough to catch the shoulder of the bat. Taylor to Ul Hassan, wide and cut away dismissively for 4. That ball got the treatment that it was asking for, and it's 10 without loss.
Well, it'll feel nice for Ul Hassan. As I say, he was out cheaply twice in the first game. He's not a huge shot maker, he's more of an accumulator, but allowed to lay into that one with relatively little risk.
It was a little bit of Gloucestershire's problem in particular when they were bowling to Caleb Jewell, although in some fairness to Gloucestershire, Caleb Jewell seemed to be able to hit any ball through point at breakneck speed. Taylor to Ul Hassan, who drives and squirts it into the onside. He was looking for extra cover, but it skews out to Actor at mid-wicket.
There's been a little bit of encouragement for Taylor, hasn't there, in this over, despite being hit for the one firmly dispatched boundary. A couple hadn't come off the middle.
Yeah, it wasn't Taylor's best opening spell in the first game at Derby. Ended with figures of 2 for 82 and also did have a couple of catches dropped off his bowling, which didn't help. As he's in now bowling, and there's another one that just rises up a little on Ul Hassan and again makes that rather hollow noise as it hits the upper part of the bat. So maybe not masses in terms of movement for Taylor, but when he's found that same patch seemingly that particularly Van der Huchten found in the morning session, it shows, especially with the new ball, there's enough there that you feel a wicket could be created, even if it might not be a sort of a, you know, ball's not moving masses sideways yet.
Tom Price bowls, and Eddie Byram will take a single up to wide mid-on. Graham Brill from Merthyr has been in touch. As someone with qualifications in being groundsman, including my own club's wicket, I think it's fair to say he's not a fan of this particular square. I suggest the whole square is in need of removing and relaying, says Graham. That's
well, I'm sure the
pretty comprehensive.
Club are always open to donations.
In comes the next delivery, which is played on the offside by Ul Hassan.
And of course, once you've relayed it, it's not simply a matter of it just being ready probably immediately, is it? I mean, you remember when Durham redid theirs, the pitches there for a whole season they could be really quite dodgy before they settled in.
Graham says his son Nicholas is umpiring today at Spitty Park, St Fagans against Newport in a friendly. As that's beaten the outside edge, I think Ul Hassan was playing at that one and beaten. Nicholas will have the privilege of umpiring at St Helens during the season as one of the last games there before the rugby moves in. Another sad day as another ground goes along with Hoover in Merthyr.
Oh gosh.
Graham says he saw one of his first games at Swansea, Glamorgan against Derbyshire. Alan Ward, the England opening bowler for Derbyshire, and Don Shepherd hitting him for 6.
Somewhere I never got to. Probably never will now.
As Ul Hassan turns that on the leg side and there's no run, well, I'm sure the Ospreys would be delighted to welcome you for a bit of rugby there.
Which division of the county championship are they in?
They've got Ozzy the Osprey. We were talking about Alfred the Gorilla.
Oh,
they could get on well, possibly.
If they've got a mascot race, then I'm definitely all for it.
Now, St Helens hasn't staged county cricket since 2019, pre-COVID, which was also the last year Glamorgan used Colwyn Bay. as Tom Price is in to bowl, and Ul Hassan defends back to the bowler. Although Glamorgan women will stage a game at Colwyn Bay this summer in mid-June, I believe. So maybe there is a rapprochement between Glamorgan and the good folks of the Northern Resort. 11 without loss, Glamorgan replying to 5-4-6 from Gloucestershire. Tom Price will try his luck from around the wicket at the Ashley Down Road end. Racing in, nice rhythmic run up, and Ul Hassan drives nicely but straight to mid-off, and there is no run. So just the single off the first ball of the over. Ul Hassan has 5, Byram has 4, 2 sundries, 11 without loss.
Early going, but there's not been much to overly concern a Glamorgan concerned supporter. In the first 4 overs, yes, there's been a couple of deliveries which have caught Ul Hassan on the shoulder of the bat, but it's harder to see how a wicket could come from that than, say, with Taylor getting an awful lot of swing or prodigious movement off the seam. Byram on strike to Taylor. Slips are really quite tight together for Gloucestershire, all 3. As Taylor bowls, and Byram has more or less withdrawn the bat from that, really. It was a slight push, but I think really by the time the ball had got to him, he realised he could just pull the bat inside the line of it. And that's probably going to be the issue for Taylor in terms of deciding where he wants to bowl, because he's going to have to mix up that sort of length where he might get the variable bounce, but also just that little fraction fuller possibly to bring the 3 slips into play. Taylor bowls, and once more Byram just playing very much inside the line of that one, as there's a bit of away movement, but starting wide enough. It's sort of a little bit the Asitha Fernando problem with that delivery. Forgotten how dark it could be with the sun in. It's been out all day. I'm not saying it's dark out there, but it does have a very different look to it from the rest of the match now. Taylor bowls, and Byram once more just withdraws the bat from the ball. It's sort of the Marcus Trescothick school of leaving, where if you're sitting at square leg, you think, oh, he's playing and missing at everything here, but he's not.
It's difficult to tell even after several seasons of Byram watching when he's beaten and when he's not. Other sporting events, Wales women lost 42-12 to France in the end in the Six Nations in League One. Wrexham draw 0-0 at Wigan, which means Birmingham are League One champions.
Taylor approaches and bowls wide and crunched away for 4 by Byram. Again, just sitting up wide of the off stump and too short. And Eddie Byram picks up his first boundary in similar fashion to Zain Ul Hassan, 15 without loss. Singdale is already doing a bit of stretching at mid-on. What Gloucestershire have tended to do is sort of, I mean, in reality they'd probably like to give the new ball to all 3, but but somebody's got to have maybe a short spell, and then on comes the other one of that trio as Taylor bowls. Bit of lift there, but again Byram playing inside it.
Racing through the game in Canterbury, Middlesex 83 in the second innings, leading Kent by 84.
So innings shootout.
Looks as though, yeah, Middlesex led by 4 on first dig. So it's pretty much even Stevens, and it pretty much looks as though it'll be decided tomorrow unless the course of the game changes dramatically.
Taylor, arms pumping, approaches now and bowls, and Byram this time plays a defensive shot off the back foot. So for the second over in a row, a cut shot for 4, the one scoring shot. And Glamorgan 15 without loss after 5. They still trail by 531 runs. So the weight of runs is still in Gloucestershire's favour, but I'm sure they would like this new ball to do some of the damage.
I'm going to have to leave you on commentary for a few minutes. A radio update beckons fairly imminently.
Continue to rattle through those other scores then. Derbyshire 126 for 5 in reply to Leicestershire's 484. Caleb Jewell is scoring at a pedestrian rate of 69 runs from 94 balls. But he's the only Derbyshire batter to pass Wayne Madson's 22. Tom Price bowls, and that's a beauty. And I don't think that Ul Hassan could claim that he was playing inside the line of that one, although in the end he did. It's just that the ball was drawing him into the shot and beat him. So Jewell now 73 out of Derbyshire's 126 for 5. It's done a bit off the seam. It looked as if it was coming in and then maybe moved away, that last Tom Price delivery. Lancashire have begun their response to Northamptonshire's 496 all out at Old Trafford. Price bowls to Ul Hassan, who's in behind that one, defending back to the bowler. 116 for Safe Zabe. Lewis McManus made 95. James Sales 92. And 3 for 91 for Tom Hartley, so not too bad for the other potential England spinner. But a long stint in the field for Lancashire, even longer than Glamorgan, 143.1 overs. Tom Price bowls and Ul Hassan angles that one away down into the gully. It's fielded by Chris Dent at backward point. Lancashire 11 without loss in reply, with 2 of their 5 openers in the middle, Michael Jones and Keaton Jennings. So that's Division 2. Worcestershire 102 for 3 in response to Yorkshire's 456 all out. Yorkshire comfortably achieving maximum batting points. They could even have had a go at 500 if there were bonus points available for 500. As Price runs in and bowls, and Ul Hassan drives sweetly through extra cover, and that will run towards the boundary and will have enough legs on it to go despite the valiant pursuit of Hammond. And Ul Hassan with a very pleasant boundary, 19 without loss. He's on to 9. David Milan made 98. Jordan Thompson 70 from 58 balls with 6 fours and 4 sixes. There's Jordan Thompson for you. Worcestershire used 9 bowlers. Good effort. As I say, 102 for 3 in reply. Jake Libby made a half century, but he's out. And Adam Hose at the crease. As Price bowls, forward goes Ul Hassan in defence. Hose be hoping for similar success to that second innings at Taunton, where him and D'Oliveira started that fight back. But they do look as though they're up against it, Worcestershire in general.
I'm back with you, not required for radio duties until half-time in the footy.
Sussex 81 without loss against Somerset. That's a lead of 174 runs already. Tom Haynes and Daniel Hughes both 37 not out. Bowled Somerset out for 201. Price bowls, Ul Hassan drives again through extra cover. It's a gorgeous piece of timing once more. And 2 boundaries in the over. Glamorgan rattling along to 23 without loss as Ul Hassan is up to 13.
He's a fairly technically correct batter, Zain Ul Hassan, at the top of the order. As I say, not a huge stroke maker, but at least the benefit here is that you do get full value for money for your shots. The ball running quickly over a hard outfield. Not much rain around in recent weeks, so he'll be looking to battle his way through as Matt Taylor will bowl from this pavilion end. Left arm over the wicket. The left-handed Byram, who plays it down into the gully where it's half-fielded by Dent. There is no run. Edward Cooper on X inquires as the final over rate. I'm told that it's just about -1, but it was very close to
right.
naught.
So basically, if Glamorgan didn't bowl again, it would probably end up level. But
if you smile at the umpire, yeah. Buy him a coffee.
Exactly.
They had a reasonable go at getting rid of a horrible -5. as Taylor bowls and Byram leaves at the last moment with the Byram leave. It's funny, I mean, we might see a bit of Marnus Labuschagne possibly for a couple of games back end of May, but the contrast between a Byram leave and a Labuschagne leave, Byram's leave is as imperceptible as you will get. Labuschagne's leave actually looks like some sort of square bat shot, even when he's not playing at the ball. There's a bit of the old Zorro-esque swordplay going on, it seems. Matt Taylor is in to bowl, and I think that one's beaten Byram. I think he played just down the wrong line.
It's certainly closer to him anyway, and you know, I suppose if you're Taylor, you're thinking, well, even if he's going to do that at some point, he is leaving the bat there for the edge to be hit, so if he could just bowl the perfect delivery that just hits it, it was certainly closer to beating him than previous deliveries.
So the next delivery is played back by Byram. .23 without loss. Here on BBC Sport Online. Also via the club video streams, BBC Sounds app. Smart speakers, ask BBC Sounds to play Gloucestershire v Glamorgan Day 2, etc. Don't say the etc. Matt Taylor's in to bowl, and Byram pulls that one away through the leg side for 4 runs through backward square. A swivel of the hips by Byram dispatched that one away relatively safely, with just the fine leg out deep on that side, launched himself into it.
Oh, the novelty of seeing Graham van Buren boundary riding. Even in one-day cricket you wouldn't always see that, but he's down at fine leg. You have to go and fetch that from around the covers.
As Taylor's into bowl, Byram plays that defensively on the offside, and there's no run. I'm staring at Eddie Byram's gloves. Is there a flash of green on there?
It does look to be, doesn't there?
Bit of neon green.
Yes, it matches the particular bat that he's got. Yes, the well-known laughing Australian bird. I suspect is the style that they have gone with that particular set. I think Hassan is restricting himself to just the white. Continuing with those Div 1 scores, Hampshire now 171 for 7, so in a bit of bother now against Surrey, still trailing by 82 runs. Wickets shared about by the Surrey attack, a couple each for Worrell and Jordan Clark. Tom Prest on 44, holding Hampshire hopes of getting close to parity. Tom Price continuing with his 4th over, and this is worked into the onside by Ul Hassan for no run. Worcestershire have lost a 4th wicket, by the way, now 111 for 4, as Jordan Thompson has struck again. Hose departing for 1, so Matthew Waite has come out to the middle. Can he survive for 300 deliveries and deny Yorkshire as he did Somerset? Price in and bowls, and driving is Ul Hassan, and he's got it away beautifully between extra cover and mid-off again for 4 more. So certainly food for thought for Tom Price, who's bowling it full to try and invite the drive, and at the moment Ul Hassan is certainly accepting and seems to be hitting them even harder to the boundary one after the other. Nobody moved at all as that sped away into that same gap. Gloucestershire going to set a straighter field or what? They're just going to have to hope that eventually either one gets nicked or Tom Price has to just drag his length back a little bit. Next delivery comes in, and there is the attempted drive. It beats Van Buren at mid-off. He's going to have some difficulty chasing that down, just about brings it back in. They're going to come back for a quick third run. The throw will come in at the striker's end. If that had been a miraculous direct hit, it might have been fairly close, but one short. One short has been signalled at square leg, so it'll be 2 runs onto the total. So clearly somebody felt that they were actually in a bit of trouble with that second run, and I suppose Gloucestershire's going to say, well, was it a deliberate run short? Anyway, the signal was made by Paul Baldwin, and there we go, it's back on the board as 2. 33 without loss. Don't see that every day. Price bowls, a short ball swatted away on the pull, but it'll just be a single as it rolls down to fine leg. It's all happening.
Whew, 1 short, don't see that very often, do you?
Essex 135 for 2 in reply to Nottinghamshire's 347 all out. Paul Walter seems to enjoy life opening the batting because he's got another half century. And Jordan Cox 47 not out. So a bit of a recovery from Essex actually after a couple of early ones.
Yeah, tall Paul will be strutting his stuff in red in August. Welsh fireman.
Signed by, yes, well, I'm sure he's very, very much suited to that. Here comes Price and bowls with a leg slip in place now, and forward goes Hassan and defends. Seems to be very popular wherever he goes. Get him back at the Brisbane Heat in the Big Bash every winter, I think, almost just as a social secretary. No, he's very, very useful cricketer as well. And I suppose on those hard Australian pitches, his bowling is actually really quite effective.
Ball and boundary fielder, I guess, from his 7'9" or whatever he is.
Pluck deliveries out of the second tier. Price in and bowls. This is edged but kept down and wide of the now 2 slips they've got, because they've moved the third to the leg slip and down to the deep third boundary. And it's 4 more runs, 38 for no wicket after 8 overs.
And while I continue on the club video streams, I think Ed will be left to make a few technical checks, because reports that we're off on the BBC stream, and that appears to be correct as far as I can see. So we'll continue for the benefit of video viewers on the Glamorgan and Gloucestershire websites, or Gloucestershire and Glamorgan websites, as the case may be. So Glamorgan with a decent start, 38 for naught in 8 overs, replying to 5 for 6 as Taylor's into bowl and Byram leaves. No run. Through to the gloves of Bracey. It was innings of bits and pieces really from Gloucestershire today. Hammond went on from 37 overnight to 54. Van Buren made 48. Bracey 25. Price 21. As I think that's beaten Byram outside off stump through to Bracey. Actor 15. Matt Taylor, the night watchman, didn't last long. He made just 2. Five, 4, 6 all out. Leonard 3 for 122 was, I suppose, the most successful bowler, if not exactly the most accurate. 2 wickets apiece for Van der Hoogten and Ul Hassan, who were relatively economical. 2 eventually for Bashir. As Taylor bowls, and Byram off the thick outside edge plays it down into the point area. And there's no run. 38 for naught it remains. Taylor, and we're running away from the pavilion. Still under cloudy skies. Bowls. Byram plays gently on the offside. And there is no run. 38 for naught. 397 is the target to avoid the follow-on. And should they get there, well, they'll have batted well. And they should, I think, have saved the game. But funny things happen. Matt Taylor bowls. Byram will get at least one here. Out to mid-wicket. Ul Hassan says not worth risking the second, as Zaman Akhtar had come in fast from the boundary. .39 without loss. Ul Hassan 23, Byram 14. Taylor kicking up his legs into bowl. Hurries Ul Hassan into the hot shot slightly, but he's deflected that one away nicely off an angled bat, and well, probably would have been two there, but an athletic piece of work by one of the slips charging back. Fielded 2/3 of the way back to the boundary, but got his throw in quickly, deterred them from a second run. We've seen one run out today when Bracey was rather barbecued by Van Buren's call. And Glamorgan anxious that there shouldn't be another one. 40 without loss are Glamorgan, so a better start than either innings against Gloucestershire, when Glamorgan lost the first wicket pretty quickly. Byram got a few in the first innings, but both fell cheaply in the second. Ul Hassan on 24, and Tom Price to bowl his fifth over of the spell, and Ul Hassan plays it down to Dent at backward point, and there is no run. So we've got 10th over of the innings, 42 remain. We are back on the BBC Sport website. Welcome back if your device has just kicked into life after a quiet period. As that's, oh, decent ball from Tom Price with a bit of extra bounce, and Ul Hassan had to be very careful not to get his gloves in the way of that. Ed has had his screwdriver out. He's used his best string and sellotape, and we're back on the BBC Sport website.
Anybody that knows me and practical things not really going together. Anyway, no, we've been reconnected, so hopefully it will.
Thank you to Rob Williams for initially reporting that. As Ul Hassan runs another one down through the slips. This one may just go all the way. Furious chase being given, but in vain by Chris Dent, whose cap falls off as he charges enthusiastically towards the boundary ropes, but Ul Hassan picks up another boundary and moves on to 28 not out, 44 without loss. Lawrence in Cardiff says the break in transmission gave him a chance to catch up on his ironing. Well, not more than a couple of shirts, I wouldn't have thought.
That's not great multitasking from you, is that? Listening to the radio and ironing. I mean,
no.
You can't do both those things at the same time. Oh dear.
Yes, the perfect accompaniment. Well, I suppose if we get too overexcited or something dramatic happens, then someone might drop their iron. It might be a BBC Health and Safety form to be filled in. There usually is. 44 without loss. Ul Hassan waits and is caught behind, pushing forward, turns and makes his way off. Straightforward catch for James Bracey. Tom Price has the breakthrough that Gloucestershire wanted. Ul Hassan has gone for 28.
Yes, rather simpler than James Bracey's last. Caught behind in the County Championship against Glamorgan. That one also met with a rather more regulation celebration. But it was a nice piece of bowling from Tom Price, who'd taken a bit of tap from Ul Hassan, really trying to pitch it up and invite the drive, but he did drag his length back to get the wicket, and that might have to be more the line and length that has to be patiently stuck to. But he gets him with a ball that I think Ul Hassan had to play at, and just a little feather through behind. So Tom Price once again does the trick for Gloucestershire with the new ball. Very, very canny operator with that, and yeah, just a little bit. Only has to do a tiny amount just to leave him enough to take the outside edge. And you'll talk to Tom Price and say, well, you know, I don't think I really did too much, and I others could have got the wickets, etc., etc. But
modest chap, is he then?
Well, very, and also, you know, sometimes, you know, it is just having that ability to do the right amount with the ball. And when he's fit and firing, which sadly because of the back injury that he had last year, he was only really doing towards the end, he is the sort of reliable wicket taker even at a younger age that Gloucestershire will be hoping to be relying upon for some time to come. And he's got a right-hander to have a go at now, so whether he can get the ball moving into Sam Northeast, and Gloucestershire will be feeling better, I'm sure, to have broken that opening partnership. It was looking pretty good.
As forward pushes Northeast to his first ball, playing it gently out into the covers. No run. Northeast in the first match didn't really get going. 17 and a first baller. So at least he's avoided that this time round. But majority of his runs coming away from home last season. Sam Northeast got a half-century finally at home in the last match against Gloucestershire, and is off the mark there as he whips one off his legs down to Taylor at a wide-ish fine leg position and takes the single. 45 for 1 then, Glamorgan at the end of Tom Price's successful over.
Tom Price still looked, he didn't look like a bowler who just picked up a wicket in that over. He was obviously determined to make every ball to the new batter Northeast the best that it could be. He made sort of a disconsolate signal with his right hand to suggest too far down the leg side, come on. Taylor will continue.
He's got plenty more. Plenty more opportunities.
Interesting to see whether Singh Dale would prefer the Pavilion end or the Ashley Down Road end. Normally prefers the Ashley Down Road end, but there has maybe just been that bit more bounce from the Pavilion end today. Taylor starts his 6th over and bowls to Northeast, who tucks this one into the onside. There's a scream of no, possibly could have got one there to the right hand side of Actor, but last thing can be afforded is a run out.
A little bit conservative with the running, aren't they, at the moment?
Yeah, I don't know whether that's whether it's just they've been out in the field a lot and the legs aren't feeling as fresh as they might be first up, or whether it is just a case of thinking, well, we want to be here for a very long time, and that's the important thing. Helmet on for Ollie Price at third slip as Taylor bowls, and this is a swatting drive from Northeast through extra cover, and that will go to the boundary. He seemed to be reaching for that a bit, Northeast, and it wasn't, I don't think, a genuine half volley, but he really dismissed it. 49 for 1. Another look. Yeah, well, it's a pretty much a handsy drive, because he's not that close to it, but the balance and the eye and the timing all there.
It's a shot of a man who's in rather than one who's just facing his first handful of deliveries.
Taylor runs in and bowls, and North East is forward defending towards the bowler. So this rather packed Glamorgan middle order with North East, Carlson, Ingram, Cook, Kellaway.
Yeah, it's strong really down to Van,
it feels like
Van
the
der
engine room,
Hoogten,
doesn't it?
Yeah, there's not as much at the bottom end as usual.
Yeah, Van der Hoogten in at 8.
That's okay.
Taylor is in and bowls, and this is defended to mid-on, and then Fernando Leonard Bashir. I suppose for Gloucestershire the tricky task will be getting there.
Yep.
And well, at the moment, masses going on out there. It is going to be a matter of patience and whether there's enough time and enough left in it to be patient enough for 20 wickets. They've got one. Taylor over the wicket to North East, who has fiddled at that one in a rather strange fashion. It was left arm angled across him and outside the off stump, and he motioned as if he wanted to play it through mid-wicket. But I mean, it's done a bit. It has done a bit, actually, I think, off the surface as well as just on the angle. Even so, it was quite a long way from a ball that could be played through the leg side, unless he just decided that was one that was going to swing into him. 49 for 1. Taylor to North East, who is forward and angling this one with a hand off the bat, but in perfect control towards mid-on. So another Taylor over that has gone for 5 dots and a 4. Morgan's run rate certainly good, as Gloucestershire's was at the start, although less aided by no balls, it has to be said. 49 for 1 after 11 overs. Still 41 left today, so at this rate they could rattle off a good number of the 497 that they trail by.
Yes. 397 the target for the follow-on. Obviously they'll want to go as close to Gloucestershire as they can. But Tom Price is going to bowl a 6th over, and Eddie Byram defends the first ball thereof. So either of these bowlers likely to go into a 7th, do you think?
I would
or could
be
it be a double change?
Yeah,
Singdale and Actor.
They might have felt, I don't know, I guess it sort of does depend which end Singdale wants, but I think Singdale certainly looks as if he's going to be into the attack soon, and I thought they might make an early, like I was describing, an early change, but they haven't.
Price bowls, Byram leaves at the last moment. Through to Bracey. Coming round the wicket. Price, an interesting angle of attack. Looks as though it could pay dividends. It did when he got rid of Ul Hassan, offering a regulation edge through to James Bracey.
I'm sure the umpire seemed to be signalling something there, but I'm not sure what it was.
Tom Price in again. Byram will pinch a quick single on the leg side. Well, Gloucestershire ran well, ran aggressively early on, particularly with Bancroft at the wicket. And Byram bringing up the 50. Someone applaud.
One person. I'm sure there's more than one Glamorgan fan in here as well. Be. I'm sure I've seen more than one Glamorgan fan in.
Yes. I wonder if the Carlson dog is here again today. 50 up, 12th over. And Price on his way over the wicket to the right-hander, and North East dismisses that one through the covers. A nice back foot punch, and it's got enough weight on it to easily reach the ropes on the mound stand side of Bristol. And raced away for 4 to little reaction from the crowd. I think the Welsh elements of it, such as they are, possibly enjoying a postprandial doze.
That they're thinking, well, I'm not going to applaud until Glamorgan have got to at least 150.
54 for 1. Tom Price in, bowls to northeast, who blocks it back to him. Picks it up in the follow through. He lobs it to Singdale. Passes it onwards. Singdale is going through a few loosening up motions now, as if he is about to bowl, which he probably is within the next couple of overs.
It'd be interesting to see Singdale and Actor bowling in tandem, because I feel as though they don't do it too much. You know, you'd be bowling your 2 quick men alongside each other.
Northeast drives, and that's a nice stop by the sprawling Singdale, who eats some dirt but prevents possibly for probably at least a couple of runs through mid-off. 54 for 1 still. Northeast 9, Byram 15, Ul Hassan the man out, caught Bracey, bowled Tom Price for 28, and this in reply to Gloucestershire's 5 for 6 all out.
The change of bowling at the Bristol Pavilion end, coming on, sponsored by Shepherd Funeral Directors. Number 39, Ajit Singdale.
Of course, forget that Singdale is once again sponsored by the firm of funeral directors, as he was last year.
Yes, our club, a firm of funeral directors, was first to stump up the cash for this year's sponsorship.
Yeah, you can always rely on them. A deep third and a fine leg, 2 slips.
Not much you can do about the demand, is there?
Singdale is going to come over the wicket to the left-handed Byram. Runs in now, bowls, and this is played into the ground. Oh, he's made doubly sure by booting that one away firmly into the covers. A strong clearance from Eddie Byram from the back.
Yeah, don't like that one to hang around in the penalty box. Oof it into Rosette.
The pinball machine was threatening briefly. I mean, he hit it into the ground, then it kicked up.
Could have spun anywhere.
Yeah.
Strong left foot from Byram.
I don't think it would have had to have taken some strange spin on the second bounce, but it's always better to be on the safe side. Singdale steams in over the wicket and bowls, and that's a really good delivery. And yeah, Byram nods his head. You can tell he was beaten by that one because of the fact that he nodded at Singdale. That was quick enough, certainly, for Singdale's second ball. And yeah, again, to Byram's credit, he's not pushed his hands at it, but it's just that good a delivery that, you know, he had intentions of using the bat to hit the ball, even if it looks identical to some of his leaves. Singdale bowls a fuller delivery, and that absolutely definitely beats Byram. And the Gloucestershire spectators are enjoying the effort that Singdale's putting in already. He hasn't found the edge yet, but he's certainly come close on 2 occasions. Just pitched up a bit fuller, still angling across. Byram's furious with himself that he's just... That was a real dangle of the bat at it, and at Singdale's pace, and still with a relatively new ball, that surely is going to carry if the edge is found. Singdale once more bowls back of a length this time, allowing Byram to get up onto his toes and knock the ball down into the ground towards point. It is a fun sight watching Singdale charging in. He didn't enjoy bowling to Caleb Jewell, that's for sure, at Derby, but nobody really did. And again, dropped catches seemed to pick on Singdale in particular, so his final figures could have looked an awful lot better than they did. He's in and bowls, wide delivery, which sails through to Bracey unharmed. He shouldered arms that time, did Byram. So
bit of a rarity.
Interesting. He's obviously decided that maybe just leaving the bat there against Singdale might not be quite such a an idea. I haven't seen Actor really loosening up. Maybe Tom Price is going to have a 7th over. Singdale in and bowls, and straying a little straighter this time, allowing that ball to be clipped out to Zaman Akhtar at deep backward square. So it spoils a maiden, but it's an encouraging start for Ajit Singdale. And well, he might have been loosening up, but he's had a throw in there to warm up the shoulder. And Zaman Akhtar peels off his sweater and marches up to take up the bowling from the Ashley Down Road end. It's 55 for 1.
It is Zaman Akhtar from the Ashley Down Road end. Richard Williams on X suggesting that there's a sensitivity mechanism on the BBC broadcast that automatically cuts out when Glamorgan opponents pass 500 to avoid traumatising listeners. Thank you, Richard. Hope you're well. 55 for 1. Zaman Akhtar, without success in the opening match against Derbyshire, and his first delivery is worked by Byram away on the leg side, just the single in the end. Almost bisecting the fielders between square and fine leg, but had to settle for the one. Byram to 17 not out. If you want to contact us, EdCricket6, NickWeb2017 on X. I'm also at NickWeb2017 on Blue Sky. And NickWeb2017 at gmail.com should you wish to email me. Akhtar racing in bowls. Nice bit of bounce there as North East is able to leave it outside off stump.
I mean, you would have thought if anyone were to be able to extract some bounce, it would be Akhtar. He's tall enough, but he's much taller, as they say a fair bit, but of course there are people who can't see, but he's much taller in his action than Singdale. He's really sort of gathering and whipping through it, whereas Akhtar's pronounced delivery leap,
which sees North East leaving again outside off stump through to Bracey.
The release point much higher, even though actually probably fairly close between Akhtar and Singdale in terms of height anyway. Maybe Singdale a little bit taller. You think it's the other? Mr. Healy thinks it's the other way. I wouldn't be surprised either way, to be honest, to get them standing next to each other.
What does Playfair say? Akhtar 6'2" and Singdale 6'1". Akhtar bowls, and even though he's 6'2", which is a fine height to be, North East drives him through the covers for 4.
Yes, it doesn't tend to matter too much what height it comes down from if it's full and wide to a player like North East. There's not going to be a great deal of margin of error. It wasn't a terrible delivery from Akhtar, and actually there was an immediate round of applause from Ollie Price and Cameron Bancroft behind the stump, so they clearly didn't mind that line and length. Next
ball is driven gently by North East to mid-off, and there is no run. Zaman Akhtar's neglected to provide his height for the who's who. Dale is confirmed as 6'1".
I reckon it's 6'3", actually.
Well, shall I go and stand next to him at the close of play maybe and see who's looking up? I'm 6'2". As Akhtar in bowls, North East forward. Pushing defensively to mid-off. North East has 13, Byram has 17. Al-Hassan gone for 28. Tom Price with the only wicket so far, 60 for 1 after 14.
How can Gloucestershire prize out Sam North East? I suppose it's similar to, we were saying quite a lot about Bancroft yesterday. You just feel if he's passing, if he's passing 20 or 30, then look out. That sort of player has just got a history of those marathon innings. Singdale to Byram, who's behind that, and playing a confident-looking defensive shot back to actually Singdale, who's got the flowing locks this year. The hair's grown out a bit for the start of 2025. And I think he's sporting a headband, which, I don't know, is there an official Gloucestershire headband? I sort of feel as though there should be an official Gloucestershire headband, perhaps. Singdale is in bowls and just playing that one from the crease, although taking a couple of strides forward was Byram, still transferring the weight through the ball, etc. All those coaching isms, mantras, that's the word.
They've got a good network, haven't they, throughout the South Gloucestershire in terms of recruits. Singdale, I see, was born in Slough.
Yes, he was originally on Hampshire's books. As Singdale bowls, that's well bowled. That's really nice bowling again, just using the angle across Eddie Byram. Good pace, zips past the bat. I mean, I don't know. Again, Byram nodded, so it's almost as though he's determined to appreciate the quality of the ball at him. I don't know, I must say live, I thought he had still played inside that one, but again, it's open to interpretation. They're going to stick a leg gully in here. They've got a fine leg and a deep square, so Singdale does have license to bang one in if he so chooses, but as usually happens when that field set is done, it's a full ball which is let go outside off.
Ajit Singdale, you have license to bounce.
Well, he will be hoping he's the man with the golden arm.
Very good.
But yes, he was on Hampshire's books for a bit. Gloucestershire plucked him from Hampshire, 2.5 seasons ago now. Singdale is in, and this is tucked off the hip by Byram, ensuring to take that leg gully out of play, and there'll be a single towards deep square. I think it was towards the back end of 2021 that Singdale joined. It was at the start of the one-day cup in that year, the first one-day cup in its current form. But certainly when you first saw him just bowling the new recruit, just looked at that action and thought, that's a bit different. Singdale bowls northeast, punches this one through the offside. Should just be the single. Yeah, Matt Taylor does well, sliding across to his left from mid-off. 2 runs off the over, 62 for 1.
It's not as pronounced, but just a slight hint of the DeLange slinginess.
And I think he's taken a leaf out of DeLange's book as well, in that you'll sometimes see him, like Marchant, go flying forwards after releasing the ball. So just almost sometimes I think a way of reducing the stress on the body as you put every bit of your effort into it through the delivery stride.
Straining his sinews from the far end is MATCHDAY, and that one goes through a little bit lowish and close to off stump, but Northeast is able to leave. MATCHDAY, born in Cambridge, went to Oxford University. Is that allowed? I think it would be allowed in the Battle of the Blues.
Might have been Brooks.
Ah, okay. And a university in Oxford. MATCHDAY in bowls on leg stump, turned away by Northeast. Down to Singdale at fine leg.
MATCHDAY, of course, one of the many success stories of the South Asian Cricket Academy. He went there, not I think for too long actually, but just used it as, as it's there for, used it as a way to put himself in the shop window. Had a trial with Gloucestershire, and they didn't want him to go anywhere else.
Byram turns it away. Down towards fine leg, well fielded there, down on the ropes by Matt Taylor.
Certainly been kept busy in the field.
Just the single, 64 for 1.
Yeah, the report, I think it might have been a cricketer interview, basically, from Actor, saying that after his trial, Steve Snell went up to him and said, right, you're signing here, you're not going elsewhere.
Actor in, bowls, Northeast leaves.
But yeah. I was reading a bit actually about the South Asian Cricket Academy and the founder, Tom Brown, saying that actually he feels that it may not go on for that much longer, because there's a danger if it just carries on that counties start to rely on it too much, and actually what it was designed to do was to, as much as anything else, show what was out there.
Actor bowls and forward comes Northeast, pushing defensively to cover, no run.
And so, you know, it remains to be seen what happens with that in the future. I'm sure we'd imagine the ECB wanted to carry on, but it has certainly produced a large number of county players recently, and Zaman Akhtar, of course, going on to represent England Lions.
As he bowls now, Northeast leaves. Good carry just above waist height to James Bracey, 64 for 1. Yeah, I think Zainul Hassan might have been with them briefly. He was more a sort of hack around the second 11s sort, played for a handful before finishing off with Glamorgan. One of 4 players with Asian heritage in this Glamorgan side, along with Sri Lankan Fernando, Surrey-born Bashir, and Kieran Carlson, whose mother is of Indian background.
Byram waits. Singdale resumes his battle with him, bowling full and drawing Byram just about onto the front foot. He's not a massive foot mover, but just a little small step into that one to defend it into the offside. So Gloucestershire do have their 2 quick men bowling in tandem. Be hoping that that can produce something, and well, it can certainly take them through until tea anyway, with 3.5 overs left until that point. Singdale in, and this is a calm and correct defence from Eddie Byram out to point.
The one that got away from Glamorgan was Zen Malik, an opener from Staffordshire, who scored a lot of runs for the second 11, but Glamorgan wanted him to come on board, but unfortunately Warwickshire offered him a few quid more, and it's closer to his home area as well.
He was one who, I think he even had, I can remember him scoring 100 for Gloucestershire seconds a couple of years back. Singdale bowls, it's a skewed leading edge, which might almost go to the boundary at extra cover. There's a sliding stop from Dent and a hurled in throw, and there'll be 2 runs taken, 66 for 1, but I'm not quite sure where Byram was looking to hit that initially. It squirted off into the covers.
That was a horrible moment, wasn't it, for Eddie Byram, aiming through mid-on to mid-wicket.
The bat went flying off into the leg side. I mean, it's obviously still holding on to it, but you know what I mean. It was a strange looking bit of cricket, and really that ball, I had no idea where it was going to go anywhere. Singdale bowls, a bouncer, always just about ducked that as Byram, but that was a scary moment. I thought he was going to get plunked there, because that really was a flinch almost more than a duck. That will have just got the heart rate jumping a little bit, I think.
Yeah, Byram didn't get under that by much.
Yeah,
be thankful to see it climb a bit.
Sort of took his eye off it, really, but was just able to incline the head down underneath it. Sharp bouncer from Singdale. runs in once more, bowls a fuller ball, and Byram, I think, has been beaten again there. There's the nod of the head that usually accompanies that sort of delivery, and Singdale must be thinking he's close here, but can he just extract that edge or cause the really false shot? They don't have the leg gully in place anymore.
Gesturing furiously at someone who wants his fine leg a bit finer.
Last ball of another entertaining over from Singdale, and if you're everybody apart from Eddie Byram as he defends into the ground, and then Singdale goes hurtling off after the ball to think about effecting a run out, but Byram, once he'd realised where the ball was, it was right in front of him, so got back. No run. Singdale 3 overs for 5. This has certainly been much more like the Ajit Singdale that Gloucestershire supporters know when he's at his best, rather than at Derby where, let's be honest, he wasn't the only one who seemed a little out of rhythm and out of sorts.
Simon Actor runs towards us, bowls to northeast, to leaves. Light levels have dipped significantly. I don't think we're in the bad light areas yet. Did you say the lights are available or no?
Yes,
they are.
They were. Although,
we believe,
you know, in general, unfortunately, with the lights, you know, they only tend to keep you out for another 4 or 5 overs anyway, which is why Sussex last season stopped using them for championship matches.
Actor bowls and he's beaten northeast, lunging forward there. This is good bowling from the change man for Gloucestershire. Someone's shouting it's coming Ajit, but Ajit is not bowling at the moment.
Well, maybe they were giving him some encouragement from down at fine leg, I don't know. There's another really good piece of bowling. I mean, this is where it gets exciting when you've got these two bowling in tandem with this level of accuracy.
Forward comes northeast to the next delivery. Defends it on the offside, and there is no run. So of the opening bowlers, Taylor's 6 cost 18. Price is exactly twice that, but he did get the wicket. So relatively fast start from Glamorgan. But batting is starting to look like a bit of a struggle now. As Actor bowls, northeast pushing forward, oohs and ahs from behind the stumps, even though the ball came firmly off the middle of the bat. You're not fooling a guy like Sam Northeast.
Mind you, he also gave the nod again, the nod of approval. I mean, you can see where they were hoping that the front pad was thrust a bit towards it, but unfortunately there was the bat as well.
Yeah, Northeast 35 years old, been in the professional game a long time. Kent, Hampshire, now Glamorgan. As Northeast drives that one nicely through the offside for 4. He moves to 19 and total is 70 for 1 here on BBC Sport Online. With 2 overs. Was that a no ball signal before the 4 signal?
I missed that, if it was.
I thought the umpire, yeah, he's no balled. So that's 6 runs on the Glamorgan total. As Actor bowls and Northeast is forward defending. 72 for 1. We will have the 7th and last ball of the over, probably, from Actor now. The curse of the Ashley Down Road end strikes again. It's where nearly all Glamorgan's no balls are from. I think Leonard overstepped a couple of times at this near end, but just 1 no ball today for Glamorgan, thankfully. Oh, that's a nice or nasty little bouncer from Actor to end the over, depending on your perspective. 72 for 1, with 2 overs to go until tea time, which is reasonably early. Anything before 4 o'clock's welcome these days.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't done too badly, actually, Gloucestershire, in terms of their overs. I mean, it was something that we had to chat about possibly more than we'd hoped in the first game at Derby. And of course, Gloucestershire did a similar rescue act to what Glamorgan have done towards the end of their bowling innings, getting it from -5 to actually +2 in the end. Gloucestershire finished on at Derby. Singdale bowls, another ball dug in, but Byram sees this one rather earlier than in the previous over and sways out of the way. But you'd guess Gloucestershire won't be bowling a huge amount of spin if they can avoid it, but at some point they're probably going to need to turn there. Ollie Price, maybe Graham van Buren as well, might have to get through a few overs this evening. Singdale charging past the umpire, bowls, and a full delivery from Byram, from his bat I should say, is sent into the offside. There is no run. Hampshire have been bowled out, by the way, at the Oval for 219, so Surrey have managed a first innings lead despite being 253 all out, and Hampshire having been going pretty well at 84 for 1 in reply, so perhaps the Surrey fight back starts now. Singdale in and bowls, and this is played away comfortably enough by Byram up to mid-on. There's no run. 3 wickets apiece to Worrell and Clark. Dan Lawrence ended up with 2 for 7. His, whatever you call him.
Frog in the blender.
Right arm, slow.
Whirling dervish.
15 armed hurls. Worcestershire still struggling against Yorkshire, 124 for 6 now. Brett D'Oliveira has only just come to the crease, way down the order, so that perhaps doesn't bode well either. Singdale switches around the wicket, drops it short and wide, and Byram doesn't take full toll. It's stopped by Tom Price at cover, not absolutely cleanly, but enough to dissuade them from any thoughts of a run. Singdale possibly getting away with that.
It's a luxuriant mane of hair, isn't it?
It is, very much so.
Has me envious anyway. That was a few decades back.
Singdale in once more, bowls a fuller ball, which is pushed back to the bowler, and Byram just hops back into his crease. Singdale didn't have any thoughts of an ill-advised hurl at the stumps. Sussex, their opening partnership is still going, 135 without loss. That's a lead of 228 runs already against Somerset at Hove. Essex 181 for 3 in reply to Notts 347. Could still be an interesting game, that, on second innings. Durham 387 all out. Warwickshire 151 for 5 up at Chesty Street. Short ball, and that has looped up in the air off the bat of Byram and gone to safety between point and cover. Dug in by Singdale, and Byram I think was in about 3 or 4 minds there. He wasn't quite sure whether to cut it, whether to prod at it, whether to try and sway out of the way, and the ball just ended up hitting the bat, scooped up in the air, but plopped well short of cover. It's a maiden over from Singdale. It's been a cracking spell, 4 overs for 5. But I suppose in some ways even that spell shows how hard wickets are going to be to prize out here, because as threatening as he's been, he's not got a wicket.
Bowled well without success. I thought his leap was a leap of triumph, seeing someone scoop it up there. Zamanakta then bowls, northeast leaves, comes back a bit. But it seemed that the ball would inevitably skew up either back to the bowler or to one of the offside fielders, but Byram's heart must have been in his mouth. He's not looking terribly assured, Eddie Byram, so far, but he's still there, surviving. 72 for 1. Glamorgan facing a mountain to climb to save this game. 397 to avoid the follow-on as Actor is in and bowls, and northeast plays that one carefully, studiously to mid-off. And there's no run.
No ball.
Well spotted.
It's really surreptitious, especially the secondary signal. But Ashraf puts his arm out and then walks just the other side of the non-striker, and then it's almost more of just a sort of a, well, just about reach out.
North East pushes forward at 74 for 1 and defends.
Sort of stealth signal behind the non-striker a little bit, but I suppose the scorers are that eagle-eyed, they'll already have seen the first one.
Yes, if they've flashed their little red light to acknowledge it. 74 for 1. Last over before the tea interval. As Actor is in to bowl, and North East beaten by that one. Squared up through to Bracey. Well, this is good high-class bowling, really, from the change pair, Singdale and Actor. They're hurrying the Glamorgan batters. They are beating them now and again, inducing false shots.
It's a very good ball.
Very close to the edge or the gloves of North East as it flashed through to Bracey. 3 balls to claim the wicket and send Gloucestershire into tea on a high. Still through 2 balls to claim the wicket, but that's another play and a miss from North East, who rehearses maybe the leave that he ought to have carried out on that occasion. He did drive at it and then knew instantly that it was a poor decision, but not for him a terminal one. 74 for 1, Glamorgan hanging on until the interval. They could do with 20 minutes to regroup. North East 19, Byram 21. Out to bowls, North East knocks it carefully into the offside, fielded at point. There's no run. So Glamorgan after lunch finally finishing off the Gloucestershire innings for 546. Van Buren was last out for 48 in reply. They've lost Al Hassan, caught behind off Tom Price for 28. And this is the last ball of the session. If it's a legitimate one, Actor bowling well. Last ball of his 4th over. In bowls, North East leaves, and at tea, Glamorgan 74 for 1 in reply to Gloucestershire's 5-4-6 all out. BBC commentary resumes in 20 minutes.
As the players leave the field for tea, just a reminder about the members' meeting on Monday the 14th of April, 7 o'clock here at the St Unique Stadium. It's in the Grace Room, and it's for members with topics to be discussed that will not be on the agenda at the AGM. You can attend in person or online. The meeting link will be sent out to members who wish to join online on the day. So that's on Monday, on day 4 of this match at 7 o'clock in the Grace Room in person if you wish. A members meeting to discuss non-AGM matters. The AGM itself is 2 weeks later on the 28th of April, also Monday, again at 7 o'clock, and the same rules apply. Members can attend in person or online with a link being sent out closer to the time. So keep those 2 dates in mind if you wish to be part of those 2 meetings. Here are the latest scores from elsewhere around the country. In Division 1 at Chesterfield Street, Warwickshire 157 for 6. In reply to Durham's 387, so they still trail by 230. At Trent Bridge, Essex are 193 for 3. In reply to Notts 347, so their deficit is 154. It's tea between the innings at the Oval, where Hampshire have been bowled out by Surrey for 219, so Surrey's first innings lead will be 34. At Hove, Sussex bowled out Somerset earlier today for 201, with a lead on first innings of 93, and they are 140 for no wicket in their second innings, so the overall advantage 233. And at Headingley, Worcestershire 129 for 6 in reply to Yorkshire's 456, so they're still 327 behind. In the other matches in the second division at Canterbury, Middlesex's first innings lead over Kent was 4. Kent all out for 218. Middlesex 222 in the first innings, and now 130 for 4 second time round, so 134 ahead overall. It's tea at Old Trafford, where Northants eventually made 496 against Lancashire, who are 30 for 1 in reply. And at Grace Road, Leicestershire made 484, and Derbyshire in response 202 for 6. I would just say at this point, these are the two scores from the two Bristol Football Club matches at this point in the afternoon. At half-time, in the Championship, QPR 1, Bristol City 1, and in League 1, Bristol Rovers 0, Exeter 2. As we start the post-tea session, please welcome back Naeem Ashraf and Paul Baldwin, our umpires for this match. In the field, the Gloucestershire side, captained by number 1, Cameron Bancroft. And resuming for Glamorgan, their second wicket pair of number 16, Sam Northeast, and number 97, Eddie Byron.
Well, Gloucestershire's players and Glamorgan's not-out pair back out in the middle. Gloucestershire huffed and puffed, and they really did bowl extremely well, particularly that tandem of Singdale and Actor passing the edge on numerous occasions, but they could not prize apart this pair of Byram and Northeast. There's still 32 overs remaining in the day's play. If Gloucestershire could grab a couple of wickets, 3 wickets before the end, that would certainly change things. But as I said before tea, really, I think that spell of Singdale and Actor really does underline how tricky Gloucestershire's task will be, because Singdale in particular, but Actor as well, they both extracted probably as much out of the surface as there is to be extracted and still couldn't quite get that payoff. But it'll be Matt Taylor to bowl again after tea, as Eddie Byram is on strike, and that's left alone. First ball. Ed Seaborn and Nick Webb, your commentary team on the BBC Sport website, the app, via BBC Sounds, by most smart speakers, and on the Gloucestershire live stream.
Yeah, just a word to thank those who mentioned we were down. If we do go down at any point during the season, please do try and message us, just in case we're not aware of it.
Matt Taylor into Byram, who is playing inside the line of that delivery as it passes behind the stumps, and Ollie Price. No, in fact it's Ben Charlesworth who's back there delivering the warm round of applause.
As we are going out on a lot of platforms, and if one of them edges off, then we're not always aware of it immediately, so messages are welcome.
Quite. Taylor moves in, bowls, and just stays down a bit, but Byram does well to cover that perhaps slight lack of bounce, as it's turned out to mid-wicket. Yes, there are times when everything looks fine from our end and we have no way of telling. Unfortunately, there can't always be somebody listening to the feed from here, so definitely do let us know. The worst that can happen is we have to check it and it's fine. Taylor bowling to Byram, and this time he shoulders arms outside off stump.
Yeah, make sure it's not your Wi-Fi's gone down before messaging us. And if it's the video stream, then message the club rather than your BBC commentary team. If the BBC audio streams are still working, then we're doing our bit of it.
How very parochial of you.
Well, I know, but we can pass it on, but it's easier to message the club directly, I think.
Deep forward square leg goes back for this fifth ball of the over, and Taylor has seen that knocked into the onside. A cloud of pigeons erupts from around Tom Price as he does the fielding. One run is taken, 75 for one. Hopefully those pigeons won't be back nesting right above us as they were a few years ago.
Really?
The netting is still doing its job, but they do find a way of getting through almost everything that's put in their path. They don't seem to have found a way through this netting, which is stopping them from effectively nesting in the roof space either side of us. Last ball of the over, Taylor into northeast, and forward he goes and holds the pose of the defensive shot, which goes up towards mid-on. So Taylor's second spell, overall figures of 7 overs for 19, 6 overs for 18 in his first spell, and it looks as though it will be Zaman Akhtar to bowl from the Ashley Down Road end, so they are going to try and split possibly their more seam and swing bowlers and their pace bowlers up a little bit. Akhtar bowled 4 overs before tea, so he might not have a particularly long spell here, but he will continue as he was before the break.
And a few minutes to rest and recuperate. 75 for one then. Glamorgan 397, the follower on target. Here late on day 2 in Bristol. As Akhtar bowls, Byram works it away on the leg side. And they take a single. Success for Glamorgan in this final session would be losing no more than 1 wicket and adding another 100, I guess. That might be optimistic. 2 wickets, it's even Stevens. 3 wickets in the session, it's Gloucestershire's day again.
Yeah, you would think so. I think especially because they are top order wickets, and as we've mentioned, it's not as strong a Glamorgan tail as sometimes.
Akhtar bowls, that's come back and bounced and been left and gone through the keeper's gloves.
So, yeah, although you would still be thinking, well, potentially 16 wickets plus the possibility of Gloucestershire having to bat for a while is an awful lot to ask of 2 days of cricket. At least it would give Gloucestershire the possibility of coming back tomorrow and having a morning session similar to what Glamorgan did this morning.
North East pushing forward, defending on the leg side. They thought about a quick single, but Akhtar was across quickly to his right to field. Yeah, Glamorgan claimed, was it 4 wickets in the first session?
Yeah.
3 in the first half of the second session of the day. And Gloucestershire were finally sent back for 546, having been 368 for 3 overnight. As to bowls, Northeast drives nicely down the ground. Will pick up 4 runs here. Van Buren does not give serious chase. Slightly overpitched, and Northeast driving nicely. Move up to 23 and catching up Eddie Byram, who had a few overs, best part of 10 overs start. The crowd's gone a little flat. Not too much to cheer from the home point of view. Although ball has beaten bat a few times. As Actor bowls and Northeast leaves. Eddie Byram lobbed one up in the air, but was grateful not to see it fall anywhere near a fielder when he was on 21. He's on 23 and having to work hard for it. Gloucestershire aren't giving Glamorgan anything at the moment with this 4-man pace attack or seam attack. Singdale and Actor the faster bowlers, both brought on as changes. Northeast on the back foot defends back to the bowler. There is no run. 80 for 1. Glamorgan replying to Gloucestershire's 5 for 6 all out here on BBC Sport Online.
The good news also is that the light has improved a little bit in the last 15 minutes or so, and actually dangerously the Met Office appears to suggest there's only a 20% chance of rain now at 6 o'clock even, and only 10% for the hour of 5 to 6. So that's a significant improvement on what it's been saying for most of the day, and it does seem to be, if not fully clearing up a little bit. Here's Taylor bowling, and Byram has been sort of caught again in two minds by that one, as he thought about having maybe a cut or a drive, and ended up wafting at it and missing it outside the off stump, and that really is a shot that could have brought in several modes of dismissal really, whether it was a nick behind or if he even got an inside edge on that and dragged it back onto his stumps. 80 for 1. Taylor in, bowls a fuller delivery. Byram drives pleasantly, but Hammond is in the way at cover. Hurls the throw in to James Bracey. Such was the force of the throw that James Bracey's now wringing out his right hand repeatedly. Power of the Miles Hammond throw. Hammond, for his part, not even really looking at James Bracey, sort of walking around, arms crossed behind his back. I didn't do anything. Taylor moves in, he bowls, and Byram forward, makes a nice knocking sound of leather on willow out into the covers. And again, there is no run. So Taylor, as he tends to do second or third spells, really starting to maybe just target those stumps a little bit more. Of course, he did get Byram to play and miss a bit wider, but tends to be the way, especially at Bristol, as Taylor bowls, and I'm not quite sure what Cameron Bancroft heard at second slip there. Maybe Byram just hit his pad with his bat, but he was about a foot away from the ball, so certainly couldn't have been any merit in anything other than I suppose a encouraging cry for the bowler. It was a sort of almost an ouch, as though somebody had trodden on his foot. Tight over from Taylor so far, in now and bowling, and again, no shot this time. One of the more obvious leaves from Byram. It's been, you say, a fairly quiet start to this session. We haven't had any of the encouraging roars that we had for Messrs Singdale and Actor from down below us earlier on. I suppose Mr Lee must have gone off for a cup of tea or something. Perhaps a bit stronger.
Cider's worn off.
In goes Taylor, last ball of the over, bowls down the leg side. Byram doesn't get a touch. And it is a maiden over. Finished off by probably the least threatening of the deliveries in it, but Taylor threw 8 overs, 2 maidens, none for 19, so certainly, whilst only the 1 wicket to show for it, this has been a far more accurate bowling display from Gloucestershire than their first game, with no Marchant de Lange, of course, in this one, so it is just, as Nick said, 4-prong seam attack, unless Ben Charlesworth is going to turn his arm over. We'll have to see on that.
As North East plays the first ball of the new over very nicely through the covers, nice back foot punch, and it's run away for 4 to that mound stand side of the ground. North East on to 27, goes past Byram, 84 for 1, and North East will want to draw on all his reserves of patience and judgment, and he drives to mid-on, fielded by Van Buren, and there is no run. We know he's capable of batting a long time, not in the runs in the first match of the season, so no doubt his mindset will be in it for the long haul, and to try to anchor this Glamorgan reply. Let's not put the kiss of death on him. Actor running towards us. Bowls, North East drives, it's just beaten the stumps, but it hasn't beaten the scrambling stop at mid-off.
He tried the run out, they always try it, you almost never see it. I can barely remember ever seeing it work. Deflect the ball onto the stumps. And then, of course, a lot of the time you watch as the ball races off to the boundary and you're probably thinking, oh, I wish I'd just tried to stop the ball, but Tom Price got across well from mid-off.
Out to bowls, and North East is playing that one gently back to him. There's no run.
Times when you feel that's almost the way that a wicket has to fall, but they're not quite there yet, but it still has more the feeling of bat on top since tea than it was before tea, when Singdale and Actor really were on top of the pair.
Through outside off stump. North East plays no shot.
Certainly very assiduous in his monitoring of the front foot is Naeem Ashraf. He's showing Actor, I suppose it's without having to say anything. The fact that he's marking out that crease line just shows that he is possibly getting a little close.
The bowls, North East drives, doesn't time it back to the bowler, who throws it back towards James Bracey. 84 for 1. 4. Nicely timed off the first delivery, followed by 5 dot balls.
Article on the BBC Sport website about the ICC being lobbied to make T10 an officially recognised format in the future. It's guaranteed to be an enjoyable read for all those county championship supporters around the country. At least 2 full members are pushing the ICC to consider it. In goes Taylor and bowls, he's got him, caught behind. Matt Taylor has struck, it's his first wicket, and it's the perfect line and length really to Byram. If there was a way that it looked as if he might be prized out, it was just with that delivery in the channel where he plays that sort of half play, half leave, and it needs to be on the perfect line to grab the outside edge, but it did. James Bracey with yet another catch behind. Just a little touch again. They've not been big nicks either of the Glamorgan openers' dismissals, but that is just what Gloucestershire wanted. A fairly early wicket in this evening session. Byram departs for 23, Glamorgan 84 for 2.
Yeah, first wicket producing 44 runs, the second 40 runs. And Glamorgan needs something considerably more substantial than that if they're going to fight their way to safety in this game. As Kieran Carlson crosses the ropes, the limited overs captain to join the championship captain. Carlson with a century in the second innings against Gloucestershire, but always provides the bowlers with some hope early on. And Gloucestershire looking to ram home their advantage in this final session of play. And there's a long time to go. Best part of 28 overs.
I suppose they'll be hoping that the pattern of 4 wickets a session that we've had today continues.
Yes, that would certainly put them in the driving seat if Glamorgan were 5 down overnight.
So the 2 right-handers now for Taylor to bowl at, and he does what he so often does against the right-handers, and is going to come round the wicket. Whether that's something that he'll do for North East, I think he had been bowling over the wicket at him, but he certainly decided that he wants to come round to Carlson. There's a 3rd slip that's been put in now, so Charlesworth back to first, and then Bancroft and Ollie Price shuffling across. In goes Taylor, bowls, and good delivery to start off with, but Carlson doesn't play a shot. With Byram gone, I think we'll have a far clearer idea of whether there's a play or a leave, which is possibly more instructive for those who are just listening via the radio. Or sort of radio.
Phone, tablet, laptop, whatever.
Mobile device. Taylor stalks in and bowls, and this is left by Carlson. Again, coming back a little bit towards the right-hander. He does like to just get that ball to come back in late if he can, Taylor, from round the wicket. Wireless, yes. Well, I suppose every device is mostly wireless now.
Yes, unless it's a plug-in Ethernet laptop. Wireless, fireless.
Slips have just taken a little step closer. Taylor round the wicket bowling, and that's a... Goodness sake. I thought we got rid of this. Carlson's played nowhere near that, as it's gone way past the off stump and past the edge. I mean, if he's played at that, then he's clearly thought that Taylor's going to move that back a mile. Don't you start. Please. Must be getting cooler out there now. Singdale has gone for the cable knit. Mid-off, I think he's the only one who's gone for that option. Taylor bowls, and Carlson this time is definitely beaten by that one. The feet were jumping a little bit. Bracey lies flat on his stomach after he has taken that one, I think, just about on the full. Yes, it wasn't the easiest of grabs for him. Right down low. No edge, but there we go. Encouragement for Bomber, as Matt Taylor is known as. It's been excellent since the tea break. He completes the over by bowling a straight delivery. Carlson wasn't quite sure where that had gone, and might even have jammed that into his foot. But anyway, there is no run out into the offside, and that is a wicket maiden for Matt Taylor. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 19. And he has provided Gloucestershire with the breakthrough after it was just, I mean, it wasn't, I wouldn't say it was looking flat, but it wasn't a huge amount to shout about as far as Gloucestershire were concerned in the early stages since tea, but in the 5th over after it, they have their first breakthrough.
Apologies to Grontius for forcing him to leap out of his bath, so he claims. 84 for 2. Actor is in to ball. Northeast drives slightly sketchily through mid-wicket for a single. There's a sweeper out on the leg side. 85 for 2.
Did you shout Eureka?
Apparently I was coming through rather more powerfully than you.
Oh, I see. Okay. That'd just be your stentorian tones.
Yes, used to the rugby commentaries from the winter. I've got a final rugby commentary of the season in a couple of weeks' time for the Wales Women's International in Italy. Looking forward to that. Actor in bowls and beats Carlson lunging forward.
That's done a decent amount at Actor's pace. He's probably a bit annoyed that it's done as much as it has. That's seemingly moved quite considerably off the seam. It's not surprised that Carlson didn't lay bat on it, really. Early on in your innings, that's not a ball you want to be getting.
Carlson yet to get off the mark. Faces up to Actor. Is hit on the pad as he looks to work on the leg side from the shot he was playing. That's a rather optimistic and overexcited appeal. 85 for 2 still. A grey old afternoon, evening, and not much heard, I don't think, over drifting over from the Memorial Ground as Carlson drives to mid-off, and there is no run. What is happening at the Memorial Ground, I hear you ask?
I don't see too many people in. Normally you can see people at the far end of the grandstand. I can't see anybody.
It's not good news. It's 2-1 to Exeter after 75 minutes against the Rovers. Carlson on the defensive, back to the bowler, and there's no run.
I think I've missed another of umpire Ashraf's stealth no balls in the previous one.
Thank you for highlighting that. Trying to do too many things at the same time. Bristol City 1-1 at QPR at the moment.
It's just my eyesight. There are lots of people in. Haven't quite abandoned ship yet.
Actor bowls. Carlson drives one hand off the bat, doesn't time it at all. Yeovil 2-0 up at home to Oldham, thank you, in the National League. As far as the Welsh point of view is concerned, Newport County goalless at home to Colchester. County safe in League 2. Not a stunning season, but it'll do. Actor bowls down leg side. Carlson thinks about trying to fence at it, but in the end decides wisely against it. No run. 87 for 2. Swansea City are a goal for good away to Sunderland. The cheers drift over the water from Trebanos, where Edward Bevan is no doubt following the Swans' progress, as well as ours. And Cardiff City against Stoke, that match operating in delay because of a medical problem for a member of the crowd who was treated successfully, we understand. But it's goalless between Cardiff City and Stoke as the Bluebirds battle against relegation from the Championship.
Well, Taylor is going to go around the wicket to northeast as well on 28. Taylor bowls full, it's driven down the ground, no chance for Singdale. And that is 4 runs. Nice shot from northeast. Just has this easy way of timing the ball. It was almost easier to admire it from square of the wicket at Cheltenham, in terms of you just saw the almost minimal foot movement and just there's not any great fanfare about the raise of the bat or anything. It's just a simple move into the ball and he times it so well. Northeast to 32. He scored 7 boundaries, so he's been dealing in them more so than the Gloucestershire batters were. He seemed to be grinding out ones and twos a lot, and boundaries coming in flurries. Singdale's just moved a bit deeper at mid-off after that. Taylor bowls, and Northeast dabs that away towards backward point. And just a bit like Carlson was, there's a little bit of a hop there. Taylor may be getting his pace up in this spell. I suppose a wicket always helps.
There's a lovely picture from the last match as Kieran Carlson, I think it was reaching his 50, was an uppercut 6, and he was about a foot off the ground at the time. Threw the kitchen sink at it.
Down to 2 in the cordon. Taylor to Northeast, and forward defence is played immaculately out into the covers. Singdale having gone to fetch that ball, first ball of the over, doing a bit of stretching, so maybe he'll have a go from the Ashley Down Road end as Gloucestershire just look to rotate through these 4 seamers. The over rate was level actually at tee, so he didn't have a concern over that. In goes Taylor and bowls, and Northeast just runs this one off the face of the bat towards Dent, who's fielding at backward point. And again, there is no run. A little bit of balcony action over at the far end with the first match of the season, first weekend, I suppose, for some over there. The chance to see the Shire in action in a, well, full county championship game. Taylor bowls, and this is delicately played by Northeast, who's happy to play with the outer half of the bat. There are 2 slips in place, but he watched that one very carefully onto his bat and takes 1 down to the fielder patrolling in front of those flats, 92 for 2.
Yes, it's probably the keener fans that are out today on the balconies rather than the sunbathers who had a bit of nice cricket in the background, mopping up the rays yesterday.
Carlson waits, yet to get off the mark. This will be his 12th delivery. A 3rd slip moves back in for him as Taylor bowls, and Carlson, again, he's hopping about a bit, but he gets a decent amount of bat on it, but just blocking it to keep it out, so he's been becalmed so far as Kieran Carlson. I'm not sure I've ever seen him face 12 deliveries in a row before without scoring a run. 92 for 2, 33 to Northeast, and Taylor 10 overs, 1 for 24. He's continuing to keep things tight. Ooh, the walkie-talkie was out from Paul Baldwin there. Does that mean that he wants the lights on? Can't be turned off once you've turned them on.
Ooh, seen the price of electricity?
Well, sadly that's the way.
It's just gone up however many percent. It goes up with the new year, the new financial year. 92 for 2 in grey conditions now. As Actor races in, bowls.
It's Tom Price.
Oh, sorry, Tom Price races in and bowls. The scoreboard had not registered the change, as his first ball is hit for 4, whoever bowled it.
Yes. It's another one of those Northeast back foot drives. He certainly got that shot working well today. I suppose he would have a little bit more time to hit that with Tom Price bowling rather than Actor, but I must admit I didn't notice. I was too busy looking at the flat, so I didn't notice until he was in his delivery stride that it was Tom Price coming in.
The board is temporarily baffled. 96 for 2. Now we're right. Price 1 for 40. So he's been the most expensive, but he did get the initial breakthrough with Ul Hassan caught behind. And Northeast fencing at that one, beaten by it outside off stump, and gesturing as if someone is moving maybe above the side screen, but still in his line of sight.
You can still see whatever it is, maybe, unless it's is it a door or something maybe that he's not happy with, or there is somebody moving on about the 3rd floor up, but it's pretty high up.
Yes, you'd be surprised if that were distracting him, but clearly something is. Would Mr. Smith in flat 17 please shut his door?
Stop shining that laser. Come on. Or now Van Buren's having a...
Excuse me, we can't get on with bowling. Yeah.
No, I don't know that the request is being acquiesced with. Oh, maybe it's not there. Maybe it's not that. Maybe there. Yes, there's somebody on the second floor up towards the left-hand side of the sight screen. Inside, who's actually moving.
Next ball is delivered, and North East nudges his way down towards square leg for a single, so that he doesn't have to worry about the activities of those in the flats.
Comes to something when you can cause a stoppage to play from your own bedroom.
Yes, I think, wasn't there one case here of bedroom-related activities being carried outside?
Perhaps, yes, exactly. Yes, there were. Didn't hold up play though.
But did distract the spectators.
And the Leicestershire players, yes.
97 for 2. Carlson on strike, yet to score, beaten again. This is a horrible start for Kieran Carlson, the Glamorgan vice-captain, who is not at all at home.
Just looks very twitchy, doesn't he? You know, he's come across his crease, but there's a twitch almost before the ball's bowled. What shall I do with this one?
There's always a bit going on with Kieran Carlson batting, but he's usually got one away by this stage.
North East is signalling up to the bedroom.
Steady on. As Price bowls, and Carlson is away as he chops one down safely to third man to get off the mark on his 14th delivery.
Provide some relief for him. I mean, he also you know, if you're Gloucestershire, that you feel as if you've got to get him whilst he's still unsettled, and you just don't want to see those movements start to settle down, gets a couple away, and then he might just go on. And, oh no, there's a gull that's decided to perch on the scoreboard. We can't have that. It's a new board.
Do you know how much that board costs?
Streaks down there, thank you.
Price bowls. North East plays one down to third man for another single. 99 for 2. North East to 39.
There's two of them up there now. Taunting.
Well, we've got anti-pigeon netting here. Perhaps we need anti-gull
we need some of those
measures
spikes
on the board.
Get some of those bits of broken glass, you know, some shards of glass on the top there. That'll do the trick.
Ooh, dear. What's a poor gull to do? 99 for 2, North East 39. Carlson has 1. The men out. Ul Hassan 28. Byram 23. A wicket apiece for Tom Price and Matt Taylor. Though we don't necessarily have to say Matt Taylor too often, because Brother Jack is not featuring in this game.
No, although of course we gave him a mention yesterday for having clubbed David Payne for 6 in the Abu Dhabi T10, which could become an official format. In comes Taylor and bowls. North East goes forward and plays this one defensively back up towards the bowler.
I mean, does it really matter what they call it? I mean, it's played. Someone puts up some money. Players go and earn some money and come home again. And the good folk of the United Arab Emirates are probably largely unmoved by events.
Oh, good heavens. I've actually missed the part of this that's annoying me. In comes Taylor now. Bowls turned away into the onside through square leg by North East for a single, and that is the 100 up for Glamorgan. North East moves to 40. 60 deliveries, but Glamorgan have got a long way to go, but they've knocked off the first 100 of them. 446 they still trail by, but North East is looking at a steadying presence. No, the part that's annoying me here
Steady on, you've got 30 years before you can be an official grumpy old man on the county circuit.
But they don't want to give them T20 status. They want to give them List A status.
Oh, that's nonsense.
So that means that all the 50 over statistics are going to include T10. Taylor bowls full. It's driven in the air, but past the stretch of Taylor with his left hand, and far too straight for Singdale to do anything about it at mid-off, and he will allow the ball to be tossed back in, so doesn't have to go all the way to the boundary. But Carlson has got one away. It was in the air, but it was between the bowler and mid-off. 104 for 2. I suppose Taylor will still be thinking, well, he didn't keep it down, but at the end of the day, it's 4 more. Taylor charges in once more and bowls to Carlson. Carlson tucks this one towards mid-on, and there is no run.
Is there reason given for the potential link with
List A?
List A, i.e. normally 50 overs, but at least 40?
No. Okay, so it was said to have gained little traction from the majority of those in attendance. That's at the ICC's board meeting, which is currently going on in Zimbabwe. But it is a topic which will be revisited should it garner further support. So there you go. We can lend our support to, or not. Taylor in bowls, and Carlson has walked across his stumps and played at a ball which was at least a full set of stumps outside off, and missed it.
That's fizzed through, and it must be said that Gloucestershire's 4-man unit of pace bowlers are bowling far more consistently than Glamorgan did for the vast majority of the Gloucestershire innings.
Yeah, there's not too much let up in pressure. I mean, Tom Price has been quite expensive in his 7 overs for 43, as Taylor bowls full and straight, and Carlson blocks it out. Let's see what he's looking for there, because again Carlson's taking that pronounced step, or even 2, or a couple of shuffling steps anyway across to the offside, and Taylor's thinking that he might just spear one into those pads and have an LBW shout, but not to be. 104 for 2.
Some prize winners being announced.
Lucky prizes. What's up for grabs with these prizes? Oh, I see it. Right, so a raffle for the marathon. Right. London Marathon, that is.
Yes, the loser gets to run it. As Tom Price will continue when Sam Northeast is ready to receive. 104 for 2, 397 the follow-on target. Price bowls, Northeast defends on the leg side. Hammond runs across it, ball runs, rolls gently to mid-on, and there's no run. Yes, my elder daughters run the London Marathon, and that's as close as I intend to get to it.
In a costume, or I mean, as in the running it rather than you in the costume.
No, I wasn't in costume, and neither was she. As Northeast flicks one through the leg side, a dive by Hammond at short mid wicket, a pursuit from Van Buren, but both are in vain as Northeast has dispatched that one efficiently to the ropes at mid wicket. He moves to 44. Total to 108 for 2.
Yeah, it's not really too leg side-ish either. He's picked that one off. I don't know, it looked like about middle and off.
He's playing some nice straight-ish shots, isn't he? In the more or less in the V. That one down the ground, just about on the fringe of the V. His next delivery is defended back past the bowler, but rolling gently to mid-off. Actor stoops, fields, polishes, has a chat with Van Buren, polishes a bit more.
Seems to be some sort of yoga class going on out there at the moment in the onside, both short mid-wicket and mid-wicket, doing all sorts of bizarre stretching.
As North East fires one straight at short mid-wicket, where Hammond does the fielding. It'd be unusual if these days if Hammond were to bowl. Didn't get in the wickets column last season. Started off his career mainly as a bowler, is it fair to say?
Yeah.
As a bowling all-rounder anyway.
Off spin was his stock in trade, certainly, and then moved to be a almost T20 pinch hitter at the top of the order, and has evolved into a championship middle order player.
North East plays another one off the back foot through the offside. I don't think this one will run to the boundary, as Actor stops it with the boot just inside the boundary. Confident of his football skills. Oh, I'd like to see that. The fast bowler's boot. 2 runs.
It was a very dainty boot, though, wasn't it?
It wasn't a desperate flying boot, was it?
Plonk the boot there and really old-fashioned boot it back in. It was a really delicate touch, just to stop the ball, lay it up for somebody else who might have kicked it back.
Midfielder taking a touch and then knocking it down inside right channel. Price bowls, North East defends. Back to the bowler. Dot ball to end the over that cost 6 runs, so Price continues to be a bit on the expensive side. Glamorgan 110 for 2 after 30 overs, 22 remain today. Standard sort of 6:20ish finish, I guess.
Yeah.
Unless the light goes, which is a worry.
I think the odds at this stage is it's got a little bit darker again. Looked as if it was brightening up at one point and the clouds are breaking up a bit, but it doesn't seem to be happening. So, yeah, I think at this point I might put the odds on us not making the close, but we'll see. Gloucestershire might decide to bowl spin for a little bit just to give it a go. If the umpires say you can't bowl the seamers anymore, they might give it a few overs just to have a look. Ajit Singh Dale returns from the pavilion end. He bowls down the leg side, first ball to Carlson. And just taken a little glance, and there's very little that a fielder at fine leg can do to cut that angle off, but Carlson missed it. 4 overs for 5 runs for Singh Dale, and he really did give Eddie Byram a bit of a working over, but in the end it was Taylor who removed Byram this side of tee. Can Singh Dale make further inroads? Carlson on 5. Singh Dale runs in, bowls to him, and goes past Carlson's outside edge. It just shapes enough. Doesn't have to do a great deal at the pace Singh Dale's sending it down at. Still after his first wicket of the season, Singh Dale certainly won't be for the lack of effort, still hurling himself through the crease every ball.
It's somewhat concerning with 20-odd, just over 20 overs left today. There is no headline act for today, is there?
Singh Dale kicking up his heels in now and bowls down leg side again. Singh Dale launches himself forwards, DeLange style. Bracey takes down the leg side again.
And Hammond completed his 50, but Van Buren's 48 was the largest contribution of the day in Gloucestershire ranks, and no one has claimed more than 2 wickets today.
No. It's just waiting for somebody to really grab it by the scruff of the neck. Singh Dale bowls left by Carlson, although he can't resist still playing some sort of a shot, even as it's rested in the gloves of Bracey behind the stumps, and played a shadow drive.
Swansea City 1-0 winners at Sunderland in the Championship. Safe in mid-table, the Swans.
Deep square patrolling the boundary, a short boundary. Singh Dale full ball. Carlson defends it right into the ground, loops back towards Singdale. He's always an enthusiastic fielder of his own bowling. He's always keen to have a charge about and see whether he can effect some sort of a crazy piece of fielding of his own bowling. It's as though somehow sprinting in as he does isn't enough exercise for him. He's got to continue to sprint even after he's completed his follow through. That is if he does stay on his feet. Singdale in now, bowls, and again Carlson not drawn into a shot, but it's a maiden for Singdale. 5 overs for 5 runs. Glamorgan still 2 down, 21 overs remaining. The run rate, as Gloucestershire's did, I think, around about this period was when it started just to be dragged back a bit, although most of that more because Carlson's faced, and it's 5 off 24 for him, whereas when North East has faced, it's been a slightly different story. He's striking at around about 70. There's 46, 110 for 2.
Might be a few groans drifting over the air from the Memorial Ground. Bristol Rovers still 2-1 down at home to Exeter, as Price is in to bowl. North East is forward, defending, and there's no run. 8 minutes of stoppage time there.
There's still hope. 1 minute to go. Oh dear, running out of time. Hope nobody delivers the news to Bracey, who's standing behind the stumps. He'll be totally unaware of what's going on. It'll be a happy check of the phone at the end of the day, unless somebody tells him beforehand.
Price races in, bowls. Big appeal for LBW, not out. Mr. Ashraf is unmoved by entreaties from Gloucestershire players and spectators alike.
So I should point out that come on umpire was not either from the commentary box or from one of the Gloucestershire players.
Good shout.
Goodness, I mean, especially if you're Tom Price and you were sent on your way with that decision.
Yes, that one must have been pretty close to banging into leg stump of Sam North East, who played across that one a bit. Umpire Ashraf deciding that it was just sliding, as North East responds by cutting the next ball hard into the offside, and is well fielded at point by the hirsute Mr. Dent. And there's no run. 110 for 2. North East just surviving.
Just missing 50.
Yep.
Would have been a fitting way for him to go to it, really, as he's pretty much dealt in boundaries.
Price on his way. Bowls to North East, who pushes forward slightly tentatively into the onside. And there is no run. North East has hit 9 boundaries in his 46. Carlson just the one at the other end. So most of the football results should be with us now, as North East plays one down, off an angled bat to backward point, goes through for the single. So Swansea City victorious 1-0 at Sunderland. Cardiff City, well, that game was delayed by 12 minutes by a medical problem in the crowd, but then 0-0 against Stoke after 82 minutes. Bristol City have drawn 1-1 against QPR away. League One, Wrexham drew 0-0 at Wigan, but are now just clear of Wycombe in third, who got a late winner against Stevenage. Bristol Rovers 1, Exeter 2 is, I'm afraid, now a full-time score. from about, a mile away. 111 for 2, Nelson on the board. Price bowls to Carlson, who leaves a booming delivery that goes through almost chest height to James Bracey. Poor afternoon for Newport County in the end. Beaten 2-0 at home by Colchester. A couple of late goals for the visitors there. Yeovil are 2-1 up against Oldham, but the visitors pulled one back in stoppage time. And maybe a few moments left for Yeovil to hang on there.
Is that Tommy Borman on the field? I'm just struggling to remember back to 71 at Deep Square. We've got a substitute fielder on. Yeah, the feeling 71 was Borman, just straining to remember. In goes Singdale bowls, and North East beaten outside the off stump again. Doesn't, well, actually, I mean, if it does just about carry through to Brace, it dies, but would have just carried, and Gloucestershire sort of know, I suspect, that they need probably a fair bit to go their way still in order to press home their advantage, and it's the danger the longer this spell goes on from Singdale as well, that it just feels as if it's getting away from them, and that won't help the mood either, because there's a thick edge from North East as he's tried to turn it into the onside. It slices down to deep third for a single, 112 for 2.
It's his birthday.
It's Tommy Borman's birthday, is it?
Yep, happy birthday. Tom Borman, 20 today.
Oh well, there are probably better ways to celebrate your birthday than fielding at deep square leg, but he's in Gloucestershire colours. Yeah,
what more could a young professional want? Got some runs for the twos in the week, I think.
Singdale bowls, and Carlson tucks this one down fine. Price T does the fielding from fine leg. A little bit of bat involved there. 113 for 2. I wonder whether this will be the summer we see Borman make his first team debut. It would probably be, well, who knows? Never say never. It might be one of those things, maybe in the One Day Cup possibly, or who knows. He's certainly impressed in a brief innings. Was it last summer against New Zealand, or was it the summer before? It was the summer before, I was going to say. I wasn't here, that's why I'm struggling to remember. In comes Singdale bowls in a half of the bat from North East as it squeezes away. Borman will be called into action at deep backward square. Picks up and sends in the throw. 1 run taken again. 114 for 2.
The final whistle has blown at Hewish Park, with Yeovil holding on for all 3 points against Oldham in the National League.
Borman, somebody who's been in and around the likes of England under-19s, Young Lions, that sort of thing. Singdale bowls. This is pushed defensively back to Singdale. There is no run, so the next generation beyond the next generation starting to make their way through. We saw a bit of Archie Bailey last summer making his debut in fine fashion at Lords with a 4-for in the second innings to help bowl Gloucestershire to a win there. Joe Phillips, who I'm sure will play a part at some point this summer. Singdale is in full and straight, and Carlson, who's looking more steady in his footwork now, comes forward to defend again. 3 from the over, 114 for 2. North East 1 shy of a 50. Carlson has 6.
Singdale showing why he has won England Lions honours.
Yep, him, Actor and Ollie Price all playing in the same game for the Lions last summer at New Road against Sri Lanka. Zaman Actor claiming a 5-foot, but Singdale unfortunately was ill quite a lot during that match, so didn't bowl quite as much as I suspect he was hoping.
Claims to spend a maximum of 1 hour a day on his phone. Well done, young man. That's impressive
self playing cricket.
Discipline. Northeast dabbing away the first ball of a new Tom Price over from the Ashley Down Road end.
Perhaps he uses his tablet a lot.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? You can
It's
it's an easy way of getting your phone phone time down. Switch to your tablet, which isn't counting as much and sending you nagging messages. As Price wheels round. Just down to one slip now. Captain bangers as Northeast drives to mid-off and there's no run.
Certainly not and I think we probably knew this was going to be the case really. Bancroft's not really a captain that's going to be charging about and shouting and pointing everywhere. Sort of the energy room is probably still likely to be the likes of Van Buren and definitely Marchant de Lange when he is in the 11.
As Price bowls, Northeast gets a thick edge, but a safe one wide of Bancroft, down to third man. Single taken, and that will bring up the half-century for Sam Northeast off 77 deliveries and including 9 fours. Well batted, the Glamorgan captain.
Yeah, it was a very much necessary innings from Northeast, and then got off to a bad start, 44-run opening partnership, but Northeast is just the sort of steadying presence that you need when you're in pursuit of a large score on first innings, or, well, any innings really.
Thought the lights might be on by now.
It's been getting close.
115 for 2 as Carlson plays that on the onside. Hammond with a diving stop at short mid-wicket. Seems to like a dive, Miles Hammond.
Yes, he does, yeah.
Whether the ball is particularly near him or not.
Yeah, quite. It's not been a good day unless Miles Hammond returns back to the pavilion with grass stains all over his trousers. Haven't seen his yellow socks on display. I have to keep an eye out for that when he dives next time.
Price in. Balls to Carlson, who brings Hammond into the action again at short mid-wicket. Hammond stretching. Oh, it's a no ball. Haven't had one for a while. He'll get RSI in the arm, umpire Ashraf, won't he? The Pakistani-born former all-rounder in first-class cricket. 117 for 2. He has called the large majority of the no balls.
It appears the umpires are of a mind with you, Mr. Webb, because apparently the floodlights are shortly going to be turned on.
Don't call me shortly. 117 for 2. Carlson settles. Price bowls. Turned away off his legs, and they'll pick up 1. They'll come back for 2. It's well stopped on the backward square leg boundary by Ben Charlesworth. His throw is not entirely ideal for James Bracey, but it was in the right sort of area quickly enough. No chance of a third. Good stop on the boundary. Carlson moves to 8, 119 for 2. Maybe one of Northeast's gestures was about the lights. There's lights on certainly in one of the flats just on the 3rd floor above the sight screen. There's Price bowls. Carlson plays on the leg side, not really timing it, was looking to play straight I think, but it matters not. It was safe enough. 119 for 2. Still 18 overs to go today, so we're heading light permitting for a finish somewhere around 20 past 6 or thereabouts, depending on whether spin is employed. And in terms of spin, Ollie Price first option?
Yes, I think he would be, especially these days. It's Price who's having to, I suppose, take on the load now that Zafar Gohar has moved on to Middlesex, and Graham van Buren will bowl some, but I don't think these days he wants to get through an enormous number of overs. Singdale will continue for now. It's a full ball which is pushed back to the bowler by Sam Northeast, who I think was, together with Kieran Carson, just being informed by umpire Baldwin of the situation. It feels as if it could be one of those irritating evenings where the light's okay for about 10 minutes and then it's not okay for 10 minutes a bit later on. Hopefully it doesn't get that far. Singdale in bowls, edge taken at second slip. Singdale has struck, and it is the vital wicket of Sam Northeast, and that was a fantastic delivery. It was back of a length, but not dug right back of a length. It looks as if it has just leapt up a bit on Northeast. He didn't have time to keep it down, just fenced at it, and the catch taken at second slip, as Singdale has reward for having charged in. Cameron Bancroft with the catch to his left-hand side, and Northeast goes for around 50. That is exactly what Gloucestershire needed. It hadn't gone flat, but it just started to feel as if it went on for another 20 minutes or so without a wicket, then there was the danger that it just might. They've got rid of the key man, at least in the early stages of Glamorgan's innings. Ingram coming out to the middle. It's 119 for 3.
Yeah, that was a bit of extra pace, wasn't it, from Singdale? Northeast hurried into a reflex shot and providing a reasonably comfortable chest-high catch to second slip. 119 for 3, and Glamorgan now in trouble with the follow-on target of 397.
It's probably around about the height that Cameron Bancroft wants those slip catches. We're not going to be taking too many, even with Singdale bowling at that height, but that really did fly through. It was, I say, it wasn't a pitch-up, nick-off type delivery. It was more back of a length, Northeast fencing at it as it came through quickly at him. It's not the sort of light conditions that you want to be facing somebody like Ajit Singdale in. I mean, I'm not saying for one moment that the light's bad, but Northeast must be walking off cursing, because just at this point before Ingram is about to face, the floodlights are kicking into action. It'll take them a little bit of time to get going fully, but that is bad timing for the Glamorgan captain. Colin Ingram to face. There's a short straight mid-on. There are 3 slips, and Singdale will come round the wicket to the left-handed Ingram. He's in and bowls, and Ingram plays inside the line of that one as it passes through to the gloves of Bracey. So, well, if Bracey's had designs on beating a keeping record again, there's one dismissal that's been taken away from him. Had the first 2. But Northeast edging to second slip, and we haven't had many slip catches. Actor was caught in the slips. Taylor might have been as well. Yeah, I think he was.
Taylor caught third slip.
Singdale bowls to Ingram, who I think this time does play at it. I think it was one of those where it was almost shaving the outside edge, but that time I think it was a case of Ingram just pushing at it a little bit. Again, really accurate and quick bowling from Ajit Singdale. And this is the sort of spell, or pair of spells really, including the spell before tea as well, that just get you really excited about a young fast bowler. In the gloom as the floodlights kick in, he runs in once more to bowl to Ingram. Ingram has touched this one down to deep third, and that will be 4. There's no stopping that for Tom Price. He's too wide for that. Don't think Ollie Price got a fingertip even on that one at third slip. And he's played that softly as Colin Ingram. That won't be of any consolation to Singh Dale at all, because it's 4 runs, but he's off the mark. Glamorgan 123 for 3. Still trailing by 423 runs. Hammond has moved even straighter at short straight mid-on as Singh Dale bowls to Ingram. It's a full ball. It's pushed into the onside, and Hammond sprints off after it and motions as if to shy at the stumps, but Carlson hasn't moved at the non-striker's end. It's the end of another cracking over from Singh Dale. He's got his wicket, his first of 2025, and a fantastic wicket it is too, that of North East, well set on 50, producing a spitting delivery to get rid of him. 123 for 3, Glamorgan.
So Glamorgan really can't afford to lose any more wickets in the final hour if they're not to finish the day under the cosh as they were overnight when Gloucestershire were 368 for 3, eventually bowled out for 546, which was some sort of recovery by the Glamorgan bowlers, but too late really. And the Gloucestershire bowlers are bowling beautifully now as Carlson defends the first ball of a new Tom Price over to Actor at mid-off.
As to be said, you can already see just how much of an effect these floodlights are having, even now they've come on. You know, there's the shadows, there's the colour that it makes the players' shirts look, that more sort of creamy colour. I don't know for how much longer Gloucestershire will be able to bowl Singh Dale. I suppose he's towards the end of his spell anyway.
Price in, bowls. Carlson turns one gently off his hip, and single is available because Bracey has to run across towards the square leg umpire. In fact, it was literally off the hip from Carlson because a leg by is signalled. Is that the first leggy of the innings?
I think it might be. I can't remember one before.
Yes. Yeah. Just 5 no balls, 10 runs from no balls, making the sundries. Before that, 124 for 3. Ingram, experience of years. He's got another year after this, signed on his contract, and defends that one back towards mid-off, but the ever busy Hammond runs across and intercepts it. Colin Ingram in the last match. It's the first game since September 23 that he hadn't made at least a 50 in either innings. It was a remarkable run. He managed it in every season, every match last season, all the 11 that he played. Much to the delight of his parents, following progress from South Africa. Price around the wicket, bowls to Ingram, who runs it down towards third man, fielded by Singh Dale beneath us.
Miles Hammond, he was crawling, he wasn't walking in, he was crawling in there on all fours for a while as Tom Price was running in. I hope Ingram didn't notice that. I mean, he stood up in the end, but
Hammond wanders over to the other side of the wicket to field at cover for the right-hander as well.
He's obviously getting bored out there. It's only a matter of time before the golf swings come out. Always good to watch, Miles Hammond.
Price in, bowls to Carlson, who blocks it to mid-on. and there is no run. 125 for 3. Wickets to go, those of Ul Hassan for 28, Byram for 23, Northeast for 50, but he was out 2 balls after reaching his half century for his 79 balls in all. And Carlson is forward, defending. And just noticed that the BBC scorecards format now includes the number of dot balls faced by each batter as well, which for Carlson now stands at 32, which is uncharacteristically high for his 8 runs.
I must say it's not information that I ever really knew I needed for the county championship, but I suppose it's
dots are next
maybe
to
more
the
useful
bowler's name, so that's more generally. And boundaries conceded by each bowler as well, all sorts of bits and pieces on those BBC scorecards these days.
I suppose it's more useful for the shorter format stuff. I can't imagine there's been too many dot balls between the Punjab Kings and the Sunrisers Hyderabad. 245 for 6, plays 50 without loss after 3.5 overs.
Boring.
Be a bowler. Singdale round the wicket, bowls to Ingram. Ingram's forward defending into the offside. Derbyshire continuing to try to fight against Leicestershire. They're sort of threatening to do what Leicestershire did a little possibly last week, but this week as well, with Tom Scriven having made 38 from number 11. Martin Anderson is 73 not out, just been joined by Zach Chappell, who scored key runs in the fixture at Derby last week. Singdale in now, bowls. Ingram angles this away, past backward point. There will be a single. 126 for 3. So Derbyshire 275 for 7, replying to Leicestershire's 484. So still quite a bit of work to do to avoid the follow-on, trailing by 209. Lancashire 101 for 2, with Northamptonshire having piled up 496. You see Broad on a cricket scorecard, it's just automatic.
Yeah.
Justin Broad, the German international, has 2 for 31. Singdale bowls on the pads, flicked away, fine, and that races to the boundary. And look out in the crowd down there, because could easily kick up off the rope and off the fence or something, and that is really travelling. Every bit of pace used by Carlson, and far too fine for fine leg. 4 runs, Carlson to 12, Morgan to 130 for 3.
Gloom for football followers in the Welsh capital. Cardiff City have lost 1-0 at home to Stoke, and point adrift now in the relegation zone of the championship.
Singdale is in, bowls, and controlled outside edge from Carlson. He just took a hand off the bat there just to help deaden the impact of bat on ball, and he'll pick up a single as well as Zaman Akhterfield's down at deep third, 131 for 2. Middlesex have arrested the slide of wickets at Canterbury, 171 for 5, leading Kent by 175. Ben Geddes and Jack Davies look as though they're digging in. 38 off 84 for Geddes and 18 off 52 for Jack Davies. Singdale is in. This is turned into the onside. Quick single is taken. Hammond sprawls about in the grass and tries to effect a Rhodes-esque piece of fielding that might have been delivered once upon a time from that very spot.
Yes, there were two players, two Gloucestershire players prone because Singdale fell over at the same time in his delivery stride, or fraction earlier.
132 for 3. Carlson on strike on 13. Ingram moves on to 7 with that single. Singdale bowls inside edge from Carlson. It cannons into his thigh pad and goes down into the ground. Didn't really know where that had gone, but he's probably got another bruise for the collection for that one. Worcestershire, they're going to have to deliver some possibly even greater rearguard action now to beat Yorkshire. They've been bundled out for 162 in reply to Yorkshire's 456, so a maximum bonus point victory looks favourite for the White Rose. 4 wickets for Ben Code, 3 for Jordan Thompson, 2 for Jack White. Sussex continued to pile up a massive lead against Somerset. They're 204 for 1, leading by 297. Daniel Hughes fell for 91, but Tom Haynes is 7 shy of his century, and Sussex lead by 297 with only 1 second innings wicket lost.
Change of bowling. Zaman Akhtar come in for his 8th over from the Ashley Down Road end, and Ingram will defend. There's not much to gain for Glamorgan in the next 50-odd minutes if we get to the close tonight. They're not going to score vast quantities of runs in 14 overs, and Gloucestershire have the possibility of making further inroads as Singdale gets some sort of nutritional drink and a pat on the back at third man, and Ingram drives, ball bounces up and is fielded by Akhtar in his follow through.
It's getting towards that awkward stage, isn't it? Because it's too early for a night watchman. So if you lose another wicket, there's the possibility of getting someone else in, and then maybe a night watchman. You know, you could start to see a couple of wickets go down, unless of course Glamorgan decide to employ a light watchman, because it's not magnificent. Short
ball that Ingram ducks underneath fairly untroubled fashion. Tim van der Hoogten is Glamorgan's usual block-it merchant at this time of day, although he's due to bat at 8, so it's a little bit high for a night watchman. Maybe Ned Leonard if it were only an over or 2. 1, 3, 2 for 3. Akhtar racing in towards us. Bowls to Ingram, who turns the wrists on it, drops it into the leg side, and ambles through for a single. Tom Price with the fielding. 1, 3, 3 for 3.
Do sort of start to wonder a little bit whether Gloucestershire will almost go to spin anyway, because Taylor's already had a spell since tea. Tom Price fairly recently. Singdale has given his all for 4 overs. He might be able to go an over or 2 more if, which it will be. It's his last spell of the day.
Akhtar in, bowls, and Carlson sways away from it, getting the bat well out of the way. Through to Bracey. Bancroft has, well, I mean, he hasn't done it as captain before, but no doubt he's watched as others have rotated these 4, but it's been pretty useful display from the Gloucestershire seam and pace attack today. Put more pressure on Glamorgan than the Welsh side managed, as Carlson allows that one to go through to Bracey. Glamorgan never quite had the partnerships with the ball that Gloucestershire have had. End of Akhtar's 8th over is 0 for 28. It's the only one not to claim a wicket so far, but he's bowled tidily to add to the pressure on Glamorgan as Colin Ingram and Kieran Carlson meet for a little discussion in mid-wicket. And certainly this is very much floodlit cricket now. It really wouldn't be possible without the lights. And is it going to, our light level's going to drop at all, or are they going to hold for long enough to allow Gloucestershire to complete these 14 overs?
Clouds do seem to have got a bit higher, but they don't appear to have parted at all. Singdale into Ingram, who dabs this defensively to backward point. is no run. Surrey 90 for 1, second innings against Hampshire. That's a lead of 124 runs. Burns, a man dismissed for 24, which means that Dom Sibley is now effectively 139 not out across 2 innings. 39 from 55 balls.
Pretty rapid for him.
Yeah. Looking for that test spot. In comes Singdale and Ingram with a steady defence into the offside.
A test spot only possible if Brendan McCullum vacates his current employment.
Essex 256 for 5, so they're now looking ahead towards bonus points, and who knows, maybe even if they can bat extremely well from that point towards a lead. It's 91 that they trail by at the moment, with Nottinghamshire bowled out for 3-4-7. Singdale in, and Ingram again is drawn forwards and able to defend into the offside. It's been a pretty good game for Lyndon James, who got some key late order runs. He's picked up 2 wickets as well, including the key wicket of Cox for 82. Carl Farina finished 128 not out for Nottinghamshire, looking to win back-to-back games to start the season. Singdale bowls a shorter ball. It was coming, and it's been deflected round the corner by Ingram. No, it hasn't. Not touched anything. It's 4 byes. No chance for Bracey. Didn't think that had missed Ingram by too much, but perhaps it was a bit further away from him than that, so that'll be 4 onto the extras column. 137 for 3. They're really not hit anything.
Well, the umpire's a bit closer than we are.
Yeah, I don't know. It looks as if it's gone sideways off his hip. And in which case he wasn't playing a shot, but anyway. Odd. Singdale runs in and he bowls, and a lifting delivery is well let go by Colin Ingram. He doesn't have to play that one on line or on length. And Warwickshire stuttering a bit against Durham, 228 for 6. That's a deficit of 159. Durham bowled out for 387, so they are going to avoid the follow-on, but looks as if it might be a sizable lead for Durham. Kai Smith, the young keeper, is 57 not out for Warwickshire. Singdale bowls a fuller ball, and Ingram drives this away through extra cover. Van Buren's legs are pumping after it. He will just about get there into the slide, and does well actually to pick up and throw all in one motion rather than tipping it back in, because that will save 1 run. 2 from the bat of Ingram to take him into double figures now. He's on to 10. And Singdale 1 for 21 from his 9 overs. I think there might just be a bit of a discussion between him and Captain Bancroft. Ben Charlesworth involved as well, just to ask, can you go another over? The umpire's chatting as well. Doesn't look as though anything's really come from that yet. Paul Baldwin's having a suspicious look around at the heavens, but Actor is preparing to bowl again, so not yet the call as far as you've got a bowl spin.
Carlson waits, Actor bowls. Carlson chops it down into the offside. Good sprawling stop by our horizontal correspondent Miles Hammond at point.
Yeah, so we bored everyone silly in the first round of matches with the stat that we got from one of the analysts that Miles Hammond had fielded the ball the most times in the county championship last year, but he didn't actually have that many touches at Derby, so he's looking to make up for it.
In comes Actor. Bowls to Carlson, who has to get out of the way of that one at the last moment, and that one bounced well. Chest high, higher part of the chest to Kieran Carlson through to the keeper.
I mean, think if you're Carlson, you're starting to bob and weave about a little bit more now, just sell it to the umpires a little bit. Morgan would love to, well, in the best possible way, Glamorgan would love to get off here.
Out to bowls, and Carlson is squared up, squirts out into the covers safely enough to birthday boy Borman, and there's no run. 139 for 3. But a bit of a torrid time this for Glamorgan this session, in which they've lost Byram for 23 and North East for 50. Al Hassan for 28 was the first wicket to fall before tea. Hector in, bowls. Carlson surely turns that one off his legs. I think there was bat involved. Yeah, no.
Oh, no. Okay.
Wasn't. It was a considerable flourish of the bat, but it was the pad that made contact as it trickled down towards fine leg. 140 for 3.
He's not dallying much as his actor. He looks like a man who just wants to get in and bowl as soon as he gets back to his mark.
Ingram turns one on the leg side and will pick up a single out to deep mid wicket. Well, perhaps Gloucestershire know that there's a possibility of the light closing in, and they do need to make the most of what time they have available.
There's definitely that, and also just knowing what things were like in round 1. They're desperate not to let that over rate get out of control, and it's of course it's easier, I suppose, when you've got a weight of runs behind you, but they've had more of a giddy up about them in this game.
As Carlson is beaten by that one and squared up and all over the place, but he survives to the end of another actor over. 12 left, 141 for 3. Glamorgan still needing another 256 runs to avoid the follow-on, and you get the feeling they need a century and a 50 out of the next these two and the next two as well, if they're to stand a chance of saving this match. Although of course they've got the possibility of batting things out in the second innings as well, but might be difficult for Gloucestershire's seamers to keep this up. But they've been rotated well so far, the 4 of them, as we get another change with Matt Taylor.
Yeah. Still, the forecast for Monday is 60% chance of a shower throughout the day, so that may yet play a part. So Taylor replacing Singdale, left arm over. He tries a Yorker first up to Colin Ingram, which he jams the bat down on to keep it out. So I suppose the one thing you'd say from the bowling from Gloucestershire here, and it has been searching. It's seldom looked as if the batting was getting right on top of it, but also particularly from Actor and from Singdale, fears of this pitch completely dying a death. As Taylor bowls that short and wide, and Ingram has cut it away through cover point, and that's 4 runs. It was a flourish about that shot from Colin Ingram, despite the fact that he's now examining the bottom of his bat. You wouldn't have believed that would have come off the bottom of his bat the way that it was sent packing. 145 for 3. He hasn't done that too much, has Taylor. I think he did it once to each of the openers, and he's done it once to Ingram. Each time he's been put away with the cut shot. Still good figures, 1 for 33. Deep square leg goes back. Taylor runs in and bowls a short ball. Ingram shovel pulls that away. He's timed it pretty well, but Charlesworth has moved back to that sweeper position on the onside. Ingram on to 16, so he's provided a bit of impetus here. Not that it's so much about runs, but it's important to keep the board moving as always. And oh dear, we've got the discussion, but not
no light
the
check.
check, no. Well, I suppose at the moment they haven't got anything to base it on anyway, so it's just purely, do we think the light's okay? Yeah, okay. Or no, the light's no good. Then they take the reading, and that's the reading that's then used for the rest of it. Taylor comes in round the wicket now to Carlson, who hops in defence and plays it towards mid-on, but Taylor intercepts.
Yeah, there are now perceptible shadows from the players.
Yeah, I mean, it's always
such
a tricky decision. I mean, goodness knows, I'm glad I don't have to make it. I'd have thought that decisions on light especially, it's got to be one of the harder things. I mean, nobody argues with rain. If it's drizzle, maybe it's a bit harder, but there's always, you know, at some point there's an understanding that you're going to have to go off in some sort of rain. Taylor in, Carlson lets that go. But with light, oh, well, I think we're going off this time. Any time the umpires, for the second time, especially in quick succession, meet, then what else can you do but then say it's no good? And the problem here is that this has come 5 balls into the Taylor over, and so there's no time for Bancroft to be able to say, well, you know, if Gloucestershire is saying, well, can we not just bowl one more ball and then we'll bowl the spinners? But I don't think they're going to get that opportunity. Glamorgan, their 2 batters out there striding off, and Singdale reluctantly tosses the ball to umpire Paul Baldwin. There are still 11.1 overs left in the day. In theory, some of those can be made up tomorrow. We'll be losing 3.1 overs from the match if we don't get back out there. Well, pardon me, we won't be losing the 0.1, will we? We'll just be losing the 3, because they do allow the 0.1 still to be made up. We'd have a 104.1 over day tomorrow.
There is a distinct display of reluctance on the part of the home players to leave the field of combat. There is not so much of a reluctance on the part of the Glamorgan batters, who have already disappeared. Stage right. 146 for 3. Ingram has 16. Carlson has 13. But that may be the end of proceedings for today. A day where Gloucestershire still retain the upper hand, but Glamorgan have had a better day, or less disastrous day than day one anyway. But they've still got a long way to go to try and save this match, and as I said, they need a century from one of their middle order batters and a half century from somewhere else if they're to be in with a sniff of avoiding the follow-on, which, if they do that, you'd have thought it would be enough to save the game.
Yeah, I mean, as far as Gloucestershire go, I mean, as you say, it's the same in reverse, isn't it? They're still in definite control of the game, but they're going to have to take 17 wickets of Glamorgan's over the last 2 days of the match, and we've had 13 wickets fall in the first 2, and it's hard to see that the pitch will get that much harder to bat on. So Gloucestershire have bowled well in this 40.5 overs. They've picked up 3 wickets, and particularly to have got that wicket of North East. I think if North East was still out there with Carlson and then Ingram to come, Cook, Kellaway, and Houghton, etc., you'd be feeling a bit different about things. But at least that late wicket of North East from Singdale, the cracking delivery, that does just give Gloucestershire some hope that they can have a really excellent morning tomorrow, assuming that this is the close of play, which I think we can possibly assume. The umpires are just wandering from one end of the pitch to the other. I don't think they're about to signal anybody back on. So with Glamorgan 146 for 3, trailing by exactly 400 runs. Reminder, we will in theory only lose 3 overs from the match if there is no further play today. We'll have an extended day tomorrow, but it's been a day which I suppose we've had a fair number of runs, fair number of wickets. Hasn't ever felt particularly rapid moving, but we do look as though we're probably coming to an end. Just pausing as there's some signalling from the head groundsman and from the umpires. I think Sean Williams was saying, "Can I put the covers on?" And I think it seems as though the answer for now is no, but they're going to have to get back on relatively quickly if they're going to do so. So I think we will treat it as though it's the end of the day. Thank you very much for joining us on the BBC Sport website, the app, wherever you've been listening via the Gloucestershire Club stream. Very much enjoyed bringing the day to you. Nick Webb and myself, Ed Seaborn, will definitely be back tomorrow morning just before 11 o'clock. Of course, if there is any further play, we'll be there to bring it to you. But if not, that is close of play day 2. Thanks for listening, and we'll be back tomorrow. Have a good night.
And enjoy the report on the BBC website when it's official.
That's a cricket person, that is. Put on the sunglasses because it's still bright and hope that it's going to be on and then come back on. Alright mate, see you in a sec. Any fix in the scoreboard? I think Oscar's going to switch off and on again this moment. It's the old classic. Yeah, switch off and on again. say it's definitely cool. Yes, we know about the flickering, which you can't actually see from here, but when you're sat where you can see it. It's the same as the big one as well, and it's directly in front of it, fairly close. We'll wait until they call it an MATCHDAY raffle for catering. You sound so much like Sarah, you do. I love that. KFC soup. Sarah's the only person I know who eats I've got to phone up and cancel KFC later. Where I stay. Is that one star? If I'd have given it a 1 star, I'd have been done.
And I suppose if we were
see the rope going around it. If the ball goes over that, it's 4 runs.
I'll have salt vinegar, please. No salt vinegar, I'll have salt vinegar. Go on. Yourself. Nothing. My friend downstairs. In the tri-store in the kitchen. Oh, I think.
Where are you streaming from?
Well, no, no. See that? All those molecules there. Oh, no, I didn't left it. Left it on wide angle. But if you score Ed, can you hear me? Oh, yeah, got his headphones. The effects box. present for Dad, that.
Are they coming up tomorrow?
Yeah.
Are they?
Yeah, Mum phoned earlier. I think what they might stick in my park. And either bus it into the city centre. They could get cool. Sure. I'll be here.
What time are you here till? Playing match?
Yeah. Started yesterday. We back 5 minutes from now.
Yeah, okay. Wow.
What?
That's school.
Used to be, yeah.
What is it now?
Don't know what they use it for. Well, probably science.
Well, I said to Nicky, because Nicky said, she actually said, I would hate to live here. And I said, Nicky's exactly where we can't live again.
Yeah.
Exactly, it's all student homes in Stanfield.
I mean, for things like this, you can go out and drive. Stays up because there's a gym in that building on the other side. Fairly big gym, so the ground over at 10. Leave your motor in.
Oh, Sam, you can.
Drive there and drive up there.
Where's your car? And then we'll come back again.
Yeah, come back again.
Mile, we'll go there as well.
Yeah,
With,
yeah, but that'd be some. He's coming off. We should the window up. Yeah. Go back out again. I mean,
it's bright now.
It's actually the brightest it's been. Last night we were at the place. Really
Switch off and
and that's the way it's coming over. This is then it stops raining. So if it's raining in the morning, they stop it, and then covers all, it takes about an hour to clear the water all up. So then they go back on halfway, and they go off for lunch in one.
It's a very British
So every morning. The carrot is good for you.
Like the cider vinegar?
Like salad.
Yeah, like...
Probably not malt vinegar.
No.
So you've got any fish and chips.
Yeah, cider.
Cider vinegar, I think. Big, massive bowl size. Everyone's doing it at the same time. Yeah, sit in there.
For me.
How did you feel about it? They were my last stand. Still people there? Not many. Good people. I just wish Bristol. Yeah, lovely. We did t-shirt. And Sarah's mum showing.
We have now received the final decision from the umpires, ladies and gentlemen, and that the play has now been abandoned for the day because of bad light. So thank you again for your attendance. Hope you've enjoyed almost a full day with us here at the City Unique Stadium, and that you can join us again tomorrow from 11 o'clock for day 3. Thanks to Sean and the ground staff for their work today. Our umpires have been Naeem Ashraf and Paul Morgan, our scorers Andrew Hignall and Adrian Bull, and our match referee Simon Hicks. Safe travel.